back through 122 or 123 right now for NVIDIA guys, but do we just see maybe an instant price adjustment and this range actually from yesterday end up being, where we trade for the next little while?
Okay, it wouldn't be crazy if we settled down. Prior lows was like 126, and then if you looked at the last, like when it broke away from that range, well, it was 115, 116 into that 125, 126 area. So it's not crazy to think that you could have that kind of a range. That's what you put in yesterday. So I would respect it. I'm looking at 125. 125 isn't the high. 128, I think if you start filling in the gap, that's when you're like, okay, well, NVIDIA's on one. And if it can do that and find bids above 128, you don't fight it. You just go for it. But the top of the morning range was the 125. Like that's when the buying off the open, which was a very clean SSR bounce, it's going to be SSR again today. It held a pre-market low and then ripped into the high. It gave you a few bucks and then immediately lost after that underneath 125. So I think as long as it's underneath the 125 level, I'd be looking to fade it. And that's going to be the play for me. I just think the AI play does have some other names in it, one of which, Marvell, again, we already said, this was down more than NVIDIA by a smidgen yesterday. And it had a similar level that was key, only a little bit deeper down. And now it's a pre-market high of 105. So this also prior support, 105. If you're not breaking back above that, then I want to look for continuation fade. So 125 NVIDIA, 105 Marvell. The problem with Marvell, it doesn't have a lot of liquidity before the open, and whereas NVIDIA does. So Marvell's not tradable for me till after the open.
Thank you to David here for the $5 as well. That is more than the GDP of Swedish land in hours. They export Volvos and supermodels. So thank you, David, for the $2. And Celery too seems to like that as well. So thank you for that. Yeah, look, I have NVIDIA written down here as a 126 to 128 area short. It was a monster trade yesterday. Like I said, I think it was my best day of the month. And we had the long and the short yesterday. Both long right off the open and then short once we lost this 123 level. And then we had that all day into the close where it bottomed out, right? So the thing about this, Randy, is if you come up back into this area, I believe it's going to be a short again. So I'm going to be waiting. 125 is a little too early for me. I'm going to wait for 126 to the 128 area to see about building a short. I'm not sure we get to there. I thought we would have been up even a little bit more. We were up pretty, I woke up this morning, was like, oh, okay, nice little rally into 123, 124, but that's been since faded. So we're going to have to wait to see if we hold this 121. That's the 200 period moving average. I actually would rather look short than long today on NVIDIA, unless we can get back into some of these lows of 118, 119. That would be an area. But for me, I think just looking at this, if we call up a bigger chart, this 5-minute, right into here, that's what it started it all. If we can get back here, we'll try a short until we're wrong, and that would be 128. So, I think it's a pretty simple, well-structured play. NVIDIA short those tops. If it breaks higher, yeah, we'll get out. I think that's what it's all about, making plays and sort of sticking your neck out. And I think for NVIDIA, if we get a $5 pop, I don't think it's a super risky opportunity to short it. Yesterday it worked, fading some of those pops. Yeah, what's up, Jamal? So that same thing as me. So I bought some NVIDIA yesterday around lunchtime as well. I think you guys were here when we were talking about it. I think it was 118 and change, whatever. I bought them in Canada, so it's a cheaper, the CDR is cheaper than that. Should I sell it or buy more? Look, we're not financial advisors here, nor is that enough information to give you the right answer. Again, if you woke up and you made a couple $100 on this name and you're happy with it, and that's a decent amount of money, you want to go out, take your family to a nice movie and dinner or something like that, then yeah, treat yourself. But I always think that there's if you put a lot of money in and you come in and you can grab 3 or 4%, I think it's probably worth it for that. If you're trying to build a long-term position, then no, because I think NVIDIA, although it's going to be pretty, they don't report for 6 weeks. So until we hear more about this, we don't even know what they're talking about on the desk. We don't know what DeepSeek's even built from. This could be hundreds of thousands of H1. I don't know. Or H100. I don't trust any information coming from any of these Chinese startups Chinese government or anything like that. So I don't, until we really do hear more somehow.
Which we might not.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, if that's a lot of money, then maybe, like if you bought it at 117 and you get a nice gift today, I would say take it. Because there's so much uncertainty right now around NVIDIA and around the chip space. So I think uncertainty is bad for names, right? We'd rather invest in names that are certain.
Well, that's the thing. Like the market's always trying to be forward-looking. Like I'll candidly say that, like I bought ARM yesterday because I was planning on buying ARM regardless. And I'm like 10% down there. I was waiting for a dip anyways. But if it was a trade, yeah, I would take something off when you get a relief rally. I mean, obviously, a lot of things broke some pretty significant trends yesterday. And that's usually, we see like that 2-3 day rule. So when you get like free money in there, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Now a sector that fared much better yesterday, if we're calling it a sector, was crypto. I think that you can have that in a little bit of a different lens when it's bouncing today. But let's go to the desk, maybe talk a little bit about everybody's favorite coin, and that is Bitcoin, boys, because that 100,000 level held like a champion yesterday.
Downside right now, we're rolling over a little bit. Still green on the day, but we're giving some of this back. We were up nearly 2% at the highs, back to 58 right now for IBIT. After, huge rebound into the close yesterday. This thing absolutely took off around 2:30, 3 o'clock. And just ripped into the close. So we'll see what happens here, but I mean, this isn't looking terribly promising right now.
Yeah, at least we're over 100,000.
Yeah.
That's kind of the look here. $700 million was liquidated yesterday in the crypto market within 24 hours. $537 million of that was liquidating long positions. The crypto market as a whole is about $3.5 trillion right now. Lost about a third of that. Value in about 24 hours. Some analysts, though, out of Rect Capital, he predicts Bitcoin's entering what he calls the second price discovery uptrend, and he predicts within 2 weeks. So hope maybe we break out through that 110,000. You also have other institutional investors who are increasingly seeing now Bitcoin as a traditional asset, not just a speculative inflation hedge. We'll have to see if they put their money where their mouth is and push this thing up 110,000.
I officially have a new favorite analyst firm.
Let's hear it.
Rect Capital.
REKT, Brendo. I'm
That's
not making that up. Yeah.
OpenAI with a new product launch here, introducing ChatGPT Gov or Gov, I guess. OpenAI evaluating expanding ChatGPT Gov to Azure's classified regions. So maybe Microsoft there, guys.
I'm going to have a quick look, see what Microsoft just, if Microsoft did anything on that. Not a lot. I mean, it's gapped up like pretty much everything else. We're going to get their earnings tomorrow, but yeah, not much movement on that. You know that all of these big names, they're all in the lab right now, like, oh goodness, don't leave the lab until you figured out how we can compete here, which is a good thing. Like I understand from the market standpoint, okay, fine, NVIDIA got smoked and everyone has it in their long-term accounts, but ultimately you want competition in this space. It's better for efficiency, it's better for competition is good for the world. I think that's just going to light a fire under the big boys, and in the long term, that's going to be a good thing. As far as Bitcoin goes, hey, yesterday I had one trade on IBIT. It was basically like I was looking at this resistance spot, like 57.3. Like the second we could hold that, I was playing long, so it held it at VWAP at 10 o'clock-ish, like 10:15 or so. Bounced, couldn't really get past 58. And when I look at it again, we ended up closing right around that range on a ball. We closed a little bit higher, but pulling back and holding that same range. But like it essentially works out to holding just above about a point or just less than a point above 100,000. So that's what I want to defend. It's just that 100,000 area on BTC. There was a nice seed change right at 100K for us to go over under. So we're going to look for like a mean reversion off of those levels. Again, it didn't happen yesterday, but I was kind of thinking that if we're strong enough, Mara would push into resistance here at 20. That would be a short for me. Someone else is selling. You can see like sellers up here the last couple of days. Mara never made that push on a bounce, but if Bitcoin's strong again, maybe it has the juice to get back up there where it's been a sell zone. So that's the crypto name that I'd watch. Just don't know. We're closer to it yesterday at the open than we are today to get to the 20 level. So it's an unlikely probability. But still ready for it, just like yesterday.
Look, I mean, just like yesterday, we traded IBIT, and we wrote down $56 as a bottom. I mean, I have the sticky note right here. It says IBIT 56, and we had that trade. So IBIT came in into here, into 56. We got out. We did not. We got upset because we started to get out once it broke through the 200 period moving average. So we had bought it down here at 56.25. We do have some outs in the 70s and 80s. And then I was just like, we didn't even see that top. We got out before then, right there around 3 o'clock when I thought the market was maybe pulling back in. And it didn't do that at all. It actually touched the 200 period and then ripped into the close, which for me, I mean, look, it was a good trade. We made money at the end of the day on it. And we did mark down yesterday $56 for IBIT. Now on today's sticky note, I actually don't have anything written down, and for IBIT anyways, I still like this area, but we're under the 200 period, we're under VWAP, we're under the 50, and we're trending a little bit lower here to start the day. It doesn't mean that I think Bitcoin's going down. I don't. I like Bitcoin. I think it's going to the upside. I'm actually not even going to be writing down any shorts. I don't want to even think about shorting it, at least until we get to the $61 mark up here. So I'm long this name. So when I look at it, I think yesterday's 56, we kind of picked that out because we had all of this for the last 4 or 5 days. Then we had the drop down in the market. So we just sort of zoomed back out there and found levels that I thought could be key. And we wrote down $56 and it turned out fine. So today, again, you're kind of in the middle of this range. A pullback to the 50 period is always fine. We need to let that settle down a little bit here to get more data points to give us a better level. But for me, again, it still kind of looks like 56, maybe 57. And if you bump it up a little bit because you want to get filled, then maybe 57, 50s, 57, into here to see what happens. But you're already underneath a sloping down 200 period moving average here for crypto. So, yeah. It's not looking great, although we are up on the day. It's beating the market. It's beating the NASDAQ. So, great opportunities. But again, you're coming into that 100K. We've held 97, 98. If the NASDAQ really whooshes, so could crypto. And when that does happen, I think you got to sit there around that 57 marker and see if you can't take something. And then I'd get out if we break 57 and then see about yesterday's low in around 56.50. I don't know. Like, I've written Bitcoin down a lot on here, and it's just today I'm not super excited about it.
We got some bears in the chat on NVIDIA. Like, it's just, I know some people.
I can't blame people for being bearish.
Well,
I wrote down a short.
No, I know. I like the short too, but like I see it like Junior Garcia, NVIDIA to 40,
40?
Kirk, NVIDIA to 30. Now, I know people are just probably trolling a little bit.
Yeah.
I always say, like, to things like that, I'll get to Apple at some point because it's, again, looking pretty solid. No, but I mean, if NVIDIA gets to those numbers, we got other problems.
Yeah, I mean,
like NVIDIA is not my concern. If
They're going,
NVIDIA goes to
NVIDIA to 5. There we go.
Everyone's just joking around.
Yeah.
And there's a difference between day trading it short and thinking that the stock has like really underlying problems. A name that is not, well, at least not right now, was short. The only earnings name this morning that was to the upside. Boys.
Impressive as well. 4+% right now. We're well off the highs. We tagged 250. When did that happen for RCL? Nice report right across the board. A very, very minuscule, tiny little loss on the overall sales number, but everything else, nice beat. Guidance even to the upside here.
Yeah, record-breaking quarter, Bredno. Net income nearly doubled, $535 million. They took home from profit. Compare that to $278 they took home last time. Earnings beat Wall Street expectations. Revenue rose 13%, but it was only in line with what the street was looking for. As you mentioned, 2025 outlook upbeat, guiding well higher than the previous estimates. Look, booking surged after the Q3 earnings, leading to the 5 best booking weeks in the company's history. Passengers are also spending heavily when they're on the cruise, driven by higher pricing strategies by the company. They also announced that they're going to throw their hat into the river cruise ring. So Celebrity River Cruises obviously has a big market share there in Europe. They're going to be involved in that. They're ordering 10 new ships to compete with Viking River Cruises to kind of expand their moat.
Just real quick, we'll get to Boeing here in a second. Boeing CEO on CNBC right now, so a nice bounce back here for Boeing shares. Now, nicely positive on the day. He dropped Elon's name, apparently, in this interview. So, in quote-unquote, engaged with Elon Musk on Air Force One program. So, That was the move back higher.
I thought he was going to say he's bringing back his the stuck astronauts that they left up there, Brenda.
Or that, or maybe even the internet angle, but we'll see. But yeah, just be aware, Boeing moving around.
Oh, look, man, I like seeing that for Boeing. We'll get to them in a second. Like look, RCL. Obviously, it's up a few points today. They were a little bit higher. It is pulling back underneath this prior resistance here at the 250 level. So, generally speaking, continuation play needs to hold on to 250. I thought there'd be a little bit more juice to get some action going in CCL, which was a similar Carnival, just like it as a trading vehicle, better when it does volume. But I thought it was going to have enough juice if it could follow the coattails for a break of this really decisive consolidative top here on Carnival at 27.25. But that might have to wait for a day or two, maybe even for their own earnings. So I'll probably end up sitting out RCL. If something starts going crazy off this 250 level, probably worth a long. And then if Carnival gets dragged up by it, it's primed for a big breakout itself if it can test that 27. But for now, I guess the excitement is going into Boeing after that story.
Thank you so much to Lily Iglesias there. Thank you so much for joining us here and becoming a member. So we go bang for that. Thanks, Lily. And thank you, David, again, for your sweet super chat as well. David Blacklock there. So thank you so much for the service and for your super chat. Okay, so I actually wrote down RCL here today on the sticky note. And yeah, it's just going to be kind of a VWAP play, but the problem is it's already like under VWAP right now. So generally speaking, I like to see a gap and then to play it back into VWAP. So without too much volume here in the pre-market, it's going to be tough to follow this name. But the 200 period is where I wrote down. I wrote down 245. So right now it's at 244 and change. I just, the spread, we'll have to see where it opens and trade it off that. But it's definitely a long. I thought it was on here earlier. Maybe it's gone. Anyways, if it's not, it doesn't matter. Less than 50,000 shares anyways. So yeah, play back to the 200 period. Look, I mean, I think the cruises are working. You're right into the all-time highs again. So that's probably going to get taken out today, tomorrow. So I would expect it. We'll see if it just continues to climb higher. A better beat, a better expected forward guide. So yeah, and a beat on top of it. RCL's working and continues to be that name. So yeah, nice move to the upside. You can trade CCL if you want to get some little bit of lesser value name there as far as, I don't know what people's buying powers are like, but this could also start to go. Again, the catalyst isn't in this name, but I think if you can find a long in Carnival at some point down in and around, I mean, it's at 26 right now. So if we take off, then maybe hold this 26, you could get a couple, maybe 30, 40, 50 pennies out of CCL, as you could see what happened there on the spike up to 26.50, then a little bit of a fade. So yeah, but I would stay with the king in this example, which would be RCL. So I like it. I like the move to the upside right there. Make sure all you guys, no matter what stocks you're trading, whether or not it be RCL, Home Depot, Starbucks, coming through, but talk about some Boeing, Tesla. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And then if you do hit the subscribe, then you could definitely vote on this, because right now we already have 520 votes. Look, we got to get more likes, first of all, on the stream right now, because we just put this up 1 minute ago and we have 550 votes right now, and we have 735 likes. Hit the like right now and let's get going on that. These are severely rookie numbers right now. What stock will see a big move next? All right, Meta. That's my call. So I think that will be the next one. I don't know what you voted, but that's what I voted, Meta. We have earnings coming up. They're breaking all-time highs. They're at all-time highs right now. I actually think NVIDIA would be the least out of all of these, to be honest with you. I mean, Apple has, the closest beta to the market.
Definition. Like if the definition is like percent move today, then I would say NVIDIA. If next significant move on like the daily chart, Meta's literally breaking an all-time high. We were talking about. They can look at the move.
Yeah, no, I just mean like yesterday we moved 17%. So like, what classifies a big move?
I'm just talking
NVIDIA?
about like out of those four, which one moves more percentage-wise today?
Today.
I'm not thinking relative. If it's relative, NVIDIA is not doing anything relative to what it did yesterday because it can't put in a 17%.
No. But could have 4, 5, 6% move, which would be half.
Oh, 100%. Like I still really like what Apple's been doing. Obviously, Apple had a really strong day yesterday. I want to come back and trade it again. Because Apple was just strong for multiple reasons in yesterday's trade, and I want to maybe stick to that train. But wow, Boeing was boring up until that story just now. Let's get the juice here.
We also just want to say thank you so much because we were at 700 or something when I said it. Now we're at 1.1K. So I want to thank everybody with over 8,000. If I keep saying maybe over 8,000 soon, we'll be watching right now. So hit the like button if you have not done that and tell YouTube what's up. So let's go talk right now about Boeing. It seems like it's now going.
Fitting. I was just noting the viewer number right now is 7777. Let's talk about Boeing. 4.5% right now to the upside. All you have to do is say Elon's coming to the rescue, and all is fine because otherwise they lost a ton in this quarter.
They did, Brendo, and I didn't really have much set up here to say positively about them, but hey, they're up 4 1/3, so I'm just going to read it anyway. So this is the 6th consecutive annual loss for Boeing. They haven't made any money since 2018. They reported about $3.86 billion loss in Q4 of 2024. They also took a $3 billion charge on their commercial and defense aviation. They also lost about $5.90 a share, far worse than the street was expecting. The street was looking for $2.65. Revenue also missed. As I mentioned, they turned a profit last time in 2018. Some of the things that are holding them back: the 737 MAX crisis, pandemic-related downturn, manufacturing defects and cost overruns, and obviously, the near catastrophic MAX 9 blowout that happened last year. That also didn't help things. To build on your 777 point, though, they are finally retesting or starting the early tests for the 777X this January. They're waiting for a FAA certification before they can start sending them out. Some other things to add, American Airlines cutting international routes because the 787 Dreamliner not going to be delivered in time. Ryanair echoing that kind of same sentiment. They're cutting 2025 passenger traffic forecast because they're not going to get the planes in time. So I think all this is priced in.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can break out this level. I wanted to mention over here, 182.5, boys. I don't know how Neil sees this, but that was a local area top.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would maybe drift it a little to the 183. It's kind of like it's sitting right there for you. Look, I've liked the fact for a while when Boeing broke that 50-period moving average, which I bought it in my long term off of this breakout. And I like the fact that when you're getting not great news, Boeing has stopped falling when it receives it, and it's just starting to work into a little bit of an uptrend. The 200 period is now come and gone. I think the next step, like Sharif said, is can you break out 183? I did mark off, let me go to the 15-minute. I kind of marked off 180 when we just broke out. You don't necessarily know that an Elon story is going to come out of nowhere on Boeing, but when it did, you're through multiple layer of resistance here at the 180. So I think just to play a bit of a join here, it's not the kind of spike that I would necessarily want to be buying any tops on, but now all of a sudden 180 provides you a bit of a pullback zone to maybe look for that stair step up play. It's a hold for me in the long term. When I bought it, I was never considering it a trade, so I'm not getting out of that. But the 180 level looking good here on Boeing. Let's see if it can dip and rip off of this level.
Yeah, I think 4% probably enough, but at the end of the day, there's going to be some more issues up here at 190. I mean, we can see that, but I think that's where it's headed. So that means you have another $6-7 to the upside right there, and we could actually get a nice little bounce there today. If it does get into this 188, 190 area, that's kind of where I would start to short. So I feel like that's something that we want to look at right now. Okay, the imbalances are now out, and it is a smoke show to the north side right now. Yeah, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA just taking off right now. Nice move. What do we have? Oh, boy. Yeah, not bad. A little 2 million, which is about 10% of the volume so far. A 2 million buy right there for NVIDIA left on the books right now to deal with. SMR also a buy. I'm trying to find names that may be working. QBTS. Some of these volumes aren't that much, man. 350,000. It's really just NVIDIA right now, the only one to work with. There's Rigetti. We have a dip buy opportunity in this. I'm bidding. We are not going to talk about quantum, but I'm bidding this name. Maybe now we have to go to VWAP. Maybe we have to go to $13 now. I'm bidding lower than that. I'm bidding 1250-ish area, 1260 on Rigetti. Broadcom with a buy as well. Tried to pick that one up yesterday. I didn't get any, but that would have been something to do. I picked up NVIDIA yesterday. But there goes NVIDIA still with that buy side imbalance. So, okay, it looks like this is going to have interest in it one more time. There's VR VRT and VST, both as buys, Vistra and Vertiv. So one on the upgrade and downgrade side, and then Vistra, of course, nice upside on
Oklo.
power. Yeah, Oklo with the nuclear. So there's lots happening. Oracle yesterday got smoked as well. That looks like it's not up 6% today, is it? No. Okay, up 4% though, so it's a nice move there for Oracle continuing higher. So there you go, guys. It looks like, B is for Brendan, and S is not, in our case, for Sharif, but there is only 2 S's on here and a heck of a lot of B's. So for now, it looks like it'll be a buy side, guys, into the open.
Professional segue there from Sean. Amazon, real quick here, a couple of minutes ago, Amazon back to the upside, or was trying to get back to the upside here this morning. Notably strong right out of the gate yesterday compared to anything else. It's not entirely AI based, but they do have an AI component. So we actually end the session green for Amazon yesterday versus what everything else happened. Cool video, Sharif, going to show you here. Amazon drone delivery coming back to the UK.
I'm all about this, Brendo. Here you're going to see the drone drop the package. There it is.
Broken.
That better be packaged well there. No, seriously, you and I were talking off camera, I think a couple of weeks ago, about like having little areas in the neighborhood where you can have drone deliveries. We already have that. So Canada Post has the local area where all the mail gets dropped, and then you've got to mosey on from your house and pick it up there. I don't think it should be really any different.
It's going to need to be padded, clearly, wherever they're dropping those things.
Drone
Yeah,
figures it out. Just like what if you have your dog in the backyard and you drop it on the dog?
They have to have some sensors
your dog,
or
first of all, has to be very, very chilled out just to be like, hey, what's going on? And then, my dog would be like, looking up, and then it might fall, and then unfortunately probably hit her. Yeah,
I don't have a dog, so it's just like that's where I'm like, okay, well that's interesting. Look, Amazon's they're a winner.
Why would they show that example? That thing looked like it was crashing 30 feet down.
They should have had it fall on something
just
a
have
little
a different angle. I'm sure it's not that dramatic.
Not a good look.
I was like, oh, here we go. I was like, this is going to be nice. All of a sudden, I was like, whoop. And then I'm just seeing it sitting there. I was like, oh, those are some nice wine glasses just got broke there.
Yeah, I think it's cool. The concept has obviously a lot of merits. No
well,
question
not
about
everything
it,
would qualify.
Not everything, yeah.
Right,
certain things you would drop,
some
things you wouldn't. You'd probably have a safe zone you can set. There's all kinds of stuff that would have to go into it. But Amazon's chart's great.
Will figure that out.
I like Apple too. And okay, you have a breakout set up here on Amazon, no questions asked, at the 236 level, and it'll be like an all-time high breakout. I'm hesitant with it because I don't know. I still like the continuation play in Apple. So the 200 period just had a bit of bounce on Apple, and then I'm looking at 26 and 28 is my support zones today, and then this also has a local high breakout as well. So Amazon looks good. Kind of just want to go continuation on Apple because the long yesterday was my best long, and I want to play that continuation on Apple. But there's nothing wrong with Amazon, and clearly super strong, just like Meta, right? All-time highs, pretty much.
Yeah, I really like Amazon. There's a bunch of different names to look at. Neil just talked about Amazon. Now we only have 30 seconds left. So Google again off 190 was something that I was going to look at now as well. But I'm going to go right over to NVIDIA to start the day. We have NVIDIA, Rigetti, Apple 227. That's not going to hit right now. And then Royal Caribbean is on watch as well. And then the TQQs to fade a pop in the NASDAQ. So, all right, now it's getting that time. That right now it is less than 10 seconds ago. URA, well, that must have been from yesterday, down 11%. Okay, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get this party started. Okay, 122 right now for NVIDIA. So, looks like it didn't come with too big of a volume spike there right off the open. So, all right, so that buy has now obviously come off of the name. We did get as high as 123 right there, and now we come back down in. I am going to short, I believe, 120. So I'm going to short the 120 level here on NVIDIA. So I'm getting ready to get that all loaded up. I thought that was a trade that I wouldn't mind doing here today. If we did lose 120, I'm going to go short here on NVIDIA. I wasn't too sure about it because of where we were today, but I still think that there is a little bit of problem with this name, and I actually don't feel super comfortable about buying it there yesterday. I just wonder if there is more to come here with NVIDIA. So watch out. If we do break that, that's a possibility. And just like you could take the long if we break 123 right here as well. But NVIDIA right now, not the name. It's not doing much.
Yeah, Palantir's not doing a heck of
Apple,
a lot.
maybe?
Tesla, by the way, Tesla with a little bit of a drop at the open there. I know we didn't talk about Tesla,
Apple
so
moons.
bit of a disappointment there. Oh, Apple did make the break. There was no dip at all on AAPL. It is breaking out the high of the day.
Yeah,
I'm looking bid on Boeing as well, as I'll let this chart try to load back up. We're looking at Boeing as well off that 180 level, but it's just absolutely flying as it's another big move for that name. Palantir here. Yeah, Palantir is coming right in. It doesn't make that 77 break, but it's coming back into 75. Might look for a dip there. And AMD, I still like shorts
Here
on
comes
AMD.
NVIDIA.
NVIDIA's going, and AMD will probably grab to the short
Apple.
side as well. But Apple's now flying. I got to adjust the dip buy on Apple because obviously it broke.
Apple's insane. Okay, so if I like to short 120, I probably should have been shorting when I was saying that I wanted to short it. But right there, it just fell right off, like pretty nice, man. We just, as soon as we put, this is 1 minute down $1.50 right here for, and okay, here it comes, for NVDA. So I'm only crossed down 20 cents. Like, I might miss this punch. It could also be a long. Like, there's the 120. If you got the rebound long, there's 20 cents. I think that's a great trade as well. Like, you know, you take 20 cents both ways and maybe relax. So here it comes back in right now for NVIDIA. We were long this exact time yesterday, basically, off of a similar flush. So let's just make sure that if this does fall out, we will get the shares. But then where are we going to be wrong, right? I mean, I was almost going to just be wrong on prior bar close. But there we go right now, 120. Maybe the bounce is here, guys, on NVDA. So 120. Yeah, so that's 120, 150, 121 and a quarter. Maybe you got to hold this one, maybe $1 against you here. But here we go, right back into 120. One more. I'm sorry if I'm just looking at this, but there we are. We are now short with NVDA through 120.
Yeah, it's looking like it is a hefty, hefty downside move. But man, Apple is just continuously going off to the races here. I've adjusted, and obviously we're not going to look at 228 for a dip anymore. Going to go into the prior high at 232. You've got Marvell, which is also trying to crater. I want to make sure we get Marvell short if we can come back into VWAP in here. A little bit slow charts. I'm just going to be pulling down the black chart for you, the ones when I look up. You're right at VWAP in here, right underneath VWAP. I just tried to punch through the 132 to the downside. Did not get filled. I'm going to leave them in there, see if we can't get picked up. Marvell was down more than NVIDIA, and it looks like it's playing a little bit of catch-up as NVIDIA already heading into the downside. Still no real pullback on Apple, and Tesla dropping about $3 off of the open. I think that is worthy of a watch. The small cap I'm watching this morning is Holo. And it's more of a continuation play yesterday. If it cannot break prior highs, I want to fade any pop into the prior highs. But no movement on Holo yet. So just going to have to play the patience game with that. Wow, this is really dropping that Marvell.
All right, so we only got out of a third. Yeah, I mean, some of these names. So now the market rebounds. So that could have been, I mean, and we're here for it, right? So that could have been the flush right there on NVIDIA. Our best outs, though, right now, we're just, well, here it comes back in again. I'm waiting for the 200 period to get out. We could possibly reload this short, but let's just give it, it's only 934 right now. So we're actually done, we have done quite well here, but you know, never satisfied. Let's see if it gets down in, there it is. Okay, so right now, guys, we are doing it again, Neil, right now here today. We are doing it again live on the show with another big trade here for you on the NVIDIA short. We called this play when it was at 122. We said, Neil, that we are putting out the offer to go short through 120. So there it is. It is your first. You're not in anything right now. It is I believe, your first Dollar Club winner of the day, but doesn't mean it's going to be your last. It's a big one right there for NVDA. Nice move to the downside here as we break backs, man. We are still in half of this position. I'm going to take another piece out right here if we can at 119, and then we'll see it from here. But so far, so good here on, okay, there it is. We did wind up getting out. So there, we got another piece out there at 119.05. So yeah, man, so far so good. Rigetti falling out of bed right now as well, as that comes into our 1250 area that we liked. So all right, man, very, very much a starter position now on Rigetti. But yeah, I don't want this thing to go red for us. So all right, 1240, 1250, maybe something like that for Rigetti, and we'll stop out of that one. But there it goes again, man. It is now your official dollar and change club. There, Sharif, man. NVIDIA falling down right now, going lower, lower, lower. NVIDIA now, Neil, $1.20 in the money.
Yeah, it's absolutely fallen like a rock. Great short over there. Apple's starting to come in as well. I look up, it's just dropped about $1.20. Coming into VWAP pretty hot.
Go
as 232 is looking like it's going to be the price. Not going to adjust yet on Marvell. We still like any kind of a bounce in there on Marvell to try to fade it. Remember, everybody, if you like Rigetti and spaghetti and you like Apple and NVIDIA, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and make sure you share with your friends because this is where the live action is going to be. The NASDAQ just went red on the session.
Boy.
And Apple's trying to hold out. So we're going to play the higher low. It just bounced off 232 3/4. So we're going to play off that level. It was a good long yesterday. We're going to look for the relative strength once again in AAPL.
And there it is again, bang, bang, bang. I mean, when are we stopping? The answer is never. There's Rigetti right now, 30 cents in the money. Neil, we hit NVIDIA monstrous. We hit Rigetti here. It was a starter position, but we will take 40 cents right now on RGTI. Congratulations to everybody out there. Let's go, man. Let's get on that little diamond. It's always nice when it's bigger than your head, those diamonds. But here comes Rigetti. We are starting to get out. Like, okay, 82s. We'll take that. We're not using liquidity here to get out. We're just using this bump up. I mean, it's 3 or 4 straight red candles to the downside. We pick out 1250, and it's not like again, you know, we're getting a little tired, like always lifting this thing up here, but we're trying to show you guys, so we're going over to Twitter right now. These are the plays that we have on. Here is Rigetti right there, 1250 long. So, I mean, it's in the spot right there. We're going to go 2 for 2 huge right now with Rigetti and with NVIDIA. And Neil, we are now at, and shout out to, here we go, David in the chat, because this is probably what you're doing right now. You're making your day, right? I mean, this is the thing. Neil, we are now at 150% of our day goal right now. So, I mean, this is what we're doing. NVIDIA falling out of bed huge right now. We still have a third left on this one, down into 118.69. And oh boy, we called this one. It's a smooth $1.30 right to the downside. I hope you guys got it. Neil's all over Apple. Let's go Apple as well.
Well, I want Apple to go. I want Boeing to go, but I don't want it to go without me.
Oh.
And so far, it absolutely is. It's crazy, even though this is exactly like yesterday. The market is breaking the lows. Apple is breaking highs. So Apple, excuse me, 235, obviously going to be a big psychological level. Meta, $675 right now and up 2%. Amazon, Amazon had made a fresh all-time high. It did break out its pullback, but 2 seconds ago while Sean was talking, it was absolutely running just like Apple was. So we're going to look for that 235 zone here on Apple. As long as we can hold trend, great. But you don't like what's going on in the market because overall we're pulling it back in. Tesla just broke 390 to the downside, so you got to pick your spots for the longs. No questions again here today, Adara.
We have Boeing on watch here. In case you missed it, they actually have not had their conference call yet. So stay tuned for their earnings call at 10 a.m. Eastern. Same time we get some economic numbers. I'm actually seeing some news as well, though, here on BA. Basically, I'm seeing comments from CEO Kelly Ortberg, who we know was speaking on CNBC. Apparently, he said that they're actually on track to exceed their monthly production goal there for 737. So keep an eye on BA. Meta also apparently crossing over 1.7 trillion market cap for the first time ever, as this one makes new all-time highs. They're above 670s. Also, there's some small caps as well. Keep an eye on BHF. Brighthouse Financial reportedly looking to sell itself, as reported by here Financial Times. So BHF on watch as well, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate you. So I just had the over-under on Apple. It's going to code as a short sell because I punched it and accidentally took out the entire position. I already had a take profit out there, but the way the market's pulling back in, what happened in Apple yesterday, you still had a good dip after the opening push, and it came right in there, retesting our key price of 25, and then also retesting VWAP. So we're just going to continue to take the stairs up on Apple. Right now, VWAP sits. I mean, I'm sitting here chilling, looking for 233, but that's the only long that we liked here, and that's the one that we took. And so far, so good for Apple. Now I'll go back over, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get Marvell short at this point, but it might be able to give us a pullback into VWAP. It's still green on the session, believe it or not. So thankfully, we found the one long that might be out there in big cat tech land, and we'll have to wait for the pullback. It's at 235 now. We'll see what's on the offer there, but it shouldn't matter the size.
All right. So we're up Yesterday we had a good day. We're better today. So this is what we talk about all the time: getting better, and improving, getting more shares, getting more confidence, and then just putting up what we're putting up. So congratulations to everybody. We really, really nailed this level today. We talked about 120. Let's come over here, Fabian. We talked about 120 there on NVIDIA, and like, I even saw some people in the chat like, "No, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way." I mean, it's fine. I bought some of this name yesterday. I'm not happy with this move, but Neil, this is $2.50 in the money. Like, let's just be real about what we're trying to do as traders. Like this rate there, and we are now at 200% of the daily goal. That's why we talk like this, is because we want to just make sure that it's possible, and we try to tell everybody this because, as you know, Neil, as we all know, 95 to 98% of all day traders fail. So when you're able to, like our friend David here in the chat, thank you so much, David. Like you guys are seeing, like me here as well. Neil had a winner there. It's like, you know, you gotta hit goals, and there it is. Me and Neil film these videos, and we literally talk like this: up your risk, right, Neil? Up your shares. Do these things when things are working for you. Go back, talk about your winning trades. Neil, we did a thing yesterday that said celebrate your victories. Celebrate your victories.
Celebrate those milestones when you hit them.
And
look,
that's what we're talking about.
Everyone has to be their own. I'll be the first person to tell you, in the moment, you always got to try to focus on your next trade.
Oh, for 100%.
Because I'll be the first to admit, you know, like when the open happens and you're looking over at Apple and I'm on the level 2 of Apple, well, Marvell did the over-under move, and it did that pop and fade. So I'm laser focused on, hey, if we get a pop back, I need to be there to snag it off VWAP so I can catch that trade. That's where your eyes have to be. Like yesterday, it was Apple 222. Today, we didn't catch any dip on Apple, but yesterday, if you're ready, like you got those dips into pre-market lows. Now you got to go over what the next trade is, right? When all that is happening, everything's going crazy.
Wow.
I'm looking for that first spot to get longs in Apple on the first available dip. So that's where you got to try to focus on if you can. But this market is absolutely bleeding. We did go over a couple other things. Tesla, fresh lows as well. This is not looking very, very good. And I can't keep looking over at Apple and how strong it is. We'll catch the next available pop when we do. But I'm trying to stay locked in. Marvell's back at the $100 level that we longed yesterday. This was where we were going long in the afternoon. If we lose this bid, got to be thinking continuation to the downside on MRVL. It is about to go red any second, so that $100 level looking pretty key. And then I also like, and we talked about Holo, there's the other, like Holo right there, pop fade. It is continuing to the downside on HOLOs. That's the other short that we're looking for. Apple now 235.30. That's not a fun keystroke, but is what it is. Got to look for the next dip.
Yeah, Apple, absolutely monstrous. We are now almost $4 now in the money on this NVIDIA trade. So we'll take another piece out right here at 116.72. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly as Neil said, man. Look out for that next trade. Don't, and I even said this, I said this yesterday live on the show, and Adair knows this because I talked to Obi too. It's like trading is not about what you made today, it's about what you make tomorrow. Because I've already made this money. We're already here. You know, it's not worth it for Neil to compare or for me to compare or anything like that. This is the trade. I have the trade. The trade is in. The money is in the pocket right now, which is why I'm telling you the day's been made right here already. So we can all do this. You know, we'll all maybe get there different ways, but right there, it's 9:40, and we have one trade idea, and that's the advantage, as we all know, of trading prop. You know, we're sitting here trading other people's money, and I'm loading it into these ideas. And so far, so good. All right, so we only have right now about 20% left of this trade. I'm going to take an opportunity to get another piece out right now in the 70s. My best bids are basically 17s. I don't think we really got any 116s, but look at that bottom there, 117. It held yesterday. It might hold again here today. So let's start to get some out, ring some registers. Rigetti, we have less than 10% left of this name as well, but we're going to watch out. Remember where we were going to get out around 1240? I think that's still going to be the play. Maybe a break now of 1230. Let's put that in 12, whoops, not 112, 1229. We almost had old man hands here too. 1229, we'll push offer, enter, and then go right back into it. So remember, my stop for NVIDIA was $1.20, right? And we just wound up taking that 3 and change on this. But we are trying to battle back a little bit. I'm going to punch out another piece here at 118 if we're able to get that, as NVIDIA making a march back to the upside there, as the NASDAQ, well, we just got 118s again, as the NASDAQ, it's still in the middle, man. I mean, we were waiting for that 21.1, but that's not there yet. So, all right, NVIDIA, nice battle back. If anybody caught the long, congratulations. Great trading.
Yeah, well, now that the market's back, look, the market is split right now. Like the NASDAQ is trying to battle back off of the lows. You still have the stronger names pulling up. What's interesting is actually I just looked up. Tesla, NVIDIA both popped, and then we just had a little bit of a drop here in Apple. So I'm still hunting for VWAP. Got to go over to SoFi. In my notes, I like 1680 for a short on SoFi. I chuckle because SoFi just dropped $1 off of the open. Not good. It's an earnings continuation play, so try to keep it simple. If you don't have the flush here or on a pop and fade, I usually want to be shorting it into prior resistance or support. That's 15.7. That's VWAP in here right now for SoFi. So SoFi, 15.5. If we get in there, I'll take the starter position on SoFi. Thought we'd be doing it the other way, where we'd be fading pops, but I just want to be joining the trend. And as I said, sort of focused on what we want to be in. Marvell, with that bounce that you just saw in the market, and NVIDIA, it's pulling into the 101 level for the first time. So let's see if we can't get it off of this resistance in the afternoon. It played 100 to 101 multiple times and unable to break 101.5. So as it breaks 101 here, that's where I want to look for the continuation short on RVL. Tesla is, that was a little bit surprising. Tesla didn't really have a particular catalyst, but it didn't stop it from absolutely flushing off of the open. Let things settle down a bit here, everybody.
Ugh.
And
Market really is coming in.
yeah, I mean, Apple's starting to pull into VWAP. If we lose here on Apple VWAP, we're in a world of hurt, everybody. So let's just be real. Like, I think if these stocks can't hold on to VWAP here, then that's not a good look at all. And this is one of the strong names out there. I'm going to lump Microsoft in here and Amazon. If they can't do the heavy lifting, the market doesn't have any choice or any hope, because that's what we got yesterday. We got these guys holding us up, and averting disaster is the best way to think about it. So we're in Marvell. I'm in SoFi. I'm not in Apple yet because we're still $1 away from VWAP, but we're getting pretty close to wanting to pull that trigger.
Yeah, so we just got some more 17. Okay, I mean, I just took another 118 there, but we did get, oh, that's still Rigetti. Oh, yeah, so Rigetti just popped again into that level. I'm going to put another offer here at 1297 just to see if we can get out another piece, but we have less than 10% now. We have 6%. We just got 2.5 out again right there. We got a lot of this out on that initial pop back there, so now we can hold a little bit. I'm going to take something out on VWAP, and then we'll see if we can hold about that 5% and then let it go. I mean, ultimately, we're always going to wish we held just a little bit more. Let's check out Palantir. On the sticky note today was NVIDIA. And I want to say shout out to somebody who said that they were already up 1,800 and done for the day. I mean, I just want to say props up to you, because great minds, I guess, are thinking alike. I don't think there's anything wrong with being done, especially if you've hit your goals at this point. Apple, okay, that long has already gone. We'll, like Neil mentioned, we'll play pullbacks. Oh, let's check out RCL real quick. So before we head off of Palantir, when the market bleeds like this, we've seen it happen numerous times. Palantir gets hit a lot more than any other stock. It seems like, maybe not today when we're looking at NVIDIA, but you know, like that was just 76.50. It just dropped $2.50 on that NASDAQ weakness there into the lows. So trying to figure out if that's going to be a bottom. I don't think the selling is done in the NASDAQ yet, so I'm going to stay away from Palantir. And the next bid I have on NVIDIA is 116.70. And we are getting lighter and lighter now on NVIDIA, under 10% left. So the name I wanted to look at, Apple, I don't know if you got that. It didn't add. It kind of wicked. Yeah, it was tough. I was trying to do the same thing. No, I was just going to say it wicked down, but it didn't quite get there.
Look, I have an execution plan for that when it does this wick on Apple. Just very quickly, come my chart before we go to Adara. Like I have a plan of action when it wicks 234 like that, which is if it holds 234, take a break back above the prior bar, which is 20s. But this time I just didn't get the punch. So I did try to punch this. It's like hold the even dollar, break that prior bar, just go punch long because it's a wick bottom, I'll sit there and go long off of this local low here on Apple if we can grab it. I just don't like, do you want anything long but Apple right now?
Crazy.
I mean, if you do, I'm not seeing it. So, you guys let me know what is strong here. I had a quick peek over at Amazon, and that wasn't breaking the highs. I know Meta's doing pretty well. Marvell, we got that pullback. It's actually 101.34. We've now double tapped, so I'll let the market usually decide what the resistance is going to be. We eyeball 101.5 because it just happens to be pre-market lows when we were in the afternoon, but it's now double tapped this level. So if it breaks 40, I might as well just get out and wait for VWAP. SoFi, we're doing a similar play, shorting it off of VWAP here. SoFi, look, SoFi didn't have bad earnings. It just doesn't matter. It cratered after the earnings. So we're going to give it back into this prior low. Apple is the one that's a miss on that last little dip. Okay, never mind. Amazon is breaking out.
Yeah.
Okay, so Amazon is pretty much, it's at the breakout right now. So we just missed a dip buy in Apple, but if Amazon finds any buyers above this 236.40 level, that's from 2 days ago, then it's all-time highs here on Amazon. You want to be careful about getting trapped in all-time high fail breaks. But, I mean, it just broke the 50 level, so I guess we're going to go long. And there goes Marvell. So Marvell initially gave us a pop down, but now it just came right back in to the upside on MRVL. SoFi still holding on. But let's see if we can't pick up this Amazon trade. This is the issue with looking at Apple, is that by the time Amazon broke, I'm firing orders into it as opposed to focused on that level too. Still have Apple up for the next dip, but wow, there goes Amazon. What a breakout.
Amazon. Yeah, we love Amazon. Amazon, again, that's that vacation stock of ours, and not selling it. See if we can stay in a better place here. Amazon nicely done to the upside. We talked about the NASDAQ making that move down, and it really recovered quite nicely there on the day. I took 117.80s there on the way down, just wondering if we are trying to find a little bit of a base there. But this is what I was talking about with the NASDAQ as we sort of can zoom back in and around here. Whoa, on this level right there. So came back in. We kind of got into yesterday's low. This is where we were talking about that 21.1 that we were trying to look at. Didn't quite get there. We got to 21.80. So that would be something to look at for the downside. I don't really want to get crazily bullish until we break this 21.4. So we're still stuck in the middle. IMO. What's up, Adara?
Elon Musk related news here. DOGE here. This is Dogecoin. As you can see, getting a little bit of a pop here on this 15-minute candle. Bloomberg reporting that there are a couple different firms in talks with the Department of Government Efficiency, which does happen to be called DOGE for short due to the acronym there, which is run by Elon Musk. Apparently, basically, these firms are talking to the DOGE team with regards to the use of blockchain for evaluating technology for government efficiency. So apparently, Elon Musk's DOGE working here with regards to blockchain. So both of those catalysts here looking like a good look for DOGE, which they get a little bit of a spike on that report, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you very much there, Adara. I appreciate you.
Dogecoin.
Well, I don't track Doge. I don't even have it on. We'll look at that, see how that's going. Yeah. I really only I pay attention to Bitcoin because I think the market sometimes Bitcoin follows the NASDAQ a little bit. Sometimes the NASDAQ, if a big level happens to break on Bitcoin, then you'll get some follow through there. So that's what I'm watching. And I'm not in any of those crazier altcoins. So shout out to anybody that is and is doing well on them. All right, Apple, let's see if you can do a little bit of a dip. But right now, you've got Amazon pulling back into prior highs. These are all-time highs here for Amazon. 236.40 was that prior all-time high. So much like Apple, you're getting your first red bar on the 3-minute, or at least attempted red bar in the 3. If it holds the prior low or high in this particular case, let's see if we can't get a dip and rip here for Amazon. It's only up 0.2%, but I think the significance is the fact that it is still an all-time high break. So it was about 1 minute to go on that candle. You did have a halt on BLBX. I quickly looked at it, and my first thought was be very careful trading that stock. Liquidity is non-existent on BLBX, halted to the downside. So there goes SoFi. We didn't get it at 16.8. We play it off of VWAP, but if it breaks out above, then we get out and wait for it to resume that trend line. Still want to be long Amazon and Apple. I can't get away from that and still have to stay a little bit laser focused. I've got level 2s in my charts that are focused on Amazon, Apple, SoFi, and that Holo. Haven't really gotten into Holo yet.
All right. Yeah, great call there on Amazon and on Apple and on Marvell. I mean, there's been a lot of movement here today. I just want to say, like, Rigetti right now, 12.50 long. We just posted it up. We posted it when we took the trade. We're posting it now again as we break through $13 right now on Rigetti. And we actually took another piece out right there at 13 and change. Thanks, Randall. As we go to the upside right there for Rigetti. So that's a nice move there. Yeah, what's your favorite pasta? Like, what's your cannelloni? Okay, I'm down with that too. I can't. Okay, yeah, the feta cheese. Good call on that. I like the Parmesan rinds. You keep those, you throw those right in there, and then you get yourself a little tasty treat.
I can't do
coming in there. All right, so NVIDIA, we talked about that could be the bottoms down there. So now we have. Trying to think about it, it's under 5%, but there still is some shares here, so we'll have to watch out for that 120 breaker one more time. I'm going to put the stop there on this last 5%. I think that's being real responsible. I'm going to cancel that. If it does break through 120, then we'll get out of there. 120.20 or so out of our last piece for NVIDIA. Like I said, the damage, I mean, and it's not damage. We've already done what we need to do here on NVIDIA today. So that was a good trade. And Rigetti's sort of just like, all right, dude, we'll go with you as well. So 2 for 2 on those trades. Doesn't mean anything. We're looking for more, as we've talked about. Palantir, I mean, look at this move back in the market. I mean, were you there buying those dips or not? I mean, there it goes. So I don't know how to call that. Yeah, we're going to have economic numbers. Like, there's things happening here, but it's just a matter of, like, what's happening. And right now, it's a rebound, and there go the Qs, right back up to 21 and change. So we talked about where we look to get short. Maybe we'll call up the TQs. I was looking at $81 there, which is that high that we talked about, that 21.4. So we're not quite there yet for me to flip over.
Did you say 21?
Yeah, can you do something for it?
As Adara says, can you do something for me?
Yes, exactly.
And Amazon, do something for us as well. Look, it's absolutely crazy, this move that just happened, and it's not just Apple and Amazon. I mean, NVIDIA just pulled $3 off of the bottom here. So Amazon, first red bar, holds the bottom. Unlike Apple, we were able to get this one. We got Apple once, we got Amazon once. There's nothing in terms of levels up here. If you like Fibonacci's or something, then maybe you throw those up. I'm just thinking 240 bucks. So like every dollar on the way to 240 is going to be a level for us here on AMZN. And then Apple, if we're trying to stay focused on the strong names from yesterday. Okay, WIC 234. I don't know, I can't be married to the entry that we missed. So I'm not just going to leave a bid where we missed the bid last time. So let's see if we either get VWAP in here or another hold at that 234 level for Apple. The market is right back into resistance levels. That's going to lead me to Marvell. Wow, Marvell. Okay, let's zoom it back out because 105 was the spot that I like Marvell, and it's at 102.5. So if it gets back into these pre-market highs, that's still a bit of a fade zone for me. Crypto's not doing anything, but it is up. And if they're up, then my eyeballs are on the old fade in Mara. So if we break out the top, we're only at 102.7 in BTC, so we still have a ways to go before we get any real pop and fade plays on that name. So Marvell getting close to that pre-market high, which we'd want to reload on that one. Apple, I guess it doesn't want to get to VWAP. I'll zoom it back in for you guys. Man, Apple's strong. Apple's real strong. Now you've got, look at this trend that it's holding on Apple. Pretty steep trend. If we lose the trend, dollar to VWAP, and then we'll go for the dollar retracement. And I got to respect the same thing here on Amazon. If we can't break this double top, well, VWAP is $1.70 away on Amazon. I'm not holding the VWAP. That's a very local top that I'll just get out and wait for it to pull back a little bit further. Let's go to Adara. Time for happening now.
Looks like the Richmond Fed Composite Index is already out, coming in -4, so better than the expected -10. CP consumer confidence a little bit lower than expected here, 104.1 versus 105.85 expected. It's also lower than the previous print of 104.7, so just to recap here, slightly lower than expected CP consumer confidence and also lower than expected Richmond Fed Composite Index data here today. NASDAQ not really reacting, continuing to try to push to the upside, roughly flat here on the day. Let's check the S&P 500 as well here on this 3-minute chart and see how the SPY is doing. SPY pretty similar, but a little bit more removed from that recent high than what we're seeing there with the Qs. We're going to have to wait and see what occurs here with these markets. Of course, AI still on watch here. we've got Boeing and some of these earnings names on watch as well. Boeing, actually, their earnings call is set to begin right now. So if I hear anything of note or see any moves, I will definitely keep you all apprised. They missed on earnings per share and sales, but their CEO, Kelly Ortberg, did mention apparently working here with Elon Musk. So, of course, the Elon Musk mention sends it to the upside. Kelly Ortberg also discussed potential sale here for Boeing's non-core segments. So keep an eye on BA for sure. Some other earnings names are GM and RCL. And then, of course, there's also NVDA, some of these other AI plays on day 2 of the DeepSeek reaction. We do have some fear that DeepSeek could, I guess, add a little bit more competition to that AI space. So keep an eye on all these tickers. Should be an interesting day once again, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, we may already be getting.
The market has fear that DeepSeek, for the AI names, the market has fear of what DeepSeek can do. I'll tell you right now, we're Canadian, but American ingenuity shouldn't have fear of that. This is exactly what Alphabet and Alphabet, OpenAI, this is what they need, man. If it was going to be ridiculously expensive, then they need a kick in the butt. And when you have big, large corporations that have control and have a limited, look, the barrier to entry was high because those NVIDIA chips are expensive. This is what you needed to have happen to light that fire under the butts. And I think that's going to be a good long-term thing. Especially, I like Google in this one, and I don't hate on Gemini. Is what it is, like certain other people, but it is what it is, and I like it in the long term. This market rally
hates
is
on Gemini. I don't think.
No one around here hates on Gemini. Okay. I happen to be a fan. I do use it myself, and I like Google as a holding, but not everybody likes Gemini. Amazon all-time highs. Meta is trying to get back to its all-time highs. Here's the somewhat concern. I don't know why Meta dropped as much as it did just there when the market got back up to the top, but you got to respect that somebody was selling here at 675. So Amazon's looking good. Apple is still on trend, stay on target. And we're looking for the next available dollar here on AMZN. But we're getting into the short zone. And if you're looking for the short zone, I've already mentioned Marvell, and AMD is another one in the pocket. I'm canceling Marvell. What I like about AMD over Marvell right now is the market's going back to the highs. AMD can't even get to VWAP. So it doesn't matter that I happen to like the Marvell short a little bit more earlier. Now I like AMD more because it's relatively weak. Relative strength and relative weakness matters. And with that, let's go and take care of some business.
Yeah, sure. Are you a skilled trader, guys, but lacking capital? Then prop firms offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, allowing you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from $5,000 to well over $500,000. You can start with as little as that 20 piece in your pocket. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? Well, that's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payout histories. Access everyone. Over 4,500 verified reviews. Explore payout histories and discover the best current deals all in one place. Please scan that QR code there below. Check the link in description to find out more from propfirmmatch.com. Hey, visit their website. Go check it out. This is the thing. All those reviews, we talk about this all the time. The payout history is extremely important. You want to make sure that you can indeed get paid for your trading. And there are so much out there as far as competition. So make sure you go check out propfirmmatch.com today. And we want to thank them for the sponsor. And it's right there on your screen. We can make it pretty easy for you.
Not everybody has to deal with competition, but that's a place where you want that competition. Now, we don't have to deal with competition being the only real trading show out there where you'll see live trades, where we'll have live news like you have right now with Adair at the desk.
Just be aware here of Visa. This was actually posted, I think, about 7 minutes ago, but there wasn't much of a move in the stock at the time. Now there is a move, though, so I want to let you guys know about V. Basically, the CEO of X, or formerly known as Twitter, Leonard Yaccarino, posted on X a couple minutes ago basically saying that Visa is going to be X's first partner for their X Money account, which is going to be debuting later this year. So X making a push into the financial sector with V as their partner. Keep an eye on X Money and keep an eye on Visa. Guys, back to you.
we're like, that move down, there was a lot to buy there today if you did believe in some of these runs like in NVIDIA, like in Amazon and things like that, and like Apple right off the jump there as well. Okay, we haven't been able to talk about this too much because we just had the prop for match there, and then now the TQs. So look, we just got hit there shorting into 80. So we're going to be down right now on the TQQs. I just thought that we could pull back, and it's my bad because the levels should be right here. We shouldn't have stopped out too much earlier. So I was thinking about right into here, this sort of level. I'm still thinking like the ultimate short would be there, and I feel like we're getting a little antsy trying to make something happen right now. And by the way, Joe let me know, I don't know where Joe is right now, but he went long at 117 there on NVIDIA, so we congratulate Joe for that kind of a ripper. But NVIDIA, we did, so I just tried again right there, and we finally got stopped out at 120.30 break. So we actually made a little bit of money shorting right there and finally just now getting stopped out. Doesn't mean that I think this play is over with, but that was a great level. And sometimes it's like yesterday, we made the money. There's Joe. Yeah, great trade there. Did you get out yet or still? Okay, so he's all out now. So great trade up from 117 up to 120. But it's like yesterday we made all the money long and then we flipped over to the short. It's basically a carbon copy, but like the other way around. I guess it's not carbon copy, but you had yesterday the move down and then the rebound. And then today it's kind of like you had a huge break of that 120 and then went right back into past support there from yesterday. And then the rip happens from there. So again, like just had to zoom out a little bit. And we had Chef Joe on last week, and he was talking all about that zooming out and how that's changed for him. So that was a great pickup there by zooming out. I took one more shot. They're trying to short it right here at view up. I still think we're going to be right, but at the end of the day, I'm not trying to think about anything. I'm just trying to watch out for price action. Rigetti's still 50 cents, and we are short now the market. I'm going to wait for a pullback. We just shorted now at 20s, and we actually wound up getting 05s or so. Because we got chopped up and took a couple hits there, I mean, I'd like to see this thing fall down. I just don't want to go right back into scalping mode because we scalped out the loss. So too many losses there. Let's see if it can fall back in and try to make this back into 79.60 or so. But the stop out is basically where we are right now. I mean, the NASDAQ is starting to go higher here, and we're starting to feel some kind of ways about holding on to this. So that stop right there would be $81. That's a little too high. That's actually where we wanted to start building the short. So I'm thinking like local highs right now for the stop of, our chart doesn't really show a local high. Right there, what is that? 80.30s. So we're short here at 15s, 14s. I think that's well worth the risk right now as we pull back into flats for the trade. So, okay, there we go. Nice little push down now, Neil. So there we go. So now, okay. Now it's starting to make sense, the risk to reward. So now let's start taking some pieces off. We just gave you 15 handles worth of risk. So now it's 30 in the money. So let's take, wow, now it's 40 in the money. Let's take another piece off. I don't know if something just hit there or not, but it looks like, Neil, I hope you're not long chip names because I just saw NVIDIA dip down. Now we got stopped out of NVIDIA, but it is pulling back right there. So
not just NVIDIA.
Okay, lots of different, okay, you go ahead.
Topping tail candle on Amazon up down through 238. So it got to the next even dollar, 38. It was holding for a minute, closed under, then broke out, made a fresh high, and then lost 238 again. So even dollar failed break for now on Amazon. What's going on with Apple? Oh, Apple doesn't care. Apple literally doesn't care that the market just got to a top and pull back. Apple is still at the high and not giving you, okay, it's not giving you VWAP. It's giving you entries on dips. Like there is 1, 2, 3. I've got one of the 3 dips on Apple. So yeah, I can't sit here and complain. I can't tell you that Apple hasn't given you dip buys. It's given you a couple in there. I did pivot to Amazon, so I am okay with it. But the next time we get a dip on both of these, obviously I like this 236.75. That's in front of the prior all-time high, 236.5. And then for Apple, as the market tries to come back in here, maybe just look at the trend line. So I'm just going to go with kind of like line of best fit. We'll throw that trend in there. That holds up with 235. So I guess I'm looking 235 dip on Apple, but in comes NVIDIA, in comes AMD.
Let's go.
Meta, I haven't really taken too much of a look at. And Juan Padilla just said Palantir shorts. I forgot to look at Palantir.
Yeah,
oh, that's at 77. That's the big level. Oh, my goodness. Palantir at the 77. This could be a bit of a mean reversion. If it fails this breakout, we've seen what Palantir does when it fails an even dollar breakout. That is a heck of a mean reversion trade. Good call, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, good call, Mr. Badia. All right, so we're just, right now we only have we have 2 positions, but Rigetti, we're less than 5%. We're not super worried about that one. The TQs, we still have 50% of this, just a couple five spots in and around here. Great outs though in the 70s and in the 80s. So we're, like I said, we were trying to hold to make a little bit back here on the NASDAQ. Like when you're trading futures, like you can have a couple different strategies to it. You could take multiple shots, which again, if you trade like us, and like I've traded now thousands of shares of the TQs already here today, and like my fees are just a couple bucks on it because every time it comes in and I'm sitting here, so like right now I'm sitting at 61, so that's just where the 200 period sort of is. So if that comes in and fills me, I'm getting paid to add liquidity into the market. So it creates a lot of advantageous opportunities for this style of trading where you're not like layering into your fees, because obviously if you're paying $10 a fill, or even if you're paying $5 for every fill, like I already have today just 20, again, thousands, I mean, shares is, you're not going to get billed per share, you're going to get billed per trade, so the thousands of shares doesn't really matter, but 24 individual fills. So it's like, even if every one of those fills is like $5, you know, you're still at $100 worth of fills. So that's not how I trade this whatsoever. We're adding liquidity every time. I'm rarely punching in and removing and getting charged a fee. So that helps this style of trade. So I was gonna say, if you're trying to follow me, I think you just gotta use some of these higher levels, because often I'll start the trading and everyone's gonna do it differently. It's like Rigetti, why we wrote down 1250, but yet we're long at 1260. It's like, if we're kind of liking this area right there, sure, in hindsight, it looks great, like we should have just waited for that. But I was just going short into that area until it broke. And once it broke, we wound up getting out and then seeing if it was going to settle down. We thought we had one tall wick there. Looks like it hung out for a little bit more, but then there's the right back into past support. So that's a decent spot right there to think about getting out as we retrace back. Remember, we still have half, so it's not like the perfect trade here by any stretch. We could still get stopped out. Remember, 80-30 is where this trade winds up stopping out. So yeah, still a lot under this market. I think it's a long now. Above VWAP, we just didn't even get there. We held. So I'm stopping out of this and then completely regrouping the whole train of thought right now, as it is looking more and more.
Oh
like
my goodness, Amazon.
like long to me. Is that just blasting again?
Amazon again.
So
AMD above VWAP. I preferred that to Marvell, which at least that distinction was right for the reload. We'll go back to that in a second. But then when we wicked out of it, Amazon thinking we're going to get another pullback. What pullback? Mm-hmm. Amazon now, it's only 1% up, but it's just way more impressive than that, because it was at 230. It was at 234 at the open. And it looked like it was going to do a failed break of the open and then just hold under VWAP and then stair step into the downside. Right, Palantir, and then shout out to Juan Padilla. Like, I like this. You got two things going with a mean reversion trade. Sometimes I like the fact that you're just have a big time trend where you can get here to here, risking to the top, but also you have the 77 even dollar level. So maybe some people long trap there. But believe me, stop is at the high of the day. We make a fresh high, we're getting that you know what out of Dodge. Okay, so there's Apple. Apple continues to go higher. Disappointing, because yesterday captured a much better portion of this move by being long the bottom. Now Apple wants no part of giving you any kind of a dip buy. So we're in the right spot, but wasn't very efficient on Apple like we were yesterday, and not able to capture sort of the magic that it had with our re-entry there in VWAP. And it was a keystroke error, so it is what it is, man. Like that's why that's quoted like a short sell. Like I kind of, you know, is what it is. Like I punched out. I am not short the stock, but we should still be long this one, or found our way back into it along with Amazon. Let's get to Adara, even Boeing going.
Speaking of weird here, nice little pop for Zoom Communications. I'm seeing no news on ZM. And it's not a ton of volume either. It's under 1 million shares so far today, but ZM pushing to the upside here pretty nicely, guys. Back to you.
Market wants it today. Boeing's up 6.5%.
This is a zooming.
We like Boeing. But yeah, I'm not getting. It's not a trade for me.
What is it, 6%?
I'm not celebrating anything on Boeing until they make money again. Like for me, it's like it's a good entry long, but until they actually turn a profit, I'm not considering any real next moves or ringing to the register. I think that's going to be an event. It's been like 7 years.
50. Yeah. At first, yeah, they were saying that.
7 years since they have had a profitable quarter.
Ride.
6? My bad, 6.
6 years.
Okay,
yeah,
6.
get it right, Neil.
Still crap.
Yeah, no, obviously. Yeah, well, I mean, look, the stock is actually doing pretty good. I mean, I don't know, I'm pretty impressed with it. Okay, so I just wonder right now, like NVIDIA is actually still up on the day, so I don't want to discount that. Generally speaking, I like to try to go long on some of these names. I wonder if we just got that whoosh again on NVIDIA. I'm gonna try to support the long into 119. So that bottom right there is 118.74. So I'm going to wait to see if we do get a dip buy into some of these levels. But right now we're long at 89s. So let's see. I mean, the high we got for NVIDIA, I'll take out 10% if we get into 120.10s or so, because it seems like that's sort of been some of the areas there. And then that high would be 37. And then that wick high is 60s. So we do have a good opportunity to get going here on NVIDIA if we're right about this play. So there it is. Okay, so far there's the face slapper. So we did this yesterday, man. We went short. Well, yesterday we went long, nailed it. Then we went short, nailed it. Now we're trying to do the other way around here and just show some of the versatility again of what we're able to do. So there it goes. Let's see now if this can get up there. Okay, here we go. Nice move up now to 120.28 is where I'm offering. We just got missed there. I put it back. I actually didn't have it because I had a 20. Then we just put a 28 there right now as well. So far so good here on the reload for NVIDIA. And oh boy, we'll put another one at 25. There it is. We get the 25. Let's see if we can get through 28s and 30s there. Those are those levels. Now we wait for highs. Let's see if NVIDIA can moon now. Pretty good risk to reward opportunity here for NVDA, I feel like. So let's try to hold it now. We've scalped out a little bit just to justify what we're doing. But let's see if it wants to get up the rest of the way. I mean, I want to buy a little bit more, but I don't want to get too excited until this 50 period. So like 119, I mean, my next bid is 119 quarters. So let's scalp out a little bit on that pop and see if we can't just like keep the momentum going here for NVDA longs. With scalping out the top, understanding that it's been a little bit of a roller coaster, to say the least, in these markets and in some of these names. Maybe we're finally topping out. We said 21.4, right? And I've given up on those cues, but maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe we should have waited. Maybe we're not getting up here and we just sort of got stopped out. We are going to be red on the futures. Well, you know, we talk about all the time, wow, we just nailed the futures. Well, we didn't nail it today. We went short too many times and got stopped out there the last time. So for right now, these triple Qs giving me a little bit of a nervous breakdown. But at the end of the day, we went back, not really, we went back long now onto NVIDIA. Let's see if that works. It's only 25 pennies in the money right now. I'm going to scalp out 5% more here at 04, as it seems like we're having a little bit of problems breaking higher here on NVDA.
Yeah, well, I think it's got a chance, man. And just a unique trading group, good point. And I'm with you on the trend. And I always look for a setup for a trade entry. And that's, again, you have to have a setup. I could be in any price on Apple or at any price on Amazon, but at the end of the day, if you buy any price, you don't necessarily have a trade. So when Palantir set this up, it is just a simple 77 is resistance. There's the high. It wicked the high. My entry is in here on the break of this bar, and it's a stop out on the penny to that top. And then we're looking for a mean reversion. Joining the trend requires sort of a setup for me to get in. I'm not just sort of buying highs. I like a dip maybe into prior resistance. At this point now, that would be the 77 level, so I can look to be a joiner. The names that I like long that were part of the plan, one is doing a pullback right now. That's Apple. Amazon doesn't even want to care. So I want to go back to the well on these. Like every single time Apple has dipped, you've gotten a nice carry through on this trend. So it showed you first available red was still within pocket because it was a break of the prior high. Now we're going to look for a pullback in on this trend line. It's roughly 236. But remember, that's just a little, I'm just drawing that on the chart. It has to bounce anywhere in this range, and then we'll take it on the way back to the upside. These are the names that I want to be joining trend on because they were part of the original plan. Let's go to Adara, get the small cap recap, because I'm sure there's some of those that are moving as well.
Interesting support resistance area that we find ourselves at right now for the IWM. This is the 3-minute chart. So you can see here we use the support area of that 226 yesterday pre-market and during yesterday's session. We rejected a couple times this morning. Now we're actually trying to reject the slightly higher area here of that 226.50 or 80, just shy of 227. So slight incline potentially here for IWM. The next level of potential resistance would be that lower high going back to yesterday around that 227.40. So quick technical rundown on the IWM. Now, in terms of small caps, there are quite a few today. We're going to start with SLXN. This one was one of the big runners early on today, and they have a very small float. From what I'm seeing, they have about a 220,000 share float, which is minuscule, but certain platforms will have different numbers. Basically, here reporting some tumor growth reduction, stats here from one of their treatment studies. So SLXN, again, with a very small float, pushing you to the upside on that. Then we have HEPA. Now, HEPA, it's interesting here. No catalyst for today for HEPA, but just over 5 million share float. But back on Wednesday, they did drop here after announcing a $9 million public offering. So it could be pretty delayed rebound. It's a penny stock here, about 24 cents. Last but not least, we have Brighthouse Financial, BHF. Financial Times reported this morning that this company is looking to sell itself. So BHF, not a small cap in the typical sense, about a $3.2 billion market cap, but smaller and moving with a catalyst here, guys. Lots of smaller names to keep an eye on.
Yeah, there's always small cap, large cap. I mean, we'll tend to look at some of the larger names there. I mean, I did trade Rigetti today, which has been nice. We only have a little small piece left of RGTI. So again, like the name there, we talked about the increased volume in the pre-market. We wrote down 1250. It just happened to be pretty lucky to come into that level. So good on it, really, to get down there. But we were able to take it out, and just because it spiked up so early when we got in it, we got out of the majority, like 75% probably, in that first little bump up. And then we got another piece as we thought maybe it was, maybe if I zoom in a little bit, you'll be able to see a little bit better. Rate, maybe even a little bit more. Right into here. So theirs is up into the 200 period. Then we thought maybe this could have been the high, so we get out another piece at 80. Then it comes into VWAP, and for us, that's, you got to get something out there. It's like an earnings play. We always talk about. By the way, right now, Neil, NVIDIA is absolutely mooning right now, and our net is starting to go with it. So we got to get a little bit more out, and we'll talk about that as it goes. But there was the last piece out, not the last piece, our last piece out. As we broke above 13, it looks like it wants to go. But here we go again. So we're putting the numbers up again. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day here on NVIDIA because we reversed it into the long. We did try the short, but then when we realized that's no good again, we talk about this all the time. It's that spidey sense, right? You got to have some of it or else you're lost. And that's what we do with trading. It's like you got to get that feeling that maybe things are turning around and you start to stick your neck out sometimes and make some plays, right? And that's what we did there. Just felt like it was trying to hold a little bit there. Now NVIDIA goes back up to the upside. Remember, it was up 4% or so in the pre-market. I don't think we're going to get to that level or anything, but if we do, we'll be here to trade it. So there goes NVIDIA. Nice. There it is. Yes, sir. We get that 65. Oh, baby. This is starting to become something now, Neil. As it starts to go up, we might be up more today than potentially we were yesterday on NVIDIA after we get out of this trade. So let's go. It's a nice move upside there for NVDA as we take a dollar club the other way right now. So some good trades today by Neil over there on Apple, Amazon, and then there it goes right now. Another dollar club winner. We took 4 earlier on NVIDIA, stack on another one. 4 plus 1, that's 5 total dollars today, Neil, on NVIDIA, and it looks like we're getting even more right now.
Yeah, big move to the upside. Oh, I just heard...
Smart.
We allowed to say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I bought it yesterday too, Ramin bought it.
Yeah, Ramin buying some NVIDIA, and that's what you have to do. I think when you're looking, if your time horizon is forever,
look at this trade,
then there's never a moment when it's bad to buy a stock like that. And the best time to do it is when there is blood in the water. I think that's 100%. So great look. It is what it is. It's just a fantastic look to buy it. If you don't, to me, it was my number one holding. I was like, I'm buying all the same stuff every single time. I got to buy something different. That's why I chose ARM. But that's a distinction without a difference. It is what it is here, but there hasn't been, I drew that trend line, it's now steeper on Apple. So all of a sudden the dips are getting less deep is the best way to think about it. So it's going to continue to go parabolic. And it's even crazier here on Amazon. Amazon just went like a different level of parabolic to the upside. So it doesn't even have, there's 2 red candles on Amazon and we got out on one of them. So it's kind of like that was probably a chance to get in, but at the time when I looked at what the market was doing, I kind of liked it in the other direction. So I don't want to chase it here yet. I don't want to be buying any of these tops, but I think these are the names that are looking long and strong. Bitcoin is making a move higher. It is looking pretty good. And I want to go back to the longs that we liked. I just cannot be chasing these tops. When I look at what might give you a little bit of juice that hasn't gone yet, well, there's some names out there that could.
On 119.75.
AMD still only about VWAP. We had AMD underneath 113.8. It gave you some 4s, then broke out the top. The second it broke VWAP, we got out of it. It's trying to do its stair step to the upside as well. It has yet to break out, so it could be a little bit of a late chaser. The other name worth watching, and we're going to go to Darren in a quick little second. We had mentioned Boeing at 180. Obviously, we're not going to get 180, but Boeing can still set us up here at VWAP. So that's a name that we already liked to the long side. We're just not going to get the 180 level. Maybe 181 was close enough. But I'll look at 184 here. So I'm going to add Boeing to the list with Amazon and Apple as it's absolutely flying higher and higher. Adara?
Beware here of DKNG and PENN, some of these gambling and online sports betting related stocks. Apparently, Indiana right now is voting here on an amendment of a bill. This amendment would raise sports betting tax rate, and the goal would be to raise this online sports betting tax rate within the state of Indiana from 9.5% to 20%, so more than double it. I'm seeing some comments on this in X, so I'll keep an eye if we hear any updates. But Indiana right now apparently holding a meeting with regards to potentially raising this sports betting tax rate within the state, guys.
All right, thank you. I mean, I've always liked DraftKings. We can have a quick look at that. But right now, obviously, you guys know that we are long NVIDIA, and right now, $1.50 in the money and starting to go to the upside. You're welcome, Asimo, as well, right there for the RGTI shout. I mean, there you go. So you made your whole day buying in at $12.50 and now relaxing. Join the club over there. So we'll floss it off there. So thank you, Asimo, for that. We've added to our stockpile now because we've been buying NVIDIA on these dips. So yes, sir, you are right, Ryan. NVIDIA is pumping. We are long right here at 119.76 off of VWAP. I was waiting to buy more. I mean, I told you my next dip buy was 19.25, right back into here, into 119. So there it goes, man. $1.50 upside move there for this name. As Neil said, you can do one of two things. You can wait for levels, or you got to find names. Like we could have, like Neil was saying, not wanting, and again, you know, we talk about the different styles, not wanting to buy tops or not wanting to buy anything. At the end of the day, right? Like if you just bought Amazon 10 minutes ago at the top, you're now $2 in the money. If you bought Amazon on the 240 break, you're now 30 cents in the money. So, you know, it's like there goes another 2%. Like when these names go, they're going. And right now, there she goes again. And just like missing out on Apple, it's like you didn't actually miss it if you just bought it in the last 5 minutes. But right now, if you're going to be specific, you got to wait for prices. And we did that with NVIDIA. I mean, right now, Neil, it is a $1 and a $2 winner. And again, we didn't rest on anything. We changed our mind. We said we like the NVIDIA long there. We took it. It was at VWAP. And like we always say all the time, and I think this is true in life, you know, like, you got to take shots at things in order to get rewarded. So we flipped up our game plan again on NVIDIA today. Yesterday, it was the exact same thing, but just the other way around. Today, we've been very, very patient. We're very, very calm. We've got NVIDIA, Rigetti, and then we lost on the TQs. So that kind of sucks. But, I mean, as the market continues to go higher and higher and higher, we kind of stay away from this short. The market was down at one point. Now you're up over 1%. Huge move back from yesterday. Right now, even in the ES now up 0.5. And yesterday's only up market. And this is what we've been buying. We talked about buying the diamonds, which, of course, is the Dow Jones. So we were talking about buying that. This was one of the only indexes up yesterday, was the Dow. So you can see right here, they're getting right back to all-time highs, as is every market right now. I mean, this has been quite the movement higher.
What was crazy is it was actually, yesterday on the S&P, it wasn't a record number, but it was one of the highest percentage days of advancers versus decliners yesterday in the S&P.
Oh, boy.
Which gives you an idea of what the move was like yesterday in terms of what was going down and what was not. But what is not going down, like I said, is Amazon. On a 3, I'm just, at this point, next red candle on a 3 is going to be our entry point. Wherever it happens to show us support, if it's on the trend line, great. If it's not, then maybe we just have to buy it wherever it happens to be. But this is now absolutely flying. Boeing is still going. Now it looks like it's going to be breaking higher. So Boeing's CEO is talking right now. So maybe let's I'm going to back off this one and maybe focus on Amazon and Apple until the Boeing CEO is not talking, saying things randomly live. I don't necessarily like that action when you have that going on. So Amazon, Apple looking fantastic. Palantir is just continuing to ride higher and higher and higher. And then when I was mentioning AMD, Well, the market just broke the highs. AMD hasn't broken the opening range yet. It's distinctly different, at least at this point. If this continues, I'll probably wait for confirmation underneath VWAP because I think you can stand to be patient. I think that's going to bode well for us here. Need confirmation that this cannot hold on to VWAP. But that's the one stock that still feels like a short, although Holo is in a different category, being a small cap name. So still going to be looking for that one on the other side. But even as I said, there was a potential red candle in Amazon. It goes right back in. It goes right back into the highs. That dip maybe 20 or 30 cents. Like I said, for me, I'm not buying these kind of tops. Not at 10:30. That's not the time of day that I want to be buying those highs. There's plenty of day left for Amazon if it wants to continue like this. But yeah, probably should have gotten more than $1.30 out of it. That's for sure. Let's go over to Adara for the crypto update. Not much, actually.
For the crypto update, just a series of quick news updates because there's so much to look at today. For one, the information reporting just now that PDD owned Temu, or I guess PDD runs Temu here. Information reporting that FTC is questioning Temu about Amazon pricing policies. So keep an eye on AMZN and PDD. FTC apparently looking into Temu. We also have here CrowdStrike on watch, only getting a couple 3-minute candles so far today, announcing this morning that they achieved 100% detection, protection, and accuracy in this advanced security ransomware test. So apparently CRWD doing quite well at new all-time highs above $400. And then really quickly on Boeing as well, because I know Neil was talking about the Boeing CEO talking. Actually, it's the CFO and it's during their conference call. So be aware that conference call, as I mentioned earlier, still going on, started at 10 a.m. Nothing huge, but I think this is of note. The CFO saying that the company is not going to be providing formal 737 delivery guidance for the year. So keep an eye on that here as well. And with that in mind, apologize for the interruption. Now we will get into the world of crypto because BTC here still trying to charge higher. We had that break below 100,000 pretty briefly yesterday, as of yesterday morning, then came right back above. As of right now, near day's highs for BTC, hanging out around that 103 halves area. And we have some crypto-related catalysts as well. We know Doge was moving around earlier today, basically flat on the day, but it was moving on that 15-minute chart, basically with some reports that Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is going to be working with blockchain to help with government efficiency. So interesting note there. Then we have comments from the CEO of Ripple, whose name is Brad Garlinghouse. He actually said that Trump winning the election is profound for crypto and that he did actually confirm previously reported discussions with Donald Trump that he apparently had about XRP becoming a U.S. strategic reserve asset, though he clarified he thinks that should there be a reserve, it should include a variety of different crypto, not just XRP or Bitcoin. So interesting stuff there. And then we'll take a look here at what other Bitcoin names are doing. XRP up 8% today, Ethereum up 2%, Solana up 1%, BNB up 1%. A lot of these non-Ripple names are just slightly positive on the day. Nothing super significant, guys. Back to you.
Righty, thanks, Dara. Yeah, we always talk about
those
Bitcoin,
two
but
make the
obviously
most
there's
sense.
going to be other names.
Why would you hold a
involved there,
reserve in
so-
anything?
I didn't even think they were even thinking about Ripple or anything like
If you
that.
think about, look, Bitcoin obviously
good
makes
Ripple.
sense. Limited supply. Ripple makes some sense, obviously, because of the transactions that are already going on with them.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the other alts, I just don't get that. It doesn't make any sense for me.
No, I don't think eventually.
Why a government would do that. But so
there, but
on the exact moment that Adara mentioned that Temu Amazon thing, Amazon flushed the 240 level, like on point. It just, the first big pullback since literally 9:33 is happening here on Amazon. So if it's doing it this heavily, if you're not shorted, let it pull into like a 38, 37, or maybe even a mean reversion. Like that's,
you're waiting for the 3-minute though. You said close.
yeah, you need to see some kind of a 3-minute close. Like that's not what it was doing earlier. There was a seed change at 240. It's the second that Temu news did hit on Amazon. So I think it's a little bit distinctly different. So that's where we have to be a little bit more patient. Like I think Apple's holding the trend obviously a little bit better as we speak. So there's still those two. And then I just mentioned AMD struggling to hold on to VWAP. AMD doesn't look as good here. The good news for AMD is it's bouncing off the 52-week low. That's, I think about it. But lower highs being put in. Could not hold prior day close. Wick to 115. Now you're putting in a bit of a lower high. You put one more lower high in, and you've got yourself a little bit of a trend. Yeah, there's RNAS for anybody. This is halted to the upside, and the tap is 1191, so it's indicating it's going to open underneath the local high from a few days ago here on RNAZ. That's a blue sky if it happens to break out that local high. So kind of a flat open, but worth watching as RNAZ, if it does blast. This has already halted multiple times, and that level is a big one. It's probably trapped a few shorts, or at least gotten some weak hands out. After halting down at 850, it's about to break out the top RNAZ. Worth a watch for everybody. My focus on Amazon, Apple, and AMD right now.
All right, everyone, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as we are here live every single day, and we go in the midday coming up in just 25 minutes with both Joe and Sharif. Joe can talk about his 117 long. I don't know where he got out. He's taking a break right now. We'll talk to him when he gets back in. All right, and then Sharif will be back in as well very, very soon. All right, so just for NVIDIA here. This is the only stock I'm worried about because Rigetti, we have less than 5% left, and NVIDIA, we have exactly 10% left. So as you can see, all the way up, we're able to cash it out. And I mean, after this cash out, we will be about 20% less than what we had made yesterday on NVIDIA. And yesterday for me was one of the better days, obviously, as we continue to talk about how we traded yesterday as well as today. Coming right back into 121. I like that 122 high coming up there. We already got a piece out there. So we have 10% left. I do have an offer. Actually, no, I don't. We don't have any offers right now. We actually just got filled there at the 200 period at 121. So my next level with the last 10% was trying to see if it wants to go. I mean, we already bought VWAP. I do have an out of 75% of my position left, so I guess 7.5%. If we break right around here, that 120 and change. But I actually leveled it up because I don't want to give too much back. 120.50. If we break this shelf, and we've tweeted this out, go find me at Trader TV Sean, but right into here, right now, right there, if we break through 120.50, then we'll get out. So this has been quite the play. We're now $1.50 in the money on this play. And hey, if it comes back up into 70s or 80s, we'll take out that 2.5% and then leave this last piece for that 120.50. So hey, maybe we do get this upside that we talked about. And remember, like Neil just talked about it. I know he's not long yet, but you know, right into here, Amazon's pulling back into some levels. So some names that you like that may be strong there. We talked about DocuSign. I actually bought this name in the 50s, believe it or not, on Buyout Rumor. You can go grab our guy Mateo from the back. He knows all about the play on this one. But at the end of the day, it doesn't look like I'm not in it anymore. When it didn't get bought out, we were out of this in the 60s. But right now, DocuSign, I didn't realize it went up to 110. Having a great day, up 6%, bouncing off that $90. So, you know, AI can't do documents the way DocuSign can because you're looking for those signatures, you're looking for those official marks, right? So, all right, here comes NVIDIA. I'm actually going to take out a little piece right now as it's at 47s. So there it is. Yes, sir. Nice little move up there on NVIDIA. Another $1.70. Sharif, we took $4 short. Now we're $1.50 long. But your boy Joe beside us also had a dinger. So we'll talk about those later. But for right now, Neil's either got Amazon or something on his mind. So let's go over to Neil.
Yeah, we got the dip here on Amazon. Is it just held on to 239 even? Who's that sitting at 50s? Oh, never mind. I was sitting at 60 and someone was at 56 for a rather large lot size. I canceled and threw an order in front of them, which is like shaving in front of them. That's what we call it. And they got taken out. So I just got taken somehow with it. So we're going to give it back into this prior bar low and see if we can't get back into the highs. Now remember, 240 was a big resistance spot on these bad boys. But hey, if we're locked and loaded, ready to go, then traders, listen up. E-Signal, first month, free. That's right, waiving fees. So trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to the elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. This platform, it's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict the markets with back testing, very crucial, important part of your trading strategies. Reliable real-time data, which is a key. You want to be able to be secure in the fact that you're going to be able to execute when the market is moving the absolute most. It's all in one platform, so don't miss out. Make sure you execute your best trades now. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. check the link in the description. Big shout out to eSignal. Step up your game. And hey, when those market levels are breaking, maybe you want to look at those tick charts, which I think are valuable, or the second charts like Obi does. So Amazon's the only thing we're into. And we'll go back to Adara because it's already time for Sector Watch. Most of them are probably up.
Actually, Neil, most of them are down, with the exception of tech. So just like yesterday, where we had almost every sector but the tech names, mostly to the upside, at least in the morning. Now we have most of the non-tech sectors sharply to the downside. Consumer durables getting hit pretty hard here. We know GM down on earnings. TSLA, actually the only red Mag 7 name right now, and it's dragging those names down with it. Utilities really weak here as well, as we continue to have some of these utilities names processing the AI switch up with DeepSeek, because utilities were really poised to benefit from that due to the use of energy and powering a lot of these data centers. Energy minerals, speaking of which, to the downside. Consumer non-durables to the downside. Producer manufacturing to the downside. Consumer services, with the exception of RCL, which reported this morning, to the downside as well. And then we have our tech sectors, which, as mentioned, are pretty positive on the day. Retail trade also a little bit mixed. Amazon bringing up this sector, which, by the way, was yesterday's winner, bar none, in terms of upside on the day. So we'll take a look here at these two tech sectors, though. Microsoft, Meta, Google, Apple, and NVIDIA, all of the Mag 7s within these two sectors sharply to the upside. We also took in CRM, Oracle, CrowdStrike made a new all-time high here on some positive ransomware tests. Really quickly within these sectors as well, I want to talk about Boeing, because they did have a little bit of a drop there from their high of day above 188. Basically, CEO Kelly Ortberg, during their earnings call, saying that they're going to be having to work on fixed pricing strategies because that they cannot declare victory on it as of right now. So sounds like that earnings call is wrapping up. If I hear anything else, I will let you know. But yes, even though the day is up, a lot of these sectors cannot stay the same, guys.
Yeah, okay. So obviously not on a day where the market's having a rebound day, you get a little bit excited. So I didn't look at a sector board. So I think a lot of times you look at your quote board, and your quote board is a representation of what you are following. And when mine looks very, very good, I tend to think that's what the market is doing. Yeah. But obviously not everything is going to be going. What I can tell you is not the same is Amazon on this move. So remember at 240, Temu, there was that Temu story. I'm just going to move my trail to that prior bar because this is distinctly different. So I need to have this down. It'll essentially be break even. But I'm looking over at Apple versus Amazon at this moment. And look at that little wick top. The bid is not what it was. It did chew through that big order. But if it's going to put this wick, not break the high, then I want to give it a tighter stop. If it breaks the high, you carry it into the high of the day. So that's the plan of action here with Amazon. It's just a comparison play. And I feel like Apple is just linear to the upside. Like that is a very straight, steady trend line on Apple, the likes of which you don't usually see. So this one, if you can find a dip buy, there should be some better, tighter entries for them. I'm still leaning that AMD is not along. I'm not believing you. I don't believe you, AMD. Because this one, it's hold on to VWAP for now, so I'm not into it yet, but you have a little bit of a head and shoulders forming. I think if you break down this low under VWAP, then I'm taking this one short. And that might be a lunchtime play. Who knows? Like that could set up in 5 minutes, that could set up in 15 minutes. It could set up at 2 o'clock, and we're talking about it in the afternoon show. But AMD's still down 0.7% when the market's up. It's underneath the opening range, and it just put in, or it's trying to put in a lower high. So I'm not done with this one. We did take a swing at it. Scouts them out for a win, and then it broke VWAP. So Amazon long, Apple, we're still looking for that next entry point. We want to stick to the names that we liked for the long side originally here as the wave in big cap tech continues up. It's not everywhere. And shout out to CrowdStrike. What a day Crowd's having.
Yeah, should we talk about cybersecurity there? We did have CrowdStrike going ham as well. Look, right now, I want to thank everybody for watching. Over 8,500 of you watching. If you have not, let's see if we can get it. We only have 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 on the likes right there. I think we can do that, right? We have that poll up, tons of votes on that one. 8,500 of you. If you have not done that, please do it. I think that we're giving you lots of trades here, lots of opportunity, and lots of opportunity to be involved with our midday show coming up as well with both Sharif and Joe. They'll talk about about small caps, large caps, middle caps, no cap, all that kind of stuff as we go. But right there, NVIDIA, we got it another one. So we did get that 50 fill, like we said. We are now down to 8% of NVIDIA as we took out some there as well, getting less and less on this name. And we're about to get stopped out if we do break back down below 50. So I'm going to assume your Amazon just got stopped out there, or maybe not. But right now, NVIDIA is pulling.
Not yet.
Yeah, as I was going to say, it's probably just a chip-related name. I like, obviously,
No, it's
AMD short.
trying to pull back.
Yeah, the market's not really doing that
We
much,
missed
so.
a better short. Than
All right, so there it goes. So I thought we were getting stopped out of NVIDIA right there. All right, yeah, that did not happen for me. So a breakthrough 50 there. I'm going to punch out some right now for NVIDIA. So we actually didn't do, I don't know what happened. I'll have to find out what happened with the stop. I think it's because we just got some out there. I think it's because we took some pieces out there, so we probably didn't have enough shares left to punch out. So we'll have to manually punch it out. So there it is, man. We take ho-hum, $1.50 or so, as we break lower than that as our maximum. And there it goes right now. We now hold 1%, 2% left of NVIDIA as it falls right back into VWAP. And here it comes, coming right back in. And I guess we were pretty right about the Qs, just the timing was bad. We said 21.4. It went to 21.450 right now. So we missed that, and we're red on the futures. So we'll have to regroup and figure out what we're doing with that. But for right now, there's a little bit of a pullback into the 50 period moving average. So we can go back over to Neil. I see you flipped over into AMD.
Well, Amazon hadn't trailed out when you said it, but it was a distinction without a difference. It did lose that support bit of the prior bar, and we're back. We're back. AMD's underneath VWAP, so we're back into that. And as literally as I got into it, when it broke that prior low, people were talking in the chat. So I'm gonna throw the stop, and then I'll get to what's happening over there on Intel, because everything that I was saying about AMD being relatively weak is like Intel is that and then some. I don't know, like there's. Well, I mean, I actually messaged Adair. I'm like, is there something news on Intel that I don't know about? But no, does there have to be? Probably not. Down 2.5%. That's the weakest chip name. So obviously, I had said AMD was looking relatively weak. That's clearly not right. So we're shorting into AMD. But if you get any shot at VWAP on Intel, that would be a nice little trend continuation for them. Apple still looks okay. I mean, look at how well this is holding trend on Apple. If it closes holding the trend line, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's crazy, but it's about to do another 3 minute, even after a pullback closing above the trend line. If it does that, it's like, why not take a look at what has been an explosive long for 2 days in Apple? 4%. The only thing that gives me pause for concern in Apple, you just went in 2 days from the 200 period to the 50 period, which is like $20 here on Apple. So there's some overhead resistance at $240, but it's not at 240 yet. So until it gets there, I'm not as concerned. But I kind of think the 240 is going to be some trouble here for Apple, as long as it closes this one.
Boy.
Yeah, it's closing this one above. So it looks like Apple is trying to give you the reload on trend.
So I know Neil went short AMD there. They don't have to be the same. I went long NVIDIA down here. So let's just wait. I'm going to give it to VWAP, which is basically right here at 120. So this is not going to be a very long trade. We'll try to average some more down into that level. We just put back on 10%. So now we have 12% of what we had right here. So I'm not like absolutely in love with this. I think the short might be something there at some point. So we'll wait, but I'm going to get a piece out at 50. If we can get that 25 cents, we'll do that. Actually, no, I didn't even do that. I'm waiting at 120.60s. Hopefully we can get that 30-cent bump there, and then 121 to the upside. So I'll go long NVIDIA, and we'll wait to see what happens. I did have another name. Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow is all that I can say about this one, man. We'll go diamond hands on this, as we've sold none of our Palantir over the last last couple months. You know, those of you that had weak hands down here, $65, $66, it is what it is. I mean, I think like if you are going to cash out, there's nothing wrong with doing that. But like up here into $80, I feel like right now there wouldn't be. Like this name is up now, and we've picked this name. I don't know who's winning that little tournament of ours, but like this name went huge to the upside right now, and you're coming back into a fault area, like between 80 to 84. It's gonna have to bust through there. That's such a huge move. Like Palantir was just $70 yesterday. It's $80 today. like on nothing. There's no catalyst, there's no nothing. So I would just say cautionary tale right there. I see you got, did your AMD cash?
No, AMD, well, okay, if I did decide to take it, but I did not because that was never the plan to get a small scalp trade on it, load up. So it came in the money. It could have given you like a quarter or something like that, but I'm risking this break to the prior bar high, which is about 30 cents. So I'm looking first target's going to be down here we're taking before at 13.4. So that's the structure. And again, it's just risk to reward thing. Break down there, that's your prior bar high. Apple, all right, so Apple, my VWAP will be a little bit off because I have it shouldn't matter too much, but there's a little bit of a gap, but that's pre-market action, so it shouldn't really matter. But we did get in on this prior bar hold. It held on to the trend line for most of the day and then kind of tagged. It's hard to see with the scaling, but we tagged the highs just now, which is 238.80 on Apple. So we're going to give it to the prior bar low, see if we can't continue the trend there. Amazon is continuing to go as well. Super, super strong on AMZN. And I just saw that it was going to go there. Anu View, RNAS. That was that halter a second ago. Why does it go to Blue Ocean? Because it's alphabetical. So I'm going to do this one for you, RNAZ, and we'll pop it up on a black chart so you guys can. This one just reopened, looking like it might rug pull. So I'd be a little bit cautious here. Like it reopened, wicked the top, and is pulling back underneath support. So looking like it might give a little bit of a rug pull. As a matter of fact, it's happening now. If we do have a halt to the downside, it would still at least be above VWAP. But this is why I don't like chasing these ones when they do that gap. You kind of want it earlier. When it broke that 12, that was the key level on that daily. RNAZ. Not something that I am looking to trade. I think we want to stick to the big cap names that have been working for us, the Amazons, the Apples of the world. We'll try our reload again here on Apple, but it's getting very tight up at the top here. So like scalping this like 30 to 50 cent range off the high.
All right, I think we're getting ready to go over to Adara potentially for money talks with Palantir. It's funny because we had written this down here yesterday into the $79, $80 area. I don't have it today. I didn't think we would get there, but you know maybe that fade off of 80 looks like that's working out. The high of the day on Palantir, 79.50. There goes NVIDIA breaking through 120. So we will take that out right there as it loses VWAP and quickly in and quickly out, as we talked about what we were putting back on. So, you know, not much. We still will wind up more yesterday than today so far on NVIDIA, but we didn't take that reversal until later on. So let's wait to see now what happens with NVIDIA fading off of that bottom. But again, that 121 seems to have been something there, right where that 200 period moving average is. Nice little fall back in there for NVDA. All right, Adara, we're ready for you.
It's looking increasingly toppish here on this DXY daily chart after we did make that topping tail candle just into that 110 level on January 13th. Now we're continuing to make these lower highs, lower lows, currently trading just below 108s for that US dollar. Now, of course, the biggest economic data event of the week is going to be tomorrow. In just over 24 hours, we will have the January FOMC meeting, the first meeting of the year. We have very low expectations here that there will be a rate cut. As Brendan mentioned earlier, there's really no cuts priced in until potentially May. I was also seeing some people saying potentially July as well. So regardless, it seems like we're going to have to wait a little while before we get a rate cut. But of course, Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the FOMC will give us a little bit of color commentary and context on that tomorrow. The decision will come out at 2 p.m. Then at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, we will have comments there from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. So you can check that out with us live tomorrow. Now here in terms of other US dollar related things, a little bit more tangential, but speaking of money, there was a lot of money that went into short sellers' pockets for NVIDIA yesterday. I was seeing some data here from Ortex. Apparently, NVIDIA's short sellers made $6.7 billion in profit yesterday due to that drop on NVIDIA, which was almost 17% yesterday. So NVIDIA short sellers making a nice amount of money there yesterday as well to kind of end our Money Talk segment on a bit of a different note. Back to you.
Yeah, NVIDIA short sellers made money, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We were one of them.
No, but like when they say that, they're usually not meaning day trading.
Oh, no. And
that's the sort of the thing.
Our
it's
numbers
like,
won't be included in that $6 billion.
But it's like, great, but then how much were they losing on the way up?
Right, exactly. That's why it's all I mean, it's a rigged market, right? I mean, they say you saw Apple go straight down. Now you see Apple going straight up. It's the same people that downgraded are the same people that are buying it now, putting these programs up right back up to the upside. The market is what it is. The sooner you realize that, you know, the more you'll be able to sleep there at night. Just
buy the
best
panic
companies.
dips and
yeah,
on
just
the
buy
good
the best companies.
companies.
It's like CrowdStrike, man. I wasn't even involved in this thing until like when they had their huge mistakes and they rolled out a bad piece of software, and that's where we just sat there and bought this thing, haven't sold a dime of this. You know, like get this opportunity. And again, like it was already best of breed in certain aspects of, like, I owned PanW for 25 years, but this name, again, with a lot of some of the new talk about the new cybersecurity, a lot of people loved us some CrowdStrike. So when that came back to the downside, I was like, all right, well, we'll take a shot. And I think that's a perfect example, as Adara brought us some CrowdStrike news earlier on in the day, as that one getting right back to highs. Excuse me. All right, so right there, that's 120. I'm going to try to play underneath VWAP now with AMD, or sorry, with NVIDIA. I understand we are going to be playing with fire here, because I don't want to just keep going back and forth, because that's how you wind up giving everything back. We got to be very, very patient with that. It just did break below there. So I don't know. It looks like the NASDAQ wants to hold this 21.4. I almost thought that we could have broke that level downside again. I was either going to go long the futures, or I was thinking about, again, playing some weakness in a name that we know has a chance. Like, so for me, if we're right about the short, I mean, this is a 118 fill. This is like a 117-ish area. Just to give this like 30, 40 cents to the upside, I thought was worth it. It looks like it might not be worth it right now, because it's coming right back in. So let's try one more spot here. And then the stop out was going to be basically around here, but we're right there right now. So we'll take an opportunity to average in for the first time right now, and then use 120.50 as our out. What looks like we'll take an L here on this last little piece. We're short. Oh, we didn't get the full fill there. Okay, well, we are short right now. It's too bad we didn't get their full shares there, or else we would have a much better price. We're still short at 119.60s right now. We got missed up there at 120.25.
Yeah, someone here is so Apple's at 239 even, but someone keeps swiping it. Every time swipe or no swiping, every time it gets back above 239, it gets to like 8, 9, 10, and then someone swipes it back down to like 98, 99. So I'm kind of thinking if it loses the 90 level, jump out and look for a dip buy. And if it breaks away from this 10 level, just look for it to maybe pop to the next even dollar. So I'm going to play that game. He just did it again. So he just got up to like the 10s and someone swiped it down. So it's a very tight range. Apple obviously has done some things today, up that 4%. So now it's starting to break away from that 10 zone. All right, so now we can throw the trail underneath 238.80 or 90 and see how far we can go. Amazon, by the way. Yeah, so Amazon's at another high. Yeah. Amazon, we did trail out break even, but that ends up being a wick bottom on Amazon. Wicked it out, and then it's right back in. 2%. It's okay, so Apple's up 4% and Amazon's up 2%, but right now, Amazon is a little bit more parabolic and stronger, as opposed to Apple, which is like it's slowly grinding higher in the last couple of minutes, and Amazon just looking a little bit more parabolic. AMD still right at VWAP. At the end of the day, the market's still up. I'll probably take at least one more swing on this, but it's still putting in lower highs. The hold under VWAP still hasn't really happened yet on advanced micro devices, or advanced money destroyer, as it is sometimes called around here. For Intel, yeah, you might not get to VWAP. Market's at the highs, and you can't even pop into VWAP to give a short. But I still like this one as well, to the south side, even if you're able to grab it. So Apple's still looking good. Amazon, I guess we'll have to weasel our way on back into it at some point here. But those are the two longs that I still am favoring. And there comes that. See, that seller came right back in on Apple, and it did not hold that 239. So we'll look for, like right now, it's a 238 to 239 range. So we'll play that as long as it wants to mess around here with that dollar range. I'm okay with playing it up at the top. I just don't want to be holding any longs up here into VWAP. So we'll just try to scalp this 50 cent to $1 range on Apple and look for a bigger move maybe a little bit later on in the day.
So IBIT, we didn't talk too much about crypto here yet, but IBIT is down to the 200 period moving average again, off of a nice bounce to the upside, obviously, off that 58 level. We sort of talked about that earlier on in the show. And then we get to 59, and then it's like, okay, a dollar range, right back into the 200 period, with crypto still holding out okay right now to the upside. So I would definitely have a quick look at that, potentially buying some dips now in IBIT. I mean, right back to also on the 5-minute chart, getting some support from an upward trending 50-period moving average. So that's a good support level, plus 58. So yeah, like 58, holding that to like 57.90 or so, probably a decent spot right now for the crypto name, or BTC, which would be IBIT. Mara, another one of concern as well here. All right, it's past 11 o'clock, so I want to say thank you to everybody as NVIDIA continues to go higher right now. XOM, there's lots of names moving around. Uber as well that we haven't looked at. Mara not doing too much. NVIDIA just touched 121. So, all right, thank you so much. Good show there. Good show. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Yeah, I know. I looked over. I was like, what's 11 o'clock already? All right, so there's a little bit of crypto talk. I'm sure these guys will be all over that as well. So from everybody here, thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, Brendo, Dara, of course, and all of you. Thank you for watching. Oh, did we get to that 2,000 here quickly? Yes, we did. So I want to say thank you so much to everybody out there as we get the 2,000 likes. So thank you so much for that. And let's, without any further ado, flip it over to the two gentlemen to my left in the Midday Show.
Get them.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over. We got Ezekiel. How about my man, Corey? And shout out to the OG Gora. Fiddleback in the house as well. Shout out to Adam L., who's goading it up in the chat. Juan Padilla and Black. Yeah. Benson, we got T-Money. We got Celery 2, the day trading experience. Shout out to Sam Vincent and the Grenade. To read that. Paul Milligan, Adam Dluce. We got Philip Boyd, Peter Baljeet Jr., as opposed to senior, of course. Jimmy J and Grubbs. Yes, I'm hungry already. Evan, Mark Susi. We got Big Asian. Yes, Big Asian's back in the house. We got Andrew Chow and Nana. Scratch Trader, Tisha, or Tisha, actually. I think the big boys say your name wrong. Tisha. What's up, Tisha? We got Stu. We got Jose Rodriguez, did you know? I didn't know.
Did you know?
But we know now,
We
Joseph.
know now, buddy.
A couple more over here up on this, you know what? The beautiful Gate, MC76, as well as Echo Steve. We got Scalping, like that name. The Great Texan, as opposed to, Big Asian. We also have Alex Davis, and the trend is my friend, as the Obe, he is the one Kanob always says. We got Matt G, Samira Sheikh. We got Indeed Money. Sorry, Sean, can't find a name. There is literally somebody in the chat with that name, Katina, man. We got Pax, Randall, Leger. One more, Mr. Thumbs Up. I got deformed thumbs in case you can't tell. Like, look at this kind of thing over here, Joseph. Show your thumb. Show your thumb. Yeah, see, mine is like, it's got a little...
What'd you do then?
Oh, they're just deformed from birth.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good morning, my man.
Yeah, good morning, my brother. I mean, here we are. Yesterday was, what an epic session it was. Somewhat of a black swan event. NVDA down 17% at its lows. 700 billion wiped off the market cap at the lows as well too there, Sharif. That's almost 10 times the Canadian deficit right there. So there you go, just in one stock. Yeah, in one company. But it's true, man. It's absolutely insane the amount of money spent. And then I was looking at the end of the day and how many shares were traded up until 8 p.m. And it was 818 million, a little bit more than that. And that's still only 3.5% of the float. So these numbers are absolutely astronomical. And I'm like, wow, what a crazy session. Not necessarily the bounce that we were looking for today. It is somewhat of an inside day, but it is what it is. We got a lesson, Sharif. Is there anything you want to touch on before we dive in?
Yes, sir. We are looking right now at 6 or 7 small cap gappers, some of them in play, some of them breaking down. Not all of them fit the technical term of a small capper, but they certainly trading like one. RNAZ coming back into the volume weighted average price. Also another area of technical support. And I hope you guys can see the charts a little bit better. It looks good on my screen there that you guys should be able to see the time frame that I'm looking at at, as well as the ticker. So hopefully that works all there. Then I'm also looking at MBIO, another good mover, halted to the downside right now, halted at around 555. It did break into the high there at around 6 3/4. STIM, not giving you the biggest percentage move on the day, about 18.9%, but as you can see, holding the volume weighted average price quite well. BHF, a bit more of an expensive name, but at a key technical area, the volume weighted average price having about, 10 or 15 minutes of this stock at this price kind of keeps me wondering, do I take the dip trade here and then possibly something around $62, $63? ASAN as well is the holdover from yesterday, trading at the day high, just got into that $22 area and rejected. And last but not least, Joseph, LTBR, kind of bull flagging here at 7 1/5. These are the ones I'm looking at. I'm also looking at DGHI. There wasn't room for it on this program. By the way, guys, new look over here for the black charts. This is eSignal, baby. We're locked and loaded with eSignal. It's a hell of a platform. I've been using it for the last couple of days, really getting to know the software. It's quite robust. I'm quite impressed with it, and hopefully within the coming days, Joseph, we'll include the scanner so you guys can see what I'm looking at, because usually we don't bring up that scanner from the top screen because we're not sponsored by them. They're not paying up.
Okay,
they got to pay up.
Do they have chain on there? They have options chain?
They got everything, dude.
No
options
way.
right there.
All right, so
right there, baby,
that.
right there.
All right. Yeah,
obviously, you can connect this API as well. You're with IBKR, you're with whoever, you can weasel in and connect eSignal over here. Great platform so far,
pull
Joseph.
up the chain. That would be absolutely wicked there. So here we go, guys. IBIT. Yeah, I'm done with this thing here. Getting smoked. We're gonna hop into the lesson in just a second here, guys. No, I'm all right. Just doing something here. Continuing to just bleed. Gonna get out of dodge. 3 stabs. That's it. See you later. Not gonna deal with that one. So here we go, guys. All right, we're gonna hop right into the lesson here and see what we got. We got some iron butterfly today, and I'm just gonna be totally as frank with you as possible here. This is. Yeah, pull it back up. Pull it back up. I like it. Yeah.
I gotta tell you, seeing myself in suspenders and a bow tie
I like
has
that.
me definitely wanting to go get myself a couple of those and show up here.
You know I like that. Look at, I
do like it.
Look, see, I'm on this here.
You got that top button unbuttoned. You're looking, all
roll up the sleeves here.
I'm about to, mess up somebody you did before on that video.
I like it, man. Ironing stuff, man.
I'm telling you, Joseph, I'm gonna get myself suspenders and a bow tie.
Yeah, dapper. We look dapper there for sure.
Sick, bro.
A lot of butterflies. That's some good stuff. Yeah, love them. But yeah, here we go, guys. We're gonna hop into the iron butterfly. I'm just gonna be totally frank on this. It's a really difficult strategy to implement from a day-to-day basis. And the reason being we're going to touch on that is just you need to have an extreme level of accuracy on this thing. So it's not something that I implement from a day-to-day basis, but there's ways that you can still benefit from this trade, and we'll touch on that a little bit as well too. And I know a lot of traders like to learn about the iron butterfly. So, or trade the butterfly, and we're gonna do exactly that. We're gonna talk about it and see if you can grab something from it that you can implement on your day-to-day trading, all right? So let's get right into this here, guys. For those who are familiar, the iron butterfly, or who aren't familiar, the iron butterfly is a popular option strategy that consists of a combination of 4 contracts, both calls and puts in the same expiration cycle. It's designed for low volatility market environments and requires the underlying asset to close at a specific level and strike price, all right? So this you have to have pinpoint accuracy in this trading strategy, all right? So it consists of a net credit. This means it's also a fixed profit strategy, okay? So higher premium received also than the iron condor. You receive a higher premium in this strategy because of how accurate you need to be. So the options market is going to pay you for that, all right? But the thing is, it's so difficult to implement and actually be that accurate that you really want theta to just decay the value of some of your contracts, where you can collect some premiums and then before closing, you can just close the position, or before expiration, you can just close the position, all right? So it's really difficult to hold until expiration unless you hit that pinpoint accuracy. But again, you just let theta decay the value of the contracts, and then you can collect some premiums on that front. And we're going to get more into that. So, all right. So this consists of 4 total contracts, as previously stated. So it's 1 short at the money call, 1 short at the money put, and 1 long out the money call, and 1 long out the money put, which may seem extremely difficult and slightly confusing, but most option strategies are just a combination of spreads. And when we talk about spreads, that's just a basic hedge, so you have 1 contract and you use another contract to hedge that position, protect your downside, etc. So this is exactly that. It's just a combination of 2 strategies put into one, just like the iron condor, all right? So the short at the money contracts can be classified as the body of the butterfly, okay? So one thing to make it a lot more simplistic is it's essentially a short straddle, okay? So everybody knows when you are constructing a straddle, you buy both of the at the money calls and puts, and then you look for that massive increase in volatility. Well, this is the inverse, okay? You are shorting the at the money straddles, looking for price to not move that much, okay? That's really, really key and important. So the long out the money contracts act as the wing of the butterflies. This also protects the downside. This is the hedging aspect of this strategy, okay? So you have the 2 shorts, and then you have wing 1 and wing 2, or whatever it may be. And when people refer to broken wings, that's because the strikes, the long call and the long put strikes, are somewhat offset, which creates a broken wing butterfly, which is a little more complex, all right? So we need to keep that in mind. So we have the shorts. The short contracts is the body, and then the wings are the long contracts, okay? But we'll get right back into this right after we get back from Madeira.
Some news here from our friends at Hive Digital, announcing here that they have acquired the Paraguay site from Bitfarms. This is a 200 megawatt Bitcoin mining site, which allows them to basically scale their operations by 400%. There's also going to be opportunities for $20 million in revenue per employee and extra efficiency. So HIVE acquiring this Paraguay mining site from Bitfarms. Guys, check that out. Back to you.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, that's that there, guys. We're moving on to the next slide. Something was in the back of my mind I want to tell you, but it will pop up here. So market neutral base strategy, okay? So when we construct these 2 short options, that essentially means that we need that contract to close or expire at that fixed price there, at that strike price. That's where the extreme amount of difficulty comes into this strategy, okay? So what you really need in this one, and it's the kind of the total opposite of most credit-based trading, you need to enter this trade into low volatility market environments. Theta works in your favor, hence why it's a credit-based trade, okay? So keep that in mind. The maximum loss is pre-calculated and defined and only triggers when the position closes above or below your long call and put. So keep that in mind, okay? So one thing I want you guys to keep in mind is that when we're constructing an iron condor, we're essentially creating a range, right? We're creating a range that we allow that underlying asset to close within, and then that's how you become profitable. In the iron butterfly, you need these contracts to expire at that exact strike price, and that's where the difficulty in this strategy comes, all right? So let's keep that in mind. Now let's take a look at how this is constructed, okay? So here we go, SPY, printed this up yesterday for you guys, just constructed a quick iron butterfly. So as you can see, we have the short contracts here at the money, so 5.99 is the at the money strike prices, and then we construct our wings by protecting it, buying the long options on either side of these short options, okay? So let's keep that in mind. The same width and relatively close to the same delta as well too, for those long options, okay? Now, you can think, okay, Joe, well, how do you implement delta in these? Well, the thing is, you don't want to necessarily use delta for your long contracts because they're going to expire worthless. The objective of this is for everything to expire worthless, so hedging your deltas doesn't really matter unless it depends how much you want to hedge the position to reduce your premiums, okay? So keep that in mind as well too. And the farther away that your long strikes and puts are, the more the loss, but also the greater the gain, okay? So just keep that in mind. So this is the risk profile here. You can see the probability of profit, something that I always keep in mind, especially when utilizing the deltas come in play. When we have these probabilities of profit in iron condors, they're significantly higher, so we'll keep that in mind. But you can see the profit range here on the iron butterfly is very, very narrow, pinpoint accuracy required. So the objective of this strategy is just to allow theta to diminish some values of the contracts over a couple of days because expiration at that exact strike is going to be extremely difficult, okay? So pros and cons here. So limited risk and defined losses, unlike short straddles and strangles, okay? So one thing that's really key, you know that there's a risk to reward skew in credit spreads in iron condors. That's not the case here in straddles. You can usually set up a straddle to hit like a 2-to-1 profit ratio, even 3-to-1 sometimes, all right? So you profit from time decay, high net credits received compared to other credit-based trades. Okay, so those are some of the pros. And here are some of the cons. Narrow profit range, extremely narrow. Accuracy is extremely important. High assignment risk due to the short options and how accurate you have to be, and requires very close monitoring because you don't want to be in these for too long, excuse me, unless you have a full out conviction that that contract is going to expire at those short ones. So that's the iron butterfly, guys. If you have any questions, make sure you put them in the chat. I see Officially already has them in there, so we're gonna read over those. But first, we're gonna see what my guys got cooking up over there.
All right, we got a couple of prints here on RNAS. It's coming down in though. I want to take it out if it hits my entry. I appreciate you, Dara. Look, I'm looking at taking it out next at the $0.0002. I was caught in a downhaul. Let's call a spade, and it was because of a fat finger. I tried to get out, and I ended up adding. So I put a script order to get me the hell out of there if it broke 10. It didn't break 10. It defended 10. Now it's back at 11 1/3. I'm waiting at 11 2/3. I took out 11 1/4, 11 1/2, and now I'm waiting at 11 2/3. We're taking out some sharage here incrementally, but it's having trouble breaking through the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about RNAS, and here it comes into my entry, and I'm not going to let this go anything against me because this was an accidental trade to be long this trade below VWAP. That ain't my rule. My rule is to trade these small cap gappers north of the volume weighted average price. I fat fingered. I'm trying to kind of alleviate some of that trouble. So rejecting VWAP for now. We de-risk the majority of it, and here it comes into my entry again, and then I'm gone on this trade. Break dang even. Why won't it let me out? Oh, this is really interesting. I like that. All right, well, here we go. We'll just punch out over here, just like this, because the flatten key won't work. There we go. Now we're done. What is happening with this thing? Okay, what am I doing here? Sorry, one second, guys. No, I'm good. Just unsure why this is acting in the way that it's acting. Flatten out, bro. It won't flatten out. This is so weird. Okay, let's do this again. Here we go. There we go. Now we are done the trade. Profitable. So we'll dodge one there. So here we go. The next trade that I've got on is this one. BHF entered at 60, took out some at 60.50. It's back down into 60.40. This was a volume weighted average price hold. So we get the print at the $0.50. Now let's go ahead and wait north of the $0.50. How many shares do I have? Okay, on this. So we'll go ahead and wait at 55s. No, that's not the one I want. I already had the 50. What am I doing? All right, so let's go ahead and wait in the high 60s there. Let's see if we can get something in around there. This one is rounding nicely here. Shout out to my man, Big Spile Burdette. He probably say this looks awfully rounded bottomish, except the thing is, it's rounding off VWAP, now rounding off the bottom. So BHF is the other one I'm involved in right now. This one's up 17.8%, 0.87%, excuse me, and it has about a $3.5 billion market cap with only about 2 million shares traded on the day, 61.33 million share float with, let's find out what the short float is here, BHF. Trade idea says 2.25%, so nothing really to write home about there. I do like the pattern. I do like that $60 defend, and I like how it overlaps with the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about that $60 level. So let's see if it can mosey its way up above that $0.50. I'm waiting now in the high 60s. Here we go, 57s now, 61s on the ask now. It's about an 11 penny spread, give or take. So it's going to have to cross that 60 some odd penny level for me to get filled there. So keeping an eye out on that. I think I've also got a dip trade over here on your boy STIM. And I ain't talking about those stimmies that Biden was sending out. I'm talking about this one, STIM up 25.1% on the day. It's got wide range per candle. What does that mean? That means every candle is pretty wide. You're going to have to deal with the volatility, basically every single candle. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. Just looking here at BHF to see if we got the print. Nope, still showing me 62s. Let me show you guys what I mean, though, when I say range per candle is quite wide. Let's bring in the trusty window from our friends there at eSignal. So this is the one I'm looking at here, bottom middle screen, STIM. As you can see, each candle, significant percentage of the range per candle on the day. So this candle, for example, let's take this one here at 10:45. The low of this one is 3, and the high made the high day at 3:30. Kind of this one. How about this one over here? Low of 306, high of 328. So relative to the price of the stock, it's very rangy and very, hard to manage risk sometimes when that is the case. All right, here we go. Showing 62s now on the ask for BHF. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. Hopefully we get the print awfully soon, but Adair is at the big desk.
Sorry for the interruptions here. We do have JBLU down about 26% at day's lows. This was an earnings day we didn't really get to talk much about here, but because it's making some moves here off its earnings call, which began at 11 a.m. They did actually beat here on EPS, or I guess smaller than expected loss per share, and they beat on sales, but seems like some of the things said in this call are not being well received. The CEO of the company said that they need to be focusing on how they're managing their elevated labor costs because their aircraft groundings are very much an issue. Apparently, they're going to be increasing their aircraft groundings to in the mid to high teens. So you see significant increase in grounded aircrafts for JBLU, but the CFO says that they expect they're going to be ending 2025 with a healthy liquidity buffer. So interesting note here, 2025, of course, they just reported Q4 2024, so that's about a year away. But I guess healthy liquidity buffer on watch for JBLU as it tries to break new low of days. Guys, make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this content.
Thank you very much for that. Adair, what do you got, Joseph?
Just sitting here in some NVDA. Let's see if we can get this thing to somewhat start to recover. I suspect that it's going to be an inside day as we can take a look at the daily and see what we got going on from that perspective. And here we are. So yeah, you can see the okay, yeah, never mind here. So you can see that we have this massive gap down here. That was part of the pre-market. And then now we opened up inside of this range. In order for us to break through here, we're going to need some momentum. The opens here, and then now we're just hovering around. So I suspect that it's going to be somewhat of an inside day on NVDA here. So not looking for too much crazy of a continuation or a recovery. I think we're going to need some headlines out in order for this thing to regain the ground that it's lost over the past, or over yesterday anyway. But we had some questions from Danny Nash. BTC dumping MSTR puts. Yeah, well, I would go IBIT puts, man. I told Sharif I'm frustrated with this thing, so it's time to start selling some premiums. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm frustrated. I'm not even gonna lie. So again,
we're just scratching the surface.
We're just scratching. Yeah, I know. We're just scratching the surface, man. But it's like a consolidation phase for 8 months, move for a couple weeks, back into the phase. I talked about it the other day. So it's like okay, it's like I have some shares. Time to start selling some premiums against this here, just to collect a little side profit there. So a little passive income, because I have the ability to do that. So yeah, TQQ's making higher lows towards the top. This could be a flat top break, stop right below the previous highs. All right, nice Gorev, nice look there. I'm like looking for NVDA to kind of come and test this pre-market level here, this resistance around 122. I do think that we can recover to around the mid 120s here on today's session. So we're going to hold on to this position until we get about that, or price action tells us otherwise that we're going to turn around. Google went on a monster run, guys, and I want to point out these signals because I point them out all the time, and I told you it's such a massive part of my trading playbook. I really only have 2 strategies that I've refined over time, but just look at this, guys, and I talk about it time and time again. I pointed to YouTube, I'm like, VPA is so fantastic. I love volume price analysis because the signals are so decisive and so strong. Do they work 100% of the time? No, but when they're really there, they do. Look at this hammer at an extreme low while the market is continuing to sell. It's like, okay, are we going to really dump again after after yesterday's session? No, chances are the majority of sellers are exhausted. So look for those turnaround price signals, and that's exactly what I did in NVDA, and unfortunately I missed Google, but here you have the isolated volume signature with that isolated hammer candle, and then the stock doesn't even look back after that. So that's a really good look. I didn't see it until too late, but I'm like, man, what a beautiful signal. I talk to you guys about them all the time. They are there, they display themselves. That's why we go over the volume price analysis lessons all the time, and I like doing it frequently. I'll update it and everything, just so you can see that these signals, and I guess when you have more seat time, more saddle time, you're gonna have the ability to identify them at when and wheres, right? So where are you looking for them and when are you looking for them? Market exhausted, okay. That's the when. Where at extreme highs, lows, or around key levels, okay? Like volume weighted average price I use at an extreme high or at an extreme low. So that is Google. I think this was one of the better trades of the session next to Amazon. So we'll see what's going on there. If we get a pullback, hold the volume weighted average price, get some indecision around there, then maybe we can look to participate in those guys.
Oh, you came hard with that. All right, shout out to my man Z. He wants me to look at AMD, the advanced money destroyer, Joseph. So let's load up that bad boy, see what AMD is up to today. I think I did I have AMD on the downgrades or upgrades list today? It was downgrades, Adara. Thank you. Yes, we did have AMD downgraded, I believe, by Melius. It was Melius downgraded there with a price target of 129. It's a little bit higher than where it's trading right now, guys. Obviously trading at $1.13 with the closing print right at that 115 area. So AMD looks to be, my man Z, rejecting off the 50 exponential moving average on the 5, and that's not one I typically earmark for an intraday trade, but one that seems to be respected right now. So here we go. Pre-market rejection at the 50 at 820. Then the implied balance high right there at 930 does wake up into that high day 116, but look where the closing print is. South of that red line, the red solid line will always be the 50 exponential on my black charts. And then yet again, we work into that 50 exponential at 1025 and we reject again. Now, the other side of the case is it might not have anything to do with the 50 exponential at all. Why? Because look at this area consolidation here in the pre. From 815 to the implied balance open at 930. Look at the low end of that range. It's a $114, a 114, high 80s, mid 80s. So we move up there and then we reject off the low end of the range. So maybe I'm seeing what I want to see here in the sense that it looks like it's rejecting off the 15 or the 50, excuse me. But that doesn't really matter because what really matters here is the lower high and lower low situation. It is a downtrend right now on AMD. And, you know, probably not catching much of a bid today after the shellacking yesterday because of the downgrade by Melius. So I didn't have a chance to read what Melius wrote to see kind of what the thinking is there. Let's see if I can get a quick synopsis of that. Here it is. Cuts AMD to hold. Nope. So it wants me to go somewhere else for that. Yeah, not really able to see it right now though, guys. So I'll have a look at that in a little bit. But AMD headed to the downside. I like it to maybe around that 113 area to test those lower days again. It is kind of at the volume weighted average price at 114.10. It's dropping below that now at 113. And 2/3. And then shout out to my other man there. What's his name? Dingleberg, PDD. He's like, PDD's getting shellacked on that Amazon news. So apparently the FTC is questioning Temu about Amazon pricing policy. Not really sure what that's about. Didn't have an opportunity to read that either. Got to delve into that one when I have the opportunity, but it's obviously not a good headline. PDD selling off about 2 1/3 now in the negative. Now this one looks awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Again, that one is going to be the green, what's it called? Trend line right there on my black chart. So we're going to keep an eye out on PDD as well, because this could be a really interesting short off that 10 exponential if it does catch a bit of a bounce. Chinese ADRs, as I see it there on my side chart, all getting shellacked. BABA up 2/3. We have 10 cent, not 10 cent music, but 10 cent on the OTC. That's also up 0.5%. And then Futu, F-U-T-U, Futu Holdings up about 1.25%. Don't know what the headline is on those bad boys, but everything else on my Chinese ADRs watch list is in negative land, with the majority being, low single digits. All right, guys, we've worked our way into STIM. This one I got in a bit of a dip trade here at 3.11s. We're going to have to see if this bad boy holds up. I'd like this one to hold above 3. So the volume weighted average price on STIM is showing me about 3.05. But because of its proximity to $3, I'm going to give this to below 3. It's going to have to hold up there, which is also the 20 exponential moving average on my 5-minute chart. So if it doesn't hold the 3, the 10, the 20, we're gone. We're taking a bit of a dip trade here. Let's set up orders to the high side, see if we can weasel out of some of this if it does catch a bit of a bid to the upside. Let's see exactly what we get there. Okay, BHF now coming down below, the volume weighted average price. There is an area candle at 10:50 a.m. that got all the way down to about 59.31. We're at 59.52. right now. So I'd like for this one, I had my stop below 59, so I risked the dollar on this one. However, ideally, I'd like for it to hold above that candle at 1050, that 5-minute candle that printed at 1050. Again, the low of that is 59.31, so ideally would hold above the third of a dollar there to retest the volume weighted average price. It looks like it's caught in a bit of a range after a big move up off that $51 closing print on BHF yesterday, and then we got all the way up to $64 and find ourselves in a bit of a consolidative look right now on the 5. So keep tabs on that one. Here comes STIM, possibly to the high side here. I'm waiting at 14s to get printed. 14s are showing, 15s now showing up on the ask, not getting printed because of 3-penny spread on this name. So we're going to have to pack our patience with this bad boy. There's also another one, ASAN. I was hesitant, to be honest with you guys, about punching into this one because it was trading at the highs. It was holding the 10 exponential moving average quite well. But I said, look, this looks like it's bull flagging right now. Why don't I try to pick this up at the low end of the range? The low end of the range to me was around 2150 to 2160. Didn't fill me. Now it's on the way up into about 2190. So it looks destined to give that $22 area a try, or the old college try as we call it on this desk. We'll see if I can weasel my way into ASAN. I've got it loaded up on a trading screen somewhere over here. I think I do. There it is. About to take out that $22 area. As I look at the book now, no real size showing up at the whole dollar. So likely if we reject that area, it will be an iceberg order. So we'll keep tabs on that. Okay, we got multiple prints now on stimulus over here. Shout out to the stimmies, baby. Right? So we're going to wait up here at 28. Good look right now as it zigs and zags, but be careful with STIM, guys. As I mentioned at the top there, the range per candle is awfully wide. That needs to factor in to your stop placement, to your beak wetting placement. Let me know how it goes if anybody trades with Jose.
Let me put on some quotes here, guys. There. Okay, still a little bit too high. But yeah, sitting in this NVDA here still, guys, waiting for us to break this range. Are we going to, or just run into these pre-market lows here as resistance and have the inability to break? But I think if we can break through, then 122 halves can be a next potential target. Nick W., our good friend in the chat. Joe, can you take a look at Doc N? For sure, anything for you, my guys. Long swing a few days ago, loved the company, took the 26 calls, waiting to add more at 38. if it does a big retracement, a retracement a bit. He says, okay, love it. We just went over these signals here, Nick W. So maybe you're going to get that retracement. I don't know about into 38 from an intraday standpoint right now. That wouldn't be too pretty, but you're already sitting on some pretty pennies right now with those 26 calls. I would love to know your expiration date on that as well too, my guy. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. So I like this. Nick W, I like this. Not too familiar with the company, but from a technical standpoint, as we break this resistance level here, this kind of tells me, hey, do we want to go and test these pivot high levels? And with this price action and with the volume, you're going to get that yes from me, okay? So maybe look for that price target if it does decide it wants to pull back, but also be wary of any rejection around those key levels. You got those 26 calls. Hopefully you didn't already buy them in the money and then you allowed them to appreciate. Remember, time value is always key when constructing your options contracts. You know that. You've been doing this for a while, Nick W. But that's what I would look for. As of right now, that price action is relatively strong, and maybe it is due for somewhat of a pullback, but today's session is really good, and I would look for the test of these pivot highs and somewhat of a profit area around there, or maybe at the bottom of the range as well too, which you're starting to approach right now. So that would be my kind of thesis on this. And if you want to, like, hold a couple contracts to profit targets, but just hopefully you bought enough time as well too on those contracts. But I like this as for a swing play. Other than that, if we zoom out a little bit farther, I would have to give the big nod on the no, but you're looking for the swing, which is totally fine. You can swing a lot of things. And here we go in Digital Ocean there, Nick W, looking like you're doing pretty good on that one, my friend. So now here we're starting to break on NVDA. Just being a little patient on this one as we have to. And Greg V and I were just talking last night. We're like, man, you need so much. It's starting to become like Apple from a float standpoint. You need so much capital in order to move this underlying asset.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, exactly. And that's why it always has so much volume, is because in order for it to move, you need that capital to come. You need those inflows within the market. And that's why you see multiple fakeouts and it gets really choppy. And that's kind of like Apple's price action sometimes there, Sharif, is that it just takes so much and then it's like fake out one, fake out two, and then finally someone big enough comes in to move the price here. So I would like to see some volume step in so we can break this key resistance level. And then I mentioned before, we can look at 122.5 or 123 even here on NVDA. But mind you, we're not even anywhere close to recovering what we lost yesterday, and once we enter that gap to the top side, best believe your boy is going to be looking for a swing play.
All right, shout out to my man, Abdullah. He wants to know what the deal is with Tesla, my opinion on Tesla, seeing that it's reporting tomorrow. So obviously I'm not qualified to give you fundamental analysis, but there's others who are, and I get to review what they're saying. So let's talk about it. So investors, a lot of people, I wouldn't say just not investors, we're waiting for that new low-cost vehicle. You want to call it the Model Q, have at it. You want to call it the Model 2, have at it as well. I don't care what you call it, just release it. Because, well, it'll definitely help EV adoption, seeing that it's supposed to have a markedly lower price tag than the Model 3. Now, I'm going to digress for a second here. I want to talk about the Model 2 possibly causing demand destruction for the Model 3. So a lot of people, they compromise on the price, pay a little bit more than they maybe would have wanted by the Model 3. Maybe those people end up buying the Model 2 and not so much the Model 3. We're going to have to wait and see, even though it just got a bit of a refresh. But that is being discussed right now in kind of the Tesla circles about the possible new smaller model causing demand destruction for the Model 3. This is all speculative, of course. We'll have to wait and see what the deal is. Now, what we do want is to see whether they're going to reaffirm, Tesla that is, their goal of a 30% increase in deliveries in 2025. That's what they earmarked in the last earnings call. That obviously will be supported by a new model that's cheaper because it'll allow more participants into the EV world. So, we talked about this before. Elon Musk said something around $25,000. I don't think that price jives anymore with the current state of the electric vehicle market. I think inflation has really had a way of destroying cheaper EVs. So $25,000, I think, is just like a pipe dream a little bit, but we'll keep eyes on that. Secondly, We know that they also dropped last year, 2024, that is, in terms of sales, right? Their sales numbers were not as good year over year compared to 2023. So this year they're forecasting 2.1, I should say, million cars in 2025, which is a 16% increase. I want to see where that's going to come from, whether it's going to be possibly the new Juniper, the Model Y, kind of the refresh there, moving the needle, whether it's the Model 2 or the Model Q or whatever that is going to do it there, as long as we definitely get that increase year over year. Then FSD. We're expecting gross margins for FSD to contract a little bit over here because they've dropped the price. Now, I'll give you an example. Full self-drive in this country was about, I think, $15,000 at one point, maybe even a little bit more, maybe towards $18,000 or $19,000 in Canada. That is, it's a lot cheaper right now. I think you're getting it for about $10,000, maybe a little bit less. In other words, margins are contracting a little bit for full self-drive. Where are they going to make up that money? That's what I want to hear more information of. And obviously, I want to hear about the lower production costs that could come in with economies of scale. Obviously, as what they want to do is they want to be able to use the current production lines that they got for the Model 3, I believe, for the Model 2 or the Model Q, whatever that is. That'll help with cost savings. So that's all stuff that I want to hear on the earnings call. Obviously, Elon Musk has a way of, digressing from the topic at hand with the earnings call. Last time it was kind of hard to keep a train of thought there because he was talking about a bunch of other stuff. So my opinion is if we get good information about the Model 2, the Model Q, what their projections are for those cars, and what time in the year we expect, is it going to be a Q3 delivery, a Q4, so the first half or the second half of 2025? That's what I want to hear about. Obviously, there's so much more to talk about. There's the energy side of things, their battery segment, their solar segment's been picking up steam a little bit the last couple of quarters, so that could also be interesting. I don't know, though, especially with the new administration, I don't think that solar is going to be as much in focus. But Tesla has been holding this support line for a while now. It's acted as support and resistance. This trend line that I've got over here, it's defending it on the day. It's down about 2%. We'll have to see how it all works out for them tomorrow. Make sure to hang out with us after the bell, as we will be bringing you that news, obviously, with, I believe, it's going to be Sean. Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's going to be actually me and Neil at the big desk, and Adira's joining us as well. So that should be an interesting one.
You guys got to have an all-star lineup.
Oh, we got a big Wednesday one. We're doing like an earnings party.
Oh, earnings party. Okay.
Something like that. Yeah. So that's the look right now, guys. We'll see exactly how that all ends up doing. Joseph.
Yeah. Officially, yeah, it is delta neutral, right? Because of the wings on the butterfly strategy, and then you have the short at the money. So it is delta neutral. You are very right. And am I looking to do some earnings plays via options? I'm just gonna be frank with you, dude. Like, I got too much size right now in some of my positions, and I'm not overly happy with how they've been performing. So I just don't want to put that a little bit extra stress on me via options. So I'm human too, man. So I got size on, so I gotta relax and take a couple steps back, and that's why I said I'm just had it up to here with kind of the way that and Saylor and company have been acting with Bitcoin. So yeah, I'm frustrated with that. It's kind of growing my dislike to Saylor, but that's the thing, right? You don't want to get allow emotions to get involved, but they do. And sometimes you got to be a little opinionated as well. So there it is. Saylor, not the biggest fan of them right now. And what else I got going on? It's just too much. So Roger, I don't play every inning season.
Really
Huh? Yeah, I am. I'll tell you. Yeah, I will really tell you how I feel today, man.
I feel
there's no way. But I mean, like, from an intraday trading standpoint, I love earnings season. Like, you show me that price action is there. Love the price action, the decisiveness in the earnings reports as well too. So that's something I really, really enjoy. So keep that in mind. That's when I actually perform the best, to be honest with you. So yeah, rolling into earnings season, that's my time. But as for like overnight options risk and etc., and having to worry about leverage products, not feeling it right now, man. Not feeling it right now at all. But NVDA starting to pull back into some price ranges that I don't necessarily like. The overall market is continuing to sell off here. monstrous opening drives on the Qs and the SPY, but now giving back some of those gains. I don't know if I got to take a look to see if we're negative or positive on the day, and here we'll just do that to make things more simplistic. So yeah, I mean, we're still slightly positive here, about 7/10, 6/10 here on the session, but we gapped up, right? So here we are, a little sell-off, climbing a little bit higher. Not anything of a recovery that I would be looking for toward, from an NVDA aspect or perspective, and the overall market, it's essentially pennies on the dollar in that aspect. So, but yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about that right after we get from Madeira.
We're going to do our earnings segment, but before we do that, there's actually a lot of news to get into that I'm just seeing come through now. Apparently, Starlink, which is owned by SpaceX, is going to be providing some reliable high-speed connectivity to Oracle's enterprise communications platform, so ORCL, and SpaceX, or Starlink, I guess, apparently teaming up. Also keep an eye on some of these retail names because LVMH just reported their revenue for the fiscal year. Apparently, it was up 1% year over year, so keep an eye on some of these retail players with that LVMH report. And with earnings in mind, it's time to do our earnings segment, which we do every day around 11:40 a.m. when we do have earnings season, which of course we do right now. So let's start here with Boeing. BA did actually have a miss on EPS and on sales, so larger than expected loss, and also their 6th straight annual loss. So every year since 2018, they have been losing on the year. Not a great look there for BA, but CEO Kelly Ortberg apparently making some comments when he was asked during their conference call if he thought 75 to 80 deliveries would be doable for the 787 this year. He said, for sure, and said it might even be a little better. He also said there's some hope there that they might be able to get through these complete Lufthansa planes that they haven't been able to quite ship yet because there's some seating issues, so they think they'll be able to get those out. But the CFO making some kind of cautious comments as well, saying that their $87.5 billion of inventory is, quote, too much, and that they do expect their deliveries for 737s to be a little bit lighter here in February because there's fewer working days. So interesting stuff there for BA. But what about Royal Caribbean? And on the topic of cruise and airline related things here. So RCL having a EPS beat, EPS miss, distinctly different from Boeing when it comes to the numbers. They also did here have adjusted earnings per share guidance for the fiscal year, mostly above expectations, and they're expecting a 2.5 to 4.5% year-over-year increase in net yields. JetBlue is also reporting there just straight to the downside, down about 26%. And here's our brand new TTV research earnings calendar here. So I'll be making these every week. This one has not been posted yet on X. It will be posted right now, so you guys are the first to see our brand new earnings calendar. Very excited to debut this. Tonight we get Starbucks. We also get Chubb, which is a Warren Buffett play. Then tomorrow morning we get ASML, which I think should be really exciting, Progressive Insurance, and T-Mobile. So a couple interesting names tomorrow morning. And tonight, before we get that earnings party on Wednesday, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Joseph, anything?
Yeah, well, officially, man, me and officially over here Unburdened, we're talking options, and again, the more I talk about it, the more I get involved, just due to the passion. And I was like, dude, seriously, I was looking at the options chain the other night, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look to do this. Maybe I'll buy something that's a couple weeks out, and then I'll just buy an extremely out-the-money 500 call on Tesla, which was around $2.95. So this is me game planning as I do every evening. So that's what I was looking to. Now officially, you're kind of talking me into it, even though I just said like, hey, I didn't want to do anything. But the more you talk about it, the more I kind of talk myself into it. So maybe we'll do that because the premiums aren't overly expensive. Let me pull it up now. And when I was looking at it the other day, it was significantly, I'm assuming it's going to be significantly cheaper because the options market is going to start pricing in the volatility, right? So the February 14th officially, on Burden, the 500 call is around $2.32. I'm looking to have some fun with that. So maybe we can do that because we'll still have some extrinsic value because the report is after the bell. So maybe we'll look to participate in that. But if it decides that it wants to sell off, then it's not going to be a good trade whatsoever, obviously. But if it does rip, I do think we can get into those mid-4s. So that's what I'm going to look at to do. Not an overly expensive contract, willing to risk the majority of the premium on that type of trade. Because it's so far out the money, we can have a little bit of fun with that. And the delta's like 0.08. So the one thing that can happen is when we get that volatility increase on the earnings print, then we can get that gamma and delta squeeze that we're looking for. And that's why a lot of traders, like I'm pretty sure it's Darwin and Darius Golden, they like buying those out the monies, looking for that high increase in implied volatility. So this is the instance where we would want to do that. And I'm not going to play a straddle or anything along those lines. I'm just looking to have a little fun, far out the money, get involved in those Greek squeezes, and then see what we can happen and see if we can get a little fun off of that, brother.
All right, man. We just took $1.50 there on RNAZ. Happy with this trade. I was negative on it, trying to get back positive. Look, I fat fingered and ruined my cost basis because I ended up punching in rather than taking some out at $12.80. But we got the $13 break. I was just talking to Pretty Dang Panda in the chat, and I was telling him I'm looking for that $13 break and take right now on RNAZ, and it was a good move up. Now we've got that higher low, higher high situation on. So originally I did punch in at $11.95, and then we were scalping. I fat fingered over here and added some at $12.70, fundamentally screwing up my cost basis, but we were able to get some out at the best print there at 13 1/3. So I'm really happy with this trade. Looking to execute some more on it over here. Let's see if we can continue to move up right now on RNAZ. It looks quite aggressive, getting parabolic over here. Here we go. I punched long. Let's take out some right there. Where are we long? 64s. Let's go ahead and wait at 888s over here. And then we'll layer into 14 if it'll have me. Here we go. 8 showing up now. Seller at 8. Boom, boom, up from the top. Let's take out some now at the north of 14. Boom, again on RNAZ. Nice on RNAZ. Good breakout right now on RNAZ. Here comes the halt, guys. 1427, halt level 1477, HOD. Keep your eye out on this one. Now we got a triple-digit winner on the day, up at 109%, and we're going to halt here if we have another few seconds, and now we are officially halted with the theoretical auction price being about 1 penny higher than the halt level. RNAZ up 109%, taking out that $14 level, taking out that $13 level. Still, though, below that HOD that we printed at, I'll tell you guys exactly, 10:45, so 15 minutes before the show, 14 3/4 right now. I'm happy that I added to this one because usually it's not really my modus operandi to add into the break like that, but I think that I definitely have to get better with that. $14 now, the theoretical auction price, the tap. I'll always here, guys, I know it's super small, but this is YouTube, so you can zoom in if you're watching mobile. Right here, 1403. TAP, theoretical auction price. You'll always see that up on my screen anytime that I've got this one up. So RNAZ in focus. Now, the one that we haven't been doing that well on, the one that I've been waiting on to reclaim that $60 level is BHF. Now, we do have a 50 penny out on this one at 60.50, but it seems like we're locked in a range right now between 59.50 and $60. Well, I'm long at $60, so this pleases me greatly. Yeah, let's see if this one wants to reclaim the level. I mean, I don't see necessarily a lower high, lower low situation. I perceive it to be a bit of a consolidative move. As I mentioned earlier, I have my stop below $59. It's going to have to maintain a price above 59 for me to stay involved right now with with BHF. It's not technically a small cap gapper. What got me into this trade was the aggressive move up, and then the pulling back and the holding at VWAP. I said to myself, okay, this could be an interesting one, picking it up off the volume weighted average price. Initially, it was good. Now, I'm kind of having some doubts about that. So we'll keep definitely some eyes on BHF. Now, I was talking about this one as well, ASAN, an interesting one here, no question, but it's now breaking down below the 10 exponential. Now, sorry guys, on the new e-signal, I've only included VWAP as my indicator on there. So the white line, that's a volume weighted average price. Sadly, I don't have my moving averages up just yet. I will be putting those on, I promise, in the coming days with the same color scheme so that everything is the same. Now, what I'm looking for here on ASAN is a pullback into about 21, Andre?
No,
I'm waiting for ASAN to come in about 21 1/4. That's where the volume weighted average price is here on ASAN. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. I might set a dip trade to account for that 21 and a quarter. If it, yeah, we'll see. Let's load up ASAN over here. Let's have a look. So, yeah, that 21 and this chart is showing me 21 and a third, but this populates this chart, P-Pro 8, the white charts start populating a little bit later than when the charts for my black charts start populating. They start populating at 4 a.m. The data, that is. So, yeah, Neil, of course, brother, I'll send that over right away. So that's the look right now on ASAN. I'm going to put a dip trade. It's okay, Andre, no worries. I'm going to put a dip trade here at 21 and a quarter. Come what may, it's the volume weighted average price. Look, if it comes down into that 21 and a third, I'm going to pick it up. What's going on over there, Joseph?
NVDA finally moving there. The dollar club, man.
Dollar Club?
Yeah.
Look how suddenly he says that. He's like, yo, hit the damn button.
Hit that button, man. Hit that button. Starting to break out here. I mentioned before, 22.5s, 123. We're looking for somewhat of a recovery here on NVDA, guys. So that's that. We're getting that move. Yeah, that's all I can really say, man. We're getting that move that we were expecting here. That's slowly starting to recover, but still somewhat of an inside day. My guy, you can finish up what you have.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking, coffee trader there. He's telling me NVNI. Quick look, please. Absolutely. What a polite guy. Love it. Let's load it up. NVNI. If you guys were with us yesterday, this is one of the ones we were involved in. It's a former mover. You can tell that. It's a former runner, a former mover, whatever you want to call it. Just looking at the daily chart over here, it has these outsized days. Recently, it's been moving, mid to late December. Again here now in the later part of January, it's starting to move again after having a week or two off the volatility. Now, it's above the volume weighted average price, a respectable percentage increase on the day, 17.1%. Still very much an inside day, though, coffee trader. Look how ensconced we are here within the price action of yesterday. The high yesterday took us all the way up to 685, and the lows were all the way down to 275. Today, the low 4 and a quarter, the high 560. That is after the bell, of course. The pre-market low 374, and the after the bell high is higher than the pre-market high. Okay, I'm going to digress for a second, coffee trader, because RNAS is open and it's flying to the high side here. It just took out 15. It got into about 1540s, dropping now, though, into 14.5. The volatility is fast and dang furious right now on RNAS, up over 100%. Zigging and zagging like a madman right now, moving 40, 50 pennies at a time here with this spread really opening up on RNAZ. It's got quite a bit of volume, 20 million shares under its belt. You wonder why it's acting so erratically, but that's because people are coming in with aggressive orders. Now, here we go. Coming back into 14.5. It looks like it's defending 14. Generally, it did wick below 14 ever so briefly into about 13 3/4 and then rocketed up right back above 14. Now it's testing that $15 area. RNAZ is on one, baby. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. But to go back into NVNI, coffee trader, I do like the higher low, higher high pattern that we're doing right now. I wouldn't be quick to base anything off VWAP right now, which is sitting at 490. What I'd like to do, or if I was to work into this one, I'd try to take something off the pullback and look for the higher high and the higher low, because that's what you've been getting. It's an upward channel. Essentially since 9:45 today, we almost went green to red, popped up into that high, and then went red ever so briefly, into that 4 1/4, and then we kind of got our footing under ourselves right now with the higher high, higher low upward channel that it's been putting in. Trying to break above 5 right now on NVNI. Joseph, what's your look over there, my man?
I'm just talking with I Need Money and Greg V. He's got it going. I Need Money says, I said we need money, so here we go with that. Moving really nice to the top side, starting to break out, running into those pre-market highs there, guys. Trading really, really nice. So what else did I see? Yeah. So no one else who is probably one of the largest tech bulls that you know from CNBC?
CNBC or of the analysts?
CNBC.
Tech bulls.
Tech bulls, yeah.
Josh Brown.
Josh Brown,
He's
okay.
quite tech.
Okay.
He's a pragmatic guy, though.
Who is the bull of all bulls?
But is he an analyst that comes on?
Yeah, he's
Danny
contributing.
Ives.
Danny Ives.
Obviously,
Okay, so
yeah.
what did Danny Ives have to say about NVDA yesterday?
I don't know.
This is a buying opportunity of a lifetime. You are not going to see very many opportunities like this. He says he's still as bullish as it comes here. So here we go, climbing higher, up about 3.75% on the session. Still only a fraction of what we've lost yesterday. Guys, yeah, Tom Lee's good. He's definitely a bull. There's no doubt about it. He's an optimist. Joe glasses look like one I found. Okay. All right, Hunter Harvey. That's funny, but he said Joe's glasses look like the ones I found at my girl's.
I have no idea. There's like,
so
wow.
He's always putting out those comments too. I'm pretty sure he's the same guy. He's like, yeah, I would let you date my sister and stuff.
Is that
like
the guy?
Yeah.
That's the guy.
Yeah. Hunter Harvey's
hilarious.
always cracking jokes. Thank you for that crackling up, and now I'm blushing. So here we go. Yeah, guys, starting to climb higher. 123s now. Let's see how high we can go on NVDA, maybe 125. That pre-market high is the next potential target. We're running into some key resistance zones here, guys. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pullback, and then that momentum steps in. As you can see, that volume is starting to pick up on the lower time frames as we start to appreciate in price here. That this somewhat of recovery is starting to come into play here on NVDA, my guy.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said, man. Ostentatious Productions. Will there be a Super Troopers 3? I don't know, man. Leave me alone, man. I'm trying to trade. Goodness gracious. All right, guys, I want to get back into STIM over here because it has reclaimed the volume weighted average price. I got pushed out of this one once it had a quick wick below that $3, but it was quick to reclaim the level. Let's get in over here. Let's, wow, it won't even have me up here. What's going on? What? 4 penny spread on a $3 name? Come on, bro. There we go. We got the fill. We're long at 11s. Let's hang out and scalp on the way up. I'll be defending into 3 this time now that I know how this bad boy is trading. STIM, the stimulus is fast and furious on this one. It's got a 330 HOD. Let's see if we can keep up the higher high, higher low situation now that it's reclaimed VWAP up on this one. Now, I have a dip trade set up. Wow, that's NVIDIA, bro. NVIDIA's going here. 4.25%, my man. Hey, what's going on over there? Yeah, your boy Joseph. Bro, you got a multiple dollar winner. Speak up.
Speak up.
Speak up,
or forever
dude.
hold your peace, man.
No, man. Like sometimes I don't notice you've got a multiple banger on. You got to speak up about
Stay
that,
humble,
bro.
man.
1,
Stay
2,
humble.
3. There it is. There it is,
humble,
baby.
man. That's it.
Hey, so I'm waiting up on this one, ASAN. I've got a dip trade set up at 21.25 because I perceive 21.25 to be that volume weighted average price. And now we're getting that rounded top on your boy ASAN. It's only up 8 and change, but it's above VWAP. It's got a bull flag looking pattern, and I want to use VWAP as a possible support level if it gives me the opportunity to do that. So that's a look right now. ASAN looking for that move. Oh, Arnaz halted to the downside after breaking that 14 and change high a day. It popped into 1540, Katina, man, and now it's down to 1289 halt with the theoretical auction price showing about a 50-60 now, penny lower open than the halt price. 89 is the halt price, tap showing 20s. So this one could be headed to the down side. Let's keep an eye out on that one. The one we're involved in right now is STIM. Took out some there at 16s. Now I'm waiting at 20s. Let's see if this one wants to continue to move on its merry way. Let's set up some orders here on the north side of 20 to account for any wicks that we do have into that level. The high of the day, I should mention, is 30 pennies. All of the moves today into the high of the day at around that high 20 area have all been topping tail candles. Well, what the hell does that mean? That means somebody is aggressively shorting at that level or aggressively taking profits, so much so that it's unable to ascend above that third of a dollar level on a closing basis because there is an aggressive. Again, could be someone taking profits, could be someone shorting, I don't know, but somebody's selling up there and it's giving this one all sorts of trouble. So here we go into the 20s. I'm waiting at 20s here, and again, somebody shorts or aggressively sells at that level, pushing this bad boy back down into the mid-teens. So keeping an eye on that one. Now, BHF. This one is I'm starting to question my thesis. Where the hell is it? On BHF. Oh, here it is. Let's zoom out a little bit. So now I was waxing poetic about how I perceive this to be a consolidation range at VWAP. I don't know if that's the case anymore, because every time we make a trough, it's a skosh lower than the previous trough's low. So what that means is now we're putting in lower lows and lower highs. And now we're coming into that $59 area where I have my stop. In fact, I'm looking at the level 1 right now. The level 1 showing me 11s, 59.11 that is. I've got my stop, as I mentioned, on the south side of 59. So this one looks as if it might be giving up VWAP, and it might not be that consolidative range that I perceived it to be. In fact, it just might be a skewed downward channel, because hard to see because of this huge up move over here, kind of skews the downward channel. Adara's at the big desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Are you a skilled trader who's lacking capital? Prop Firm offer the opportunity to trade with simulated funds, which allows you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K. You can start with as little as 20 bucks. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which ones are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. So scan that QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. In the meantime, we're going to take a look here at the market. S&P 500, slightly lower high here for the SPY, but still up about 0.5%. The NASDAQ, though, actually making a higher high at highs of days, up more than 1%. This is a great little flat top break, so to speak, for this NASDAQ today. We have a nice little rebound in these tech stocks, which fell pretty harshly there on some concerns over DeepSeek, which is purportedly spending a lot less money for its AI than what we had to see other companies spend on their GPUs. So that was the reason for the drop. Now we seem to be pushing back a little bit, as there are some analysts saying that that initial drop might be a little bit overblown. We also have here lots of small caps to keep an eye on, as always. RNAZ, RNAZ has been called. Shout out to Sharif there. This one has a very small float, under 1 million shares, so RNAZ certainly on watch, as well as names like CrowdStrike if you're looking for bigger tech. CRWD here actually making new all-time highs. This is the first time it's made all-time highs since that drop on July 19th with that mass outage. Basically, CrowdStrike saying that their ransomware tests were 100%. So great look here for CRWD, bit of a bull flag, nicely above $400. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Follow us on Trader TV Live and TTV Research on X if you're looking for a little bit of market content. But in the meantime, we do have Neil, and we have his lesson of the day. So without further ado, please take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Welcome to the lesson of the day. And this is going to be a pretty simple concept. If you like the stock, buy the stock. But not just any time. It's about the last couple of days. And maybe it's obvious with NVIDIA or the Qs, but I think there's some examples throughout the beginning of this year where if you just simply say to yourself, this is a company that I believe in and I like in a longer term time frame, well, then the obvious places to buy, keep it simple, stupid, and buy the stock. So first one, look, NVIDIA, was there blood in the water yesterday? Of course there was blood in the water yesterday. Sometimes it's just as simple as, well, it's unprecedented volume to the downside and abject panic, and you just buy it for that reason. But I don't think you have to get overly complicated with it and maybe not have any structure to what you're looking for. Here's an example. I'll give you two examples. Here's examples of stocks which maybe, while not as parabolically downside, yet like yesterday was a unique day for NVIDIA and for some of the chip names. I mean, Apple was all doom and gloom and everyone hating its guts after it made an all-time high, and it gave you multiple days on the 200-period moving average, just sort of chilling out, ho-hum, and if you like the stock, buy the stock. Then I bring you to Meta, with Mr. Zuckerberg swimming in his billions and billions of dollars, and Meta swimming right back in yesterday to the 50-period moving average, which, hey, if you didn't get the 50-period moving average on Meta yesterday in the pre-market, well, you could have had it last week and the week before that and the week before that and 2 weeks before that and 3 weeks before that and back and forth this entire time. These strong stocks, when they're only trending to the upside and we're in that kind of a bull market, Amazon, another example, 52-week high, all-time high breakouts today. Well, forget about this dip at the 50 period, which you probably, unless you were sitting there on the bid yesterday, but just like Meta, you could have had this again and again and again and again and again. And it's not just the Mag 7. We were talking about CrowdStrike had a good story in here today. Well, CrowdStrike, look at the accumulation at $340 on CrowdStrike. Sometimes you just say, well, if I like the stock and somebody else is clearly buying it, like I don't know who's buying CrowdStrike at $340, but it just keeps bouncing off $340. Now, if this is a stock you like, it's the caveat. Maybe you don't like that stock. Maybe you like a Palo Alto as opposed to CrowdStrike. And this one's not necessarily going to be split adjusted, so let me just bring down something that is very, very quickly. And what do you have here? Oh, lo and behold, this one bounces off the 200-period moving average as well. So I don't care sort of what it is, where it is. If you like it, then when everyone else is panicking or when everyone else is selling, find an easy and an obvious buy zone to get involved in. And I'll leave you with one last one, because this is one that it kind of trips me out for how funny this is, because there's nothing significant particularly about when Palantir went to the NASDAQ, other than we know, the ability to get into the NASDAQ 100. But every now and then, something as simple as, well, its first day of trading on the NASDAQ, it held this low, right at like $64. I'm not saying you just sit there and buy it in front, but if you like the stock, there's it holding the level, there's it breaking out from that level. From the point that it broke it out, it just trended right on into 80, and we're right back into 80. That's an example of a very, very simplistic strategy. Oh, well, there's a significant prior level. Let's just wait till it holds it, buy the stock, and hold it to the top end of the range. Every single one of the examples I showed you is a company which has been in a long-term uptrend, which has continued that trend for pretty much all of last year, showed you pretty simplistic dip buys that brought you right back into the top. And that's what you do in a bull market. When everyone is scared, you're supposed to be greedy. Now, I'll sit here, and Sean and I, we actually said this morning, like, should have bought some more stuff. Well, that's why I'm saying this today, because I feel like I should have dip bought more stuff. And that's your lesson of the day. If you like it, just get on the bid.
I like how he ended it there with like the dramatic effect. Get it, Neil. Shout out to Neil, man. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome. Neil Roberts every day around noon hour, dropping that Neilage, Joseph. Neilage. Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, just looking at the chain here, guys. And I just want to say, first and foremost, guys, all the kind words. Yeah, you guys are killing it, man. I appreciate you guys. Ezekiel Lepra, $3 in the money. Here we go, everybody. Yeah, he was texting me or messaging me that. Ram and Greg V are twinning right now because they're both in some NVDA. So congrats to them. First big girl purchase there. All right, Ram. I see what you got going in the chat. I see you. So what do we do? So now I know how much money you're in the money. What are you gonna get us? Maybe some treats or something? Some more chocolates? Because well, you bought it yesterday. I just got it today, so I need something. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about that after, because I have a long list of things that, yeah, exactly. I have a long list of things that I could ask for, so I know how much money you got now. So here we are, guys. What do you got?
Okay, so it's true about DeepSeek.
What is it?
It's true. Here it is. What happened in 1989 at Tiananmen Square? Sorry, That's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. In other words, we don't want you asking questions about things we don't like. No, because we were hearing this anecdotally online. I didn't get an opportunity to try it, obviously, because it was down yesterday. But here's the deal. If you want to use DeepSeek and you don't want this BS filter that they're putting it on it from China, go on to Perplexity. Apparently, Perplexity now using DeepSeek, but you're able to store your information in America, and there's no filter on it. Apparently, you're able to ask it whatever questions you want without having this. Let's call it the CCP filter.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild.
So I'm going to give Perplexity a try right now to see if I can weasel in to DeepSeek vis-a-vis Perplexity and see if we can get the same response from it over here. But that's, yeah, I wanted to test it because anecdotally, we were hearing a lot about that online. So
Good test.
ask it about Winnie the Pooh. Okay. Is Winnie the Pooh banned in China? No way. I didn't actually know that. How come I can't hear you that well, Fabian? Gotcha. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Here we go. We're going to do it live in real time. Tell me about, Winnie the Pooh. Okay, well, apparently it's, this one's okay. They don't want you asking about Tiananmen Square, but Winnie the Pooh, it's not a big deal. Right. Yeah, but this is really interesting, though. So apparently you're able to circumvent the Great Firewall. Well, it's not the Great Firewall. The Great Filter Wall over here with Perplexity. So I'm going to load up Perplexity to see what's going on there. I think Shabao, they were using Winnie the Pooh to mock one of the leaders or something, if I remember right, so they banned it. Understood. Thank you for letting me know. Context is everything. I do appreciate that. Adara, fun fact for those who do not know. Winnie the Pooh is named after Winnipeg. I like it, Adara. I did not know that either. I didn't know about... No, I believe you.
Statue of the bear that he was named after outside the Winnipeg Zoo, or like at the very front of the Winnipeg Zoo.
Very apropos. Yeah. The bear, the zoo, everything's fine.
Good.
I appreciate that, Adara. Context is everything, baby. So yeah, we're going to give We're going to give Perplexity a try over here. But I want to let you guys know we're taking some stimmy out of stimulus over here. We took out some at 18s. I'm waiting at 20s, 23s, layering the orders. STIM, it was a quick breach of the volume weighted average price. Sadly, I got pushed out of that, but we got back in once it reclaimed VWAP and started putting in those higher highs and higher lows, waiting at the fifth of a dollar now. Let's see what we can get. If we can get something in and around that level, coming back down, though, into 18s. Thank you, Kalua. I do appreciate you for the compliment there. Pretty Panda, insider tips. Somebody building in UAVS. It will be quick. Let's have a look at UAVS, see what Pretty's talking about. Bro, that NVIDIA banger, you and the Katina, man. Yo, it's going to 125,
yeah,
bro.
125, man. You got to look for those big bounce recoveries on these strong names, man. That was the thesis going into it here. Hold on. Let me pull up something real quick. And like, here we go. Here we go. Hopefully there's no profanity in there. But anyways, game plan early in the morning here. Getting ready. NVDA, #1 idea right there, guys. So that's what it is. I told you every day we just got to fill out, have those game plans, run the scanners in the morning, and just be prepared for the session and see what we can get going on. Stick to the plans, as the boys to the right of us often say. If you believe in something, stick to it, and then just continue to trade it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but when it does work, everybody gets to have a good time.
Here's UAVS, Joseph. Nice rounded bottom. Shout out to Pretty Panda defending that 2 1/3. The closing print was $2.26. We're only about 252, but yeah, your point well taken, Pretty. We're up 12% on the day. We just worked our way right above the volume weighted average price. We worked our way above the $0.50. We have a rounded bottom, which is a bullish chart pattern, preceded by a downtrend. So it's legit. Yeah, this one has earned its way, let me tell you, onto the side chart. We're going to take off TCTM, which is a holdover from yesterday, and we're going to throw on UAVS. Thank you, Pretty Panda, for pointing that out. Can't have eyes everywhere. Joseph, I'm going to throw it to you, so that I can load up Perplexity and see what the situation is.
Yeah, and someone in the chat here just said Smoky Love. That's exactly why I'm not worried about DeepSeek, for sure. Again, we all know that it could just be a buy the rumor, sell the news type event, sell the rumor, buy whatever, the news, whatever it may be. But here we go. And someone else in the chat also mentioned the NVDA hammer that's being printed. I love this. This is such a massive gap fill to be played here, and best believe I'm going to look to participate on that front. I want to talk about Apple as well too, guys. So we're still on the inside, so look for any rejection around this candle where we opened up, or maybe even we can push to the pre-market highs as well, 128.14, if we decide that we want to continue to squeeze. But as of right now, it's looking really good, up 5% on the session. So let's talk about Apple. I was talking to Greg V and Sharif about this. I'm like, kind of dropped the ball on this one. I had multiple swings on it. Got out a little bit too early. I did get the gap fill, but look at this continuation in AAPL here, guys. We know that they report on Thursday, and we were down almost over 15% off of these highs. Now starting to recover. We held the support systems extremely well, so that's good for Apple. And I'm still bullish. It is the smallest position in my holdings right now, so in my long-term holdings, so that's okay. Nice recovery off the top. It would have been ideal to sell somewhere around the peak or during this distribution phase here before we ran into the support, and then look to reload on some more shares there. But that's not the case. That's okay. We'll still sit into this position, and we'll look for these gains to continue. I think that Thursday is going to be a banger for Apple. We know what's coming on Wednesday, and with that, you good to go there?
Yeah, almost.
Okay, almost there, yeah. So with that, we're going to look at Perplexity, but guys, we're going to also get into some expected moves after as well too. I want to see what we're looking at for Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft. Let's pull up those tickers right now. Softy, as the boys like to call them, Obi and Sharif. Let's see what we got going on. Now, it's been trading in this range for quite some time here, guys. So can we classify this as accumulation phase? Maybe until we punch through and we can break into all-time highs, which isn't too far away. I think that may be the case here on Microsoft. We filled this gap from before. Let's see what we got going on. Where is that daily gap fill that I was referring to? So here we go. So we're off some time off of that here. So from 116 all the way up to 416 to 432, and then now pulled back, held those levels really well, and then now continuing to appreciate and putting in those engulfing sessions. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. We got the earnings party that Neil, Sharif, and Adara are going to be a part of, so that's going to be really good stuff. They're going to be dropping you guys those numbers as soon as they come out. Let's see what Sharif's got going on with Perplexity.
Yeah, exactly what I thought, bro. Right. So if you go into Perplexity and you use the R1 feature, which is essentially the DeepSeek's version of O1 of ChatGPT, which is the reasoning model, which is the one that asks itself questions about how to answer the question, you get exactly what I thought. It answers the whole thing about Tiananmen Square. It tells you that whole thing there. So here's what I did. You go all the way over here. So you go into DeepSeek, right there, ask a follow-up. You switch from regular to pro. And then you have reasoning with R1, new DeepSeek model hosted in the US, or you can use OpenAI's model. Perplexity can allow you to connect with those or their own. So I just clicked reasoning here with R1, new DeepSeek model right there, and then you can ask it whatever questions. And then again, that Arvon guy, he is the CEO of Perplexity, was kind of going on social media and touting that for those who wanted to use DeepSeek but didn't want their information stored in China and everything else that comes with using DeepSeek. You can use it via proxy using Perplexity. So not like there's any shortage of LLMs out there. Personally, there's quite a few now that are quite good. Google's Gemini has been upgraded markedly. I've been telling you guys about this for a while. I was telling Brendo about this as well. This is what I really like about the new Google one. So it's aistudio.google.com. Right there, aistudio.google.com, and then look at this. You have all the different language models, Gemini 1.5, 1.5 Pro, 1.5 Flash 8B, et cetera, all the different models there for you to use, and then you can kind of structure it the way you want. What's going on over there?
Bro, NVIDIA's flying, it's flying, dude, just absolutely squeezing to the top side.
Yeah, this is a
continue.
Oh, man, no, this is more important. Cover it.
Yeah, look at the volume pickup here, guys. this could be possibly shorts just covering all the way up into here. So this volume really picks up as we start to break out on these lower time frames and on the higher time frames as well too. So nice, steady, consistent volume squeezing to the top side, now up over 6% on the session. Continue to squeeze, continue to squeeze. This is something that we want to look forward to, and this is what we want to look to. We know the market overreacts. Yesterday could have been a complete overreaction on nothing. Yeah, we know DeepSeek is half decent, but is it as good as they claim to be? We still don't know. Time will tell, but as of right now, NVIDIA really starting to recover on the day, putting in this monster session. I hope a lot of people are participating in this because this is the type of play that you need to look for when a great company essentially sells off for no big reason. They still need to sell the chips to people, whether it be the H800 or the 100. They still got to sell the chips to do the AI model. So here we are, really recovering on the day, still squeezing. That volume is really starting to pick up here. That could be also a possible topping signal. NVIDIA, monstrous.
Wow, man, 6.5%. 321 million shares traded. Even AVGO positive too. Definitely not in the way that Nvidia is positive of 1%. AVGO trying to take out 204. It's got a bit of a bull flag going on right now on Broadcom. I said to myself I wouldn't be trading these large caps today, so I'm going to stick. I'm going to stick to my plan, and I'm going to stay on the small caps. RNAS going again over here. Here comes 14 again. Nice breakout there on RNAS. Let's see if we can weasel into some shareage over here. I'm waiting for a dip onto 14. It may not give it to me. There we go. Now we'll get some out up here. Here we go. Move it. Let's put it up in the mid 30s. See if we can squeeze out some there, and then in the low 40s as well. Good move. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Here we go with the 40s. Nope. Boom. There it is, Joseph. Dang. Let's take it out again over here. Nice move right now on RNAZ. Good strength on this name today. Good continuity. It's been quite bamboozling at times. 3 outs. I've got 2 more on this one. Let's see if it can squeeze above the $0.50. The $0.50 acting now is a little bit of a resistance area. There we go. We get filled again. Now let's wait in the lofty area of 69. You guys know how I trade. I don't need to tell you guys. Anything below 14, I'm gone though. I'm not going to really try to do the dance with no pants on this one. It's going to have to continue in a straight line. Otherwise, I'm not going to try to catch dip trades and then give back the entire move. Seller at 40 right now on RNAS as it comes right back into my entry. I'm long 08s. We're going to risk 8 pennies. So anything below 14, we're gone Zeno. Bit of a spread on this one right now. But 10, 15 pennies at times, sometimes a little bit tighter. It really depends on when we're looking at it. Here comes 14 again. Wow. We've got 1 more out on this left, and there it is. We're going to take it out there for a little bit of a loss on the last little bit there. So RNAZ, definitely in focus, definitely strong. Try to pick it up, maybe off that 10 exponential. That 10 exponential is actually at $13, despite the fact we're trading at 14 and change right now. Good strength there. Let's keep tabs on this one. BHF, man. I keep holding this one, thinking, all right, you know, we're going to break up above that $60 area again, but I'm not adding at these levels. And this one actually defended 59s, eh? It got down right into 59. That was actually the print on it, on BHF, right at 59s. And I didn't add there. That was a mistake. I should have been adding there, given my stop was like 2 pennies below 59. I don't think I was at my desk when that happened, though. So BHF still in focus, man. 17%, hugging VWAP, but having trouble with $60. Let's see what everybody else is up to in the chat. Rippin' iron? Rip in, I don't know, whatever, bro. Nike flushing. Let's have a look at NKE. Let's see what this one's up to.
Whatever, bro.
All right, let's flip to Nike. Oh, wow. Nike in free fall right now, about to, dropping actually below $75. 74 1/5. LOD on Nike down 1.7. No headline that I'm seeing on Nike right now for this directional sell-off. There was a nice flat bottom break there at 75. You could see it in the beginning part of the day. The 75 dips were being bought up, given all these top bottoming tail candles, which showed that buyers were stepping in at that level. We go back up into the closing print at 75.60, and that is as good as we could do on the day, at least so far. On NKE, it broke below $75 quick as you like. There was really no bid holding it up there on Nike. So keep your eye on this one. Good call out. Didn't have an eye out on Nike, but yeah, nice sell off there, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there, Shreve. I'm just pulling up these expected moves here for Microsoft. and it's looked like the options market is only pricing in about a 4% expected move. Chat, fact check me on that. Sharif, I know you can as well.
What am I looking at?
With the expected move on Microsoft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's take a look at that because we're rolling into earnings season. I think that's really important to take a look at, especially for those straddle traders. You need to know that expected move, and for the options people as well too. IB is at about 56% here. So yeah, I have 4% on what I'm displaying here. What do you got?
All right, so it's after the market, right?
Yeah.
That's tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's flip to the 29th. Microsoft, expected move, 4.3, previous, minus 6.1.
Okay, so there we go. So relatively close there on that one. So 4% on Microsoft, guys. So not the craziest move, but again, it is a $444 stock right now. Let's take a look at Tesla and see what the options market is pricing in on that as well. Why do you keep pulling that up? And here we go. So yes, not the same thing. So about an 8.4% expected move on Tesla as well too there, guys. So good luck on that one. We're going to need quite a bit of a move here on Tesla. So officially, that might be good for our out the money if we exceed that, if we construct that trade. And we're going to do one more here on Meta before we bring it to Adara. So then about 6.8% on Meta as well too. So the expected move on that, but the IV is so high. So the options market is pricing that 97%. You're paying for that volatility in Meta. It is a $678 stock. That can explain a little bit about that, but let's see what Adara's up to.
Actually, I have a new Josh Brown story, but this is not the Josh Brown pump this time. No, Josh Brown of Ritholtz Management and also of the podcast The Compound actually saying that he, quote, trimmed his 3M position. So selling some MMM led to some selling in MMM. I did look at the chart to make sure here there was a bit of volume, excess volume on this push to the downside on the 3-minute chart. So MMM getting a Josh Brown trim here, guys, and a slight push to the downside. Keep an eye and be careful if you're involved in this ticker. Also, Stephanie Link just saying on CNBC that she has sold ExxonMobil. So keep an eye here on XOM, which is also pushing lower. So XOM and MMM both getting some sells here from Stephanie Link and Josh Brown, respectively, guys.
Yeah, the Josh Brown pump, man. There you go.
Josh Brown pump.
Dump in this case. So Triple M, keep your eye out on that, Joseph. But you were saying something.
Yeah, we're just talking about expected moves. Los Pollos Hermanos. I'm pretty sure that means the chicken man. So here we go. Am I right on with that, Andre? Andre, Los Pollos Hermanos? Los Pollos Hermanos is the chicken man, right? Spanish. Yeah. Yeah. See, there you go. Yeah, the guy knows a little. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know a little Spanish here and there.
He speaks Portuguese, bro.
Oh yeah, it's Portuguese, but it's close. It's close. Yeah, it's close. It's relatively close. Fabian, I was right there. Fabian. All right, brother. I appreciate you. Okay, so SUBX here. Someone asked me to look at the expected move on. Pardon me? Ask Ramin. Oh, okay. Yeah, next time I will. Maybe she knows a little Spanish. As DeepSeek. Yeah, ask DeepSeek. Yeah, that's hilarious. So SUBX, stop embarrassing me. SUBX.
So embarrassing.
Why isn't it pulling it up? Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry, I can't pull up Starbucks expected move for you, but maybe when I'm not talking about other things, then I'll look it up. But yeah, I know officially is well, the Chicken Brothers. That's it. Yeah, the Chicken Brothers. Sorry, not the Chicken Man. Sorry. So the Chicken Brothers here. Well, I said the Chicken Man. Yeah. Right, but it's the Chicken Brothers. Okay, yeah. So it's the brothers. All right. Yeah. So shows you how much I know in Spanish. So there we go. But yeah, guys, the video's starting to pull back a little bit. SBUX. Yeah. Sorry.
The Katina Man short NVIDIA at these levels, guys. And I've been just passed the sticky note, and I've been told to read it. 126 to 128 in bold capital letters. Area short. Get it, Katina Man. Good luck, brother.
He's shorting it there at the top of the range, but that Starbucks expected move is sitting around 5.9%.
There we go, guys. All right, shout out to Pretty Panda. He's like, look, RNAS is the one to look at. I still agree with you. I'm not involved in it right now. We were just at that 1450 level, got stopped out for the remaining amount. It did defend 1350, and here we go again. We still have a 1540 HOD, so we're still below that $0.50 right now. Get it, Katina Man. But we're looking right now at higher highs and higher lows, and somewhat, I don't want to say respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's wicking below there at times, but for the most part, it is respecting it and looking like it will be taking out that 1540 HO dang D, so that we're going to get involved here again. Come what may, let's go ahead. We're at 43s. Let's start scalping maybe in the mid 60s, and we'll be looking for this one to possibly take out the high of the day. 1450, a bit of a seller right now. You can see the selling coming in at around the $0.50. The previous candle's high does take us all the way up into about $0.75. So let's see if we can continue moving with that pattern. I'm going to have to give this to 1350 because that is where the current candle's low is. And that's also where the 10 exponential moving average is. So it probably behooves me to add into this position if it's going to dip into that level. So let me throw out some orders over here at those levels to account for any dips down possibly into that level. So let's go ahead and stack those orders right now. I'm going to put them at, the third of a dollar, or sorry, the $0.75, a quarter of a dollar, in and around that area, to see if we can catch a bit more shareage on the spike down. But I do like the pattern that RNAZ is putting. We're long at 43s. It's showing me 38s right now. I'm waiting in the mid 60s and then mid 80s. Here comes the $0.50 again. 60 now showing up. Seller at 60. Can we take him out? It's obviously a hidden seller. Boom! To the high side, we take out that seller. Let's see if we can take out the guy at 70. So there's a seller right now at every 10-cent area. We're rejecting 60s now. We're rejecting 70s. So whoever's trying to short or take profit is doing it, I perceive, at every 10-penny level. So there it is again to the high side. Good move right now, but true to form, it takes out that high and then it basically plummets a little bit as people look to take profits. Now I'm waiting at 15s. Let's see what the situation is. I didn't get anything filled, sadly, to the downside at around that 1405, 1375 that we were talking about. So I'm waiting for a 15 break and take. Seller in the mid 80s now, holding us back from ascending up 115%. We're still putting in those higher highs. Here comes 15. Here comes 15. I'm going to stake it out there. Bang. All right. Nice trade. We'll look to leave those orders at 14 again. Boom. Oh my God. Look at it. Take out 15s. Paper has. I'll just do this, Joseph. I'll just do this for now. There we go. Yeah. But you know what? We've had so many entries and exits on it, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Trying to catch the cash?
No, but yeah. Trying to catch the cash. But I mean, dude, you got a stellar trade on
I appreciate you.
Yeah. So that's
I appreciate
a good trade,
you.
man. You cut the whole trend essentially. Sick.
I appreciate you, Joseph. Dara's at the big desk.
I don't have news on this, but I want to let you guys know LYFT dropping pretty hard. There is a lot of volume to this drop as well. Slightly lower highs here, just almost a double top, and then this push to the downside. We drop about $1 here in this one push. Again, I'm not seeing any news. I'm seeing very minimal social media attention as well. But with LYFT, it is worth noting there's actually a significant short flow at about 13+%. So LYFT, if I see any news here, I will keep you all apprised. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. This thing is going to take out $16, guys. Now we're up 130%. We were talking about 100% like 10 seconds ago. There goes 16. It is now 16.19, Joseph. HOD. This thing is going. It's on one. There is a possible area of support, possible support to the downside here at around 15.50. So that's the topping tail candle that we put at 11.55 before we ended up halting down. We topping tailed into 15.50 and then we ended up halting at, believe it or not, $13. So there could be that support level at 15.50. Maybe we can pick some up off there and get back in because this one's on one right now. So let's see exactly what the situation is with RNAS. 15.50 getting defended right now, at least locally over here. Pops right back up off 15.50 right into 16 again. So should have been putting my money where my mouth was there instead of talking about it. But this one, very strong, very directional, getting a little extended now away from the 10 exponential moving average. And so I've used this kind of informal gauge of overbought and oversold right now with RNAZ. When it gets a little too extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, I get a little weary because usually it is due for a pullback. So 1630 HOD, the 10 exponential is at 14 1/3. So we're $2 now above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Let's see if this one continues to go or whether it drops back down for a pullback. STIM got several fills on it on this one. Now it's breaking down into $3. So this has done that before though. Okay, so here's the deal. So this one dropped below VWAP, got me out. I got back in once it reclaimed VWAP, scalped up into the fifth of a dollar. But now we have a lower high. So this is obvious area crest here at 3 1/5. Previously, it had been 3 almost in a third, above 3 1/4 certainly, almost into that 3 30 area. So now we have lower high, lower high, lower high. I don't like this trade anymore. Anything below $3, I'm done. And I did that before and I paid the price for it, but we didn't have that lower high pattern when I did that initially. Like, so this was, you know, in my humble estimation, I should have been giving this a bit more room. But this was predicated on a pattern of higher lows and higher highs. That pattern is done. We got a lower low over here, and now we got a lower high. Yeah, so a stimmy, might be running out of stimulants over here, so we're going to put in a 297. We're going to give this one a little bit of room. 297 out. I'll give it like 3 pennies below that $3 area. I know I'm probably going to regret this, but whatever. I don't want to be in the trade when the pattern is telling me the trade that you're looking for ain't there, buddy. So keeping an eye out on that one. Maurice asking, is there Uber news? Uber's flat on the day. Oh, what the hell just happened there? Is it? Yeah, so Adara said it dropped off a cliff, but she can't find anything right now. Cantor Fitzgerald already chimed in on this one earlier, boosting the price target from, actually dropping, hiking, the price target from 75 to 80. I don't know what rating they maintained on that. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. I'm not seeing anything. The last news entry was that Cantor Fitzgerald thing, but that was way earlier, way earlier. So I have no idea what's going on with Uber right now. It could be, you know, just a $70 rejection. Did it do this yesterday? Like when it got close to that 69.50 there yesterday, we ended up getting a bit of a sell-off. So we got into about 69.50 and we dropped down to about 68.25. We ended up closing out at 68.79. So again, not seeing anything right now, though Adara's at the big desk.
So there's one thing I am seeing on LYFT. This is the only news-related story I am seeing, and I'm seeing it circulated on X. I Googled it as well. About 10 hours ago, apparently a woman in Detroit sued Lyft over apparently some discrimination in a ride, but this is just getting recirculated now pretty heavily. Like within the last 5-10 minutes, I'm seeing a lot of articles about it. So again, this is first reported about 10 hours ago. So LYFT facing a customer suit. I'm not sure if this is why this is moving, but this is the thing, really the only story I'm seeing right now that is pretty significant, guys. I'm not seeing the amount of the suit either.
Shout out to my man Benton C, a fellow Arsenal supporter, letting me know the IPO that we were talking about today, SFD, Smithfield Foods Incorporated. It is live. What was the opening print there? It looks like the opening print was 21.05, give or take. The high of the day, 21.20. Let me throw this up on the side chart over here, SFD. Yeah, so now we're down about 3%. We're zigging, we're zagging. We're at that $20 and a third. You know, there's not too much volume in this bad boy yet. We're about 2.5 million shares, so maybe I stand corrected there. We just opened up at 12.34. This is the 1 minute chart. On SFD, we opened up at 12.34. It is now 12.40, so we're 6 minutes deep. And here we go, popping back in close to that $0.50. I don't have a trade on this. I don't really trade these IPOs, Joseph. I don't know what your feelings are. I know that the big boys there, they do well on them. They know exactly how to trade them. Not really my modus operandi, but SFD live.
Yeah, same thing there. I don't know, not enough data or information for me to go off of in order to trade them. I mean, I'm sure they're fun, and if you spend enough time and build yourself somewhat of a playbook on it, then you can do that, but I just have not. And when I started trading, like M&A and IPOs were kind of on the dwindle, Sharif, so we never really got that with IPOs, so I never really got that experience. I watched a couple, like Reddit was pretty cool last summer. Other than that, haven't really, and there's some other that I'm obviously not remembering, but not as much as there used to be apparently. So, but Stevenson Tenney, shout out to Trader TV, Sharif, Joe, Sean, Obi, and Neil there. Shout out to the whole team and the chat. Y'all make me a better trader. Let's keep pushing each other. Thank you, Stevenson. Much appreciated. And then, can we, Danny Nahas? Yeah, we're going to take a look at Netflix. And anytime, my friend, no need to thank me, because I like to see what you guys are looking at as well, too. And I think you guys know in the chat where I stand here on Netflix, right? Like I'm bullish on this thing. This thing has 300 million subscribers worldwide, increasing the premium, the subscription. That's pure margins. WWE rolling onto the platform. You're getting live sports. They're probably going to have some more big boxing events, because how could you not have another event like the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight when it was such a massive success, even though the fight sucked? Here we are with Netflix. Yeah, is that not true? Like the fight.
I'm just excited about this. Sorry, nothing you're saying is wrong, bro. You know exactly how I feel about Netflix.
Oh, you got something going on good there?
Yeah, but dude, it's just a whole stop, Joseph.
A whole stop, baby. Let's go.
No, but continue what you're saying. What you're saying was important.
Yeah. So with Netflix, guys, we're bullish on this thing. The subs are up. They a record quarter or a record year for subscriptions. I forget what it was. Doubled the analyst estimates here. So it's only a matter of time until this thing just breaks through this $1,000 price target and then continues to move to the top side. I don't know how you can be bearish on this thing when you have the ability to touch so many households. Like, I don't know, other than mine right now, I don't know who doesn't have Netflix on their smart TV or on some form of app there. So here you are, when you have the ability to reach such a vast consumer, you got to get involved in companies like this, whether it be Meta, Google, Netflix, or whatever it may be. This is a company that you definitely want to look to participate in, especially at the growth rate that they have displayed over the last little while. So, and bringing the live sports, you're hitting a whole nother base as well, consumer base as well too. You're bringing those live sports, those big sporting events to Netflix. It's changing the dynamic of the platform. Not only are you going to get some of the best TV shows on there, now you're getting some of the best live events. What else do you want from a platform? Is this thing like, it's absolutely dominating the streaming world. So it's a number one pick for me if you're looking to get involved in something that is involved in streaming, like Disney and whatever else may be. But Netflix is the go-to.
Big Spile Burdette, 7-year auction at 1 p.m. Buyers were thirsty on first VWAP pretest at 601 area. I'm assuming he's talking about, his favorite thing, the Spile. The SPY, SPY, guys. Let's see if sellers try and take it back there again. Shout out to the Spiled One, Big Style Burdette. My man Hurt Scrambler as well, chiming in about Juniper, J, NPR. I got to tell you a little story about this. This is the first stock I ever bought in 12th grade, or grade 12 as we call it in Canada, and I didn't know anything about the stock, bro. It's just a buddy of mine was like, this thing keeps going up, and it was like during the internet, the .com boom, when like Nortel Networks, Juniper, all like Cisco, everything like that was moving up, and I made a couple of bucks on this one with small share size. It was the first time ever, but JNPR brings back a whole bunch of nostalgia. Let's have a look at the report over here saying that it's trading lower amid circulation of reports suggesting that Department of Justice lawsuit may obstruct the proposed acquisition by Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. We'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Lots of changes we know taking place in the Department of Justice. It's not going to be your boy Merrick Garland anymore. It's going to be your girl, Pam Dang Bondi, and she may have a different view about what should and shouldn't go through. Adara's at the big desk.
We do have some news here on X. We have Bloomberg reporting that the third largest investor in the company, or U.S. Steel here, not X Twitter. X is in U.S. Steel, the ticker. Apparently, its third largest investor said that it opposes some moves, I guess, with the stock by an activist investor named Ancora. Pretty small, but the real reason I wanted to talk to you guys here is because I'm seeing some people are saying this has to do with the move in Uber and Lyft. The story I'm about to tell you, I am unsure, but regardless, Sean Duffy apparently has been confirmed as the new head of transportation department for the Donald Trump administration. So the new DOT head is Sean Duffy. Now, why is this relevant? Because earlier here, we did have Sean Duffy making some comments about EVs, saying that you should have to pay to be using the road. He specifically has made some comments about Tesla. And also he's commented on Boeing, saying that it needs some tough love to get consumer confidence back in their side. So keep an eye on BARIVN, TSLA, basically Boeing and any EV-related names, as Sean Duffy is confirmed as the head of the DOT because he's made comments on all of these companies before, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Shout out to Sean Duffy, the Duffsters. I do like that name.
The Duff,
I do. The Duffy. All right, Joseph, I just gotta have to throw out a couple of stop losses here.
Sounds good to me, my guy. Let's take a look. I know we're getting into the thick of the earnings season here, guys. So let's pull up and see what we got going on for later in the week and next week as well too, because I love earnings season. So Thursday, we know after the bell we have Apple and Intel, Visa. So those are big names on Thursday. We know what's coming Wednesday with the likes of Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. But then let's see what we got going on for the following week here. Okay, maybe we won't do that just yet. We'll do in a second. We'll go through some of the earnings reports. But I'm looking forward to what we got going on. We went over the expected moves already on some of these big names, and those are the names that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Some of them are a little bit expensive, right? We know that Meta has a levered ETF. I forget, LBM Photo showed me the levered ETF for Meta. Not that liquid, but we know that as Tesla starts to appreciate, the capital requirements start to increase. So that's why I like to use the vehicle TSLL. TSLL gives you that 2x leverage as well too, guys, but also allows you to just kind of grab more shares. You do need to be wary of the volatility. It is not a investment vehicle, or you can swing it, but it is more of an intraday vehicle, something that you use from minute to minute, hour to hour, less to say. But that's what I'm going to be looking to play or to use and participate on Tesla, especially if it decides to want to go the next way. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective, because I haven't really been talking about it too much, nor have I been trading it really. So because NVDA and IBIT have been in play, and you guys know where I stand on IBIT right now, our relationship is slightly toxic. So there we go. But here we are. Let's see what we got going on with Tesla. The one thing we need to keep an eye out for, guys, is these key levels of support. If we breach those officially and we bought those out the money calls, we're going to be sitting in trouble, because we're going to have to cut the position the following day, because it won't trade all the way up to 500. Is it going to trade up to 500 on the announcement? No, it's pricing in like a 6.8% expected move. In order for it to go to $500, that's quite a big move there, and I don't expect that. But we can collect some of that extrinsic value from that contract. That's the whole point of buying the out the monies with that increase of volatility. So here we go. If we break 378, then Kyle Burdett might be right. We might hit 300 before we hit 500, and that's what our outstanding bet is. I don't really love the price action right now, because we are running into some key support levels, so we need to be wary of that. Can it totally reverse and Tesla comes out with some absolute monstrous numbers? I would love that. That'd be fantastic. One of my largest holdings in the account. Sure enough, we would still like to participate in it in other ways. But again, I'm liking Tesla until the report. I think it's going to be really, really big pivotal moment for this stock. We broke out with the election when Donald Trump won, and then we essentially haven't really looked back. We have pulled back off of those all-time highs, which is totally fine. We went on a monster run for over a month, and that's what I like to see. The pullback hasn't been as deep, but we are still down about 21% off of those all-time highs. Let's see if Tesla can start to recover and then maybe put in a solid report and then break some key resistance zones. True.
Okay, sounds good, Joseph. Guys, RNAS halted to the downside, up still 108%. Here's what's funny about it. It's halted. I was telling Joseph while Adara was talking, it's halted at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So despite the fact that it topping tailed 16 3/4 now high of the day, 1673 technically, it did drop aggressively into that 14 1/4. Technically, the halt level is 1427. The theoretical auction price you can see here on my level 2 is 1425, so a mere 2 pennies below the area where we halted. Now, this is here we go. Now it's open. Let's see if this one wants to hold up above, or if it's going to flash back down. I was telling Joseph that maybe that the fact that it halted right around that 10 exponential is a bullish signal, so we should pick it up off here. Let's see exactly what the situation is, because it's still holding trend. Right? Here we go. We're not even giving up 14. In fact, we're closing in right now at that 14.5. Let's see if the continuity is there, or it's just we weasel up there. No, it looks like we're giving up 14 here now below the 10 exponential, coming down into the 20. VWAP, I should tell you guys, on RNAS in case we need to know if it comes down there, about $12.50, give or take, but it's still actually fighting with 14. Right back above 14 1/4 it goes. So it's not really giving up the ghost here. In fact, it looks like a bottoming tail hammer candle right now on the 5. This looks bullish. Decisions. I just got stopped out for the remaining amount of stim, so that is the end of the trade. I should have been getting out of that at $3. I just held on to it because of stubbornness, but that was the wrong thing to do here. I'm keeping my eye now on RNAS because this is obviously giving you many more opportunities to the top side and downside, to be quite frank. So here is that 14.5. Again, defending the 10 exponential right now, but definitely well off the highs, about $2 off those highs. 14.50 is where it's trading currently at the moment. Yeah, I don't really have much else to look at. I think Big Spile tagged me on some messages there. Let's go back and have a look. He mentioned 7-year auction. I got that. He goes, did you get my message this morning? I did see it, sir. I'm going to read it out, actually, because it was good. Because he was talking about technical levels. Usually he's talking about other inappropriate things, but everything is fine there. Love this guy. He goes, NVIDIA Weekly. I'm gonna read this whole thing out, Big Spile. Dang it, RNAS is flying to the high side. There it goes at 15 again, man. This is strong as hell. So Big Spile, NVIDIA Weekly. I drew this triangle some time ago. Great tools for helping me find trend changes, in my opinion. He's talking about those triangles. It showed me that while we could go up, the likelihood could be increasing that we break the trend at some point. That could have meant out of the top past 160 or so, lost the lower trend line from blast off, and then about 850 low, or sorry, August 5th low, which was, we know, Black Monday, right? The yen carry trade unwind. And he goes, notice too, the channel that extends from 1 week in August, that was the obvious doji of sorts. Yeah, I do agree with that. If you look at the daily on the NVIDIA, you will see that August 5th. We are stuck right now in the middle of that zone. And Big Spile, we touched that 200 exponential moving average yesterday. It was a bottoming tail candle. I made that point very clear on the show that we hadn't actually touched the 200 exponential on NVIDIA in, like, I think years. In fact, let's just pause for a second and load up the daily on NVIDIA so we can kind of look at what we're talking about over here. Oops, there we go. Let's load up NVDA, throw the daily on there. And that's what it was. Look at that bottoming tail we defended. Look at the closing print. Happens to be right above that 200 exponential. So we do wick below it this morning as well. Both areas got defended. He goes on to say, I'm not trying to be a contrarian and not trying to be anti-success of others, but I really think this info shows us things could be turning a bit for NVIDIA. Maybe DeepSeek is just the catalyst that allows big money and extra chance to reposition besides earnings. Check that falling volume on rising price trend as well. Good point there, Big Spile. I think Joseph would definitely appreciate that. He's always looking at volume. I like the dip into this 120 area. Now, I like it. I didn't put anything into it, though. Full disclosure. I didn't add to my NVIDIA position yesterday. I'm long NVIDIA pre-split. I haven't added nor removed anything from NVIDIA since that time, nor do I plan to. It's just, I don't know. I really don't know why I haven't been adding into this, but I'm just happy with what I've got, and I'm really focusing on other things. You know, I'm trying to build a position into ASML, which could also, in and of itself, be a bit of a tougher trade right now with this whole thing with Taiwan Semi. Obviously, Taiwan Semi, the biggest customer of ASML. And well, then the whole chip thing is up for debate right now. So we'll have to wait and see what this DeepSeek thing does going into the future. All right, RNAS continuing to trade above 15 bucks, defending that the 20 exponential. The deeper retracement went right into that 20. I mean, what could we do here? We could add into 15 over here for another attempt. I don't know how many attempts this is going to have at the high of the day, but it's up 120%, so maybe we'll give this another try. By the way, guys, as I think about that, let me tell you that I added to my position on BHF at 59 because it keeps defending 59. So I added right at that low, but if it breaks down below 59, my stop is already in place. So I'm looking at de-risking some here at the $0.50, or sorry, that $0.75, $59.75, in order to de-risk a little bit with BHF. It's a trade that I'm not really liking anymore. It's a downward channel. It's giving a VWAP, and it doesn't look like the trade setup that I originally got into it for. So that's my look there. He was talking about that zone was June 1st. He mistyped week of June 6th, I believe. That week of June 6th, Big Spile was talking about NVIDIA. That week of June 6th horizontal channel is interesting. Let's load that up again. Where's my NVIDIA chart? Here it is. That week of June 6th, let's load. That's June 6th over here, right there. That week of June 6th, horizontal channel is interesting. We ended up right back in that only uncertainty candle on the weekly chart. Are you talking about this one over here, or June 6th? June 6th. Let's go all the way back. June 6th. Which is that? Where is the 6th? So that you're looking at the weekly, I'm assuming. So let's have a look at the weekly there, see what the weekly of June 6th looked like. So that's August. Where are you looking, Big Spal? 6th. That's the 10th. I'm not really sure what you're looking at, brother. Let me know. Deep Psych says, "Will trade for food." I don't know what that means.
Deep
but
Psych.
yeah, I know. But like we were talking about it.
Say like deep psych.
I know. But like I didn't think we weren't talking about it. So I don't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been funny if we were talking about it. All right, guys. So just holding my position in BHF at the moment at the $0.50. Nothing really doing. It's showing me the $0.25. So already 25 pennies out of the money. Looking to take this out in the $0.75 area because it's having all sorts of trouble with 60. So I'd like to get the hell out of there if it allows me to. It's defending 59 for a while, but it's putting in lower highs and lower lows. Let's look at the Mag 7, man. I haven't said anything about them today. Let's bring them in. I did like this whole charting setup over here on eSignal. Let's have a look. All right, Microsoft at the high of the day, looking the best right now. MSFT up 2.5%, trading at that 445. Good look for Softy. We also have, who else? We have Tesla at a very interesting area. Look at this double bottom on Tesla into the 388 area. But there's this area. How many times am I going to get the call from this? There is this area right here. I want to say at around 395 that we rejected at around 1030 to 1045. And now we're kind of bull flagging in that area. Nice move back up. And now we're kind of consolidating at that 395 area. Last time we were around 395 on Tesla, we dropped. We didn't hang out there for that long. In fact, there's a lot of topping tail candles there showing you that sellers were quite aggressive at that 395. Not so is the case here because we're very consolidative. So Tesla could be looking for a possible breakout into, I don't know, let's see here, 398 was the pre-market high. 400 could be in focus. Obviously, Joseph had that killer trade on NVIDIA with the Katina man. And here it is. NVIDIA kind of doing a bull flag as well, Joseph. It had that breakout above 122 that you were involved in, and now we have that big pull, move up, and then a sideways consolidation trying to hold up above 125. It's a good look for NVIDIA. There might be more here. Maybe a squeeze into 130. Who knows? It's been a very strong day right now on NVIDIA. What is going on over here, bro? Who's calling me? Maybe I should take this call. And Big Spile's calling me on Instagram audio. Big Spile, I can't pick up the phone, bro.
That's crazy.
I can't pick up the phone, bro.
This guy.
Big
really,
Spile.
really crazy.
This guy.
Is that what that
Love him,
beeping
bro.
sound was?
The vibration.
Oh, I thought
No,
it
the
was
beeping sound, those are alerts probably going off on Obi's trading view or somebody's trading view. Those sound like trading view alerts, if I've ever heard one
Big
before.
Spile's calling you.
June 24th, I am sorry. No problem, brother. Yeah, I was wondering, June 6th, what the hell you're talking about, because there was no bottoming tails there on June 4th. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
What's a look?
We got some good comments here. I know it's 1 o'clock, guys. We're gonna get into the playmaker in 1 second here. But so really interesting comment. RFID trader. If Tesla is a daily TSLA is a daily recommended vehicle, how come there are options where you can sell leaps, covered calls, won't let you sell a stock unless one is super rich? I don't know what you mean by that last part, but again, the options market isn't going to give you financial advice like, hey, don't buy me or sell me or whatever it is, right? Like, they're not going to tell you not to do it. It's a levered derivative, right? So when you trading TSLA, whether it be 2x, I keep forgetting if it's 2 or 3x. Let me pull it up here for you guys real quick.
TSLA?
Yeah.
I'll look.
Yeah.
I got it
so,
right here.
So anyways, what I'm getting at here is, it's a 2x bull here.
Yep.
So that's what it is. So this is what it is. But the reason why you don't want to buy leaps on this is because of the decay in the underlying asset. And it needs to be rebalanced on a daily basis. So let's take a look at Tesla from a daily perspective and see what we were off on the lows. So 42% compared to half of that of what it was, right? So keep that in mind. The decay and the rebalance, these are not investment vehicles. They're strictly used for day trading purposes. The implied volatility and the decay in these underlyings don't allow you to buy Leafs because it won't appreciate as much as Tesla itself will. So that's the reason why you don't want to buy Leafs on this thing. You just want to use it as a day trading vehicle. Even though it does look good, but the decay on them is still there and you need to be wary. If you decide that you want to trade TSLA, TQQs, etc., from an option standpoint, just keep in mind you are now trading a derivative of a derivative. That is very complex. I don't even know how things would work. They're not fighting.
It's actually, well, they're trying to make it seem like they are. So whether it happens or not, Jake Paul, Logan Paul apparently will fight each other, and it could be BS.
Obviously, what are you gonna do? Try to
well, we know that the
dominate your
Klitschko brothers wouldn't fight each other for years and years. They refused, despite the fact that people were throwing money at them. We're talking about Vitaly and Vladimir Klitschko.
Yeah, I don't like Logan. I don't mind Jake.
Dude,
though.
they're kind of the same size.
They are, but look how geared up Logan is, though.
Logan?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. This is going to be
he's in the WWE. He's been saucy.
this guy. Libel, bro.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. Of course, nobody's going to know. But this is interesting right now. Apparently, March 27th on HBO Max, Logan Paul versus Jake Paul. I don't know.
On Netflix.
I'll watch it.
Did you say,
it's
did
no.
you say HBO Max?
HBO Max. It says on Max. Adara, get it.
Yeah, well.
Thank you very much there for that, Sharif. We actually do have the 7-year bond auction results, which we'll get into really quickly here. But, excuse me. So strong, a little bit weaker than the previous year for the 7-year bond auction high yield, 4.457% versus 4.532%. So again, 4.45% versus 4.53% previous, a little bit lower than the previous number here for the high yield. Here's Bitcoin. We're going to do a quick crypto rundown here. We do have some higher lows on the 15-minute chart, but definitely fighting some rejection here just above that 104 level. On this 15, I would say there's even clearer support at that just above 104, around this 104.2. So I'll have to wait and see what happens here for BTC. Let's take a look at Ethereum as well. And Ethereum continues to look a little bit more bearish than Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin making higher lows and a bit of a flat top. Ethereum looks a bit like a rounded top here, rejecting that area just above 3,200s. XRP we'll take a look at as well because it's been really strong today. And XRP looking, dare I say, distinctly different from Ethereum and Bitcoin. Higher highs, higher lows, and a bit of an uptrend. We know that Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, saying that he did in fact speak to Donald Trump about this whole crypto reserve. And he said that XRP and Bitcoin, as well as some other currencies, should be included in said reserve. So I'll have to wait and hear on that. But quick crypto rundown here before we send you back to the Bash Brothers. See you soon.
Being reported by Newsweek, Neil, so I don't know if this is going to be bad or not. Yeah, Neil believes it. Jake Paul set to fight his brother Logan Paul in shocking twist boxing match, reports Newsweek. And as I mentioned earlier, the date, March 27th, will be streamed live on Max. But as Neil was telling me off camera, I mean, like, this is the type of thing you would expect Netflix to get. We keep talking about. And Jake Paul posted it on his X, dude.
Did he?
Yeah, right there.
So there you go.
The moment you've waited a decade for, March 27th on stream on Max. Okay, I'm definitely watching it. You got Jake. I got Jake as well.
Yeah.
I think Logan. I don't know.
He couldn't even knock out Dylan Dennis.
He's not as focused on boxing as his brother.
No, he's more like WWE.
Wrestling.
He's a showman. Logan's more of a showman than what Jake is. I could talk fight game all day. We could have a 3-hour segment. But I mean, we all know that Logan could barely beat, well, not barely, it wasn't even close, but he couldn't knock out Dylan Dennis. Jake Paul's experience is just way more vast than Logan's. So I got Jake all day. Like easily. The thing is like I don't think they're going to really try to hurt each other or anything along those lines. Obviously they'll make it somewhat entertaining. But I was just saying to Sharif off camera, these guys are marketing geniuses. All right, these guys are just like some of the best at doing this, especially where they started and how they built their platform. They know exactly what to do and just make the things happen.
Her poor mom. Adara.
Yeah.
We have a slew of stories just coming in right now. That is right. 3 midday breaking catalysts, because why not? So we'll go through all 3 that we just got here. First, Surgery Partners, SGRY. This name was already moving like a buyout. I guess it was reported that the company had received a proposal. Now Surgery Partners has confirmed that they received here this acquisition proposal of $25.75 per share from Bain Capital. Bain Capital already does have a 39% stake in the company. So SGRY confirming that they are set, or I guess there's been a proposal for their acquisition. Then we have Meta, META, which is actually, as of right now, making new all-time highs above 680. Apparently, according to the information, reporting that the company is transferring its Reality Labs oversight to its chief operating officer, Javier Olivan. So some Reality Labs updates here for META. And last but not least, before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, we must talk about Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo has faced some issues here from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau of the U.S. Now we have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau calling Wells Fargo, quote, a repeat offender that continues to have, quote, serious issues. So Wells Fargo running afoul of the CPFB or CFPB once again here, guys. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Appreciate that. Crapstock, I see what you're saying in the chat. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But first, we got to fill out the data here on the Playmaker poll. Sharif, what do we got for an entry price?
All right, we got 604.42, Joseph.
604.42.
And then we're going to take everything as a stop. Or you want the stop?
Yeah, so we'll give me a stop.
603.42.
603.42.
Then we're going to wet our beak at 606.42.
606.42. Love it. Time in is 1:07 p.m. We got 1 lot of that, guys. So here we are. Playmaker pool, 33 data points. Is this strategy profitable? We're shooting about just under a 50% here, but we're still profitable on this. Here's the equity curve, guys, on the Playmaker poll. Fantastic stuff. The cumulative P&L still positive. This thing has been working for us. Amazing strategy. I hope that you guys have been collecting data as well too, and utilizing how this can benefit your trading and help you to eliminate things that are not working for you, and then take advantage and really start to grow things that are working for you, all right? But Crapstock says, okay, so you think so you think you'd have something to say, no different when boxing is now, it's disrespectful to boxers, what they are doing in boxing. I'm gonna have to slightly disagree on that. Go ahead.
Jake Paul's a legitimate. I don't know if
he's a legitimate fighter.
Yeah, he trains a lot. He hasn't been training since he was a kid, like if that's what you're trying to say, so he's weaseling in later, but I think he's a legitimate fighter.
There's no question about it. He can beat a lot of people on this planet. Is he going to be fighting the pros like in the WBC, WBA, WBF? Probably not. But what he's doing is he's taking big names, some of the biggest names from combat sports, fighting them and dismantling them, embarrassing them essentially, all right? So yeah, exactly. One thing about boxing, I'm going to say this right now, is that you never get the big name fights that you really, really want. It takes so long for those fights to come to fruition, and it's annoying in the boxing world. There's too many weight classes, there's too many belts, and there's too many people that, like, whoever Devin Haney's fighting in the upcoming in his next fight, it's like, who is that guy? No one knows who that guy is, and these guys just go on and fight. They make the easy money fights so they can build their record. Jake Paul actually stuck his neck out and was like, okay, I'm fighting Anderson Silva, I'm fighting Tyron Woodley, all former champions, even though they may be out of their prime, but he's fighting some of the best names and putting on those big name fights that boxing has had the inability to do, with the exception of some fighters. Rant over.
I love it, bro. All right, throwing a couple of orders right now on RNAS. Picked it up at the 10 exponential. Let's see if this one wants to hold 15. We're 15.21 long. Not going to hold this anything below 15 because that's where the 10 exponential is. Let's see if we can get the fill here. I'm waiting at the 40s. The spread's opening up. Waiting for that fill, bro. Someone's selling up a storm here at the 40s, and the spread is opening up. Anything below 15, I'm gone on this one. It's going to have to hold that level. Here we go. It's dropping on the bid. Does it cross 15 on the ask? Trouble. It's going to have to hold up here. Move up, bro. Let's go. I'm waiting at 14s. I have an out initially on this one at 1660. So this one can move up. We know that. The high of the day, 1673, but it's not forthcoming to the high side right now. Let's throw a stop over here. There we go. Now we get the fill. It takes out the $0.50. Let's now wait on the higher area. I'm going to wait at I'm going to wait in the mid 60s over here. Let's see if we can get that move back up into $16 at that area. So here comes the $0.50 again. Someone's selling at the $0.50. Does it continue to move on its way up? No. Selling a bit right now is RNAZ. Good stock today. Definitely looking for that 16 break and take, though, up 125%. The new poll is out, guys. Here it is. Some good names that you guys didn't see first time around. You got Apple. You got Meta. RNAZ, the one I'm in right now, and then CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is a dang rocket ship on the day. It has single-handedly, with its catalyst, lifted up that whole cybersecurity move. And I looked over to Neil, because Neil and I are both involved in Pandub, and Pandub got shellacked a little while ago, and nobody really understands why. It got into that $210 area, post-split, sold off. And, these names, I've been talking about this one for a while, they're high beta. So if you're going to involve yourself in the cybersecurity names, you got to be ready for the beta. But in any event, it did work its way down into that 200, I should say, exponential moving average on the daily. And so I looked to Neil, I'm like, did you buy? He's like, you know what, bought, man. So I was quite happy about that, because him and I have been involved in that one for a hot minute. So shout out to Neil. Hope he prints up several storms. Oh, my bad. I didn't even see him there. I'm sitting there talking and trying to be all serious, and my man's catching cash. Get it. I love Randy, man. Yeah. Shout out to Randy. Yeah, get it, Randy. Shout out to Adara as well. We're keeping an eye here on RNAZ as we're waiting for that print in the high 80s, Joseph. It's coming into 79, 75s, and bang, we take it out again on RNAZ. Good look right now on the NASD one. Let's see if this one wants to continue. I don't know, Brian. It's 3 hours, Joseph, of talking, bro. So give me a break over here. So right now, Apple winning in the poll, guys, about 44%. Then the Zuck train, second right now with 29%. And true to form, the small cap gapper never gets any love in this chat, down 14%. Crowd with 15%. CrowdStrike obviously had its issues in the summer. It has been a great trade, though, if you picked up CRWD at those lows, way off the lows that we got into the summer. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, they did have a major outage that got a lot of people upset. Delta, including one of them. I think that they're still looking at suing CrowdStrike, if I'm not wrong, about that. So, yeah, they're not without headwinds, obviously. We'll have to wait and see. It's a contingent liability, right? Because you don't know if you're going to be on the hook or not. They say their contract absolves them of liability. Delta has a different view. So we're going to have to wait and see who ends up winning that bad boy. But it's still a possible headwind for the moment. Shout out to Ostentatious Productions. I'd fight Jake Paul for 1 million quid. Wait, I'm thinking of Jake Paul.
You can't read it.
Jane Paul. Is that their mother?
I don't know.
I don't know, bro. You're killing me, bro. Yesterday I had to read that thing out, and this guy, all right, today, Elon Musk, J-U-N-S. Let's have a look at J-U-N-S. Don't know what that is.
You know Canelo and Bud are going to fight, possibly?
Bud?
Yeah, Bud Crawford.
Of course, I know Terrence Crawford. No way.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah. But
Terrence Crawford's an OG, bro.
Yeah,
I mean, that guy just destroyed
everybody.
What's his name? The Earl Spence. That was ridiculous.
Bro, that was a beating.
That was a beating. Terrence Crawford's really good. He reminds me a lot, in a different way, and obviously a different class, of Roy Jones Jr. When he was in his prime. Like, in the way that he can just fight out of the Philly shell whenever he wants. He can switch.
And he's powerful.
Dude, Terrence Crawford's one of my favorite fighters.
He beats Canelo. Because Dragos was in his prime. Canelo's out of his prime. I think
ever since Bivol, he hasn't been the same.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Valid point there. I think Dragos. I think that Terrence Bud beats Canelo, even though he has to move up 2 weight classes. In boxing, that's like 5 pounds, even though that can be quite a bit. But there is no rehydration clause.
Hold on. Let's double click on that for a second.
Yeah.
So the rehydration clause allows them to add weight subsequent to the weigh-in.
Yeah, exactly.
So in this case, they can come and weigh in whatever they want.
Whatever they want.
But isn't that the old way?
Yeah,
Isn't that how everybody used to do it back in the day until people started getting upset about the
Yeah.
difference in weight?
Probably.
They were, bro. Everyone you'd like cut, you go and run in the sauna.
Weight bullies, right? Like that's what they would classify as weight bullies.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, weight bullies. Yeah, like a lot of people said Habib was a weight bully and like Islam's a weight bully because those guys really walk around at like 180, 175.
But that was always boxing. That was my understanding. Is like you always fought 2 or 3 divisions below your walk around weight,
yeah,
right?
Well, because everybody was trying to be a weight bully. Once everybody started figuring out that plan, right?
Got
it's
it.
like, okay, yeah, now you need to fight at a lower. So like I would have to fight at like 145 or something like that.
Yeah, look, I love Terrence Crawford, man. I think he's one of the most talented guys right now. Is he not?
No, he's definitely the best. He's probably, in my opinion, he's pound for pound.
And you got to give some to Tank though, because
and Gervonta.
Tank's got
and
monsters in
Gervonta.
those hands.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. He was gifted from the gods himself.
Yeah, he's gifted in terms of strength. But here's what I like about him. He reminds me not of Floyd Mayweather style, but he's able to adapt to his opponent's style in the same way that Floyd did consistently.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's a very good point because there will be fights where he'll drop the first couple rounds, take reads, and then just read what they're going to do next, and then that's how he has the ability to knock out his opponents is from switching his style. Right? He like against Isaac Cruz, he beat Isaac Cruz with one hand. Right? Yeah, exactly. And it's like, how do you do that?
That was the uppercut that he caught him on. There was a left uppercut, I think he caught him
and he broke his hand. And then, no, that was
different.
Santa Cruz. That
was it. My bad.
Santa Cruz threw the same punch 3 times, and Tank was laughing at him. He's like, why are you throwing the same punch 3 times? And then hits him with the uppercut and then just put him to sleep. So,
what's his name? Rolly couldn't stand a chance.
No, Rolly stood no chance.
Rolly's got a weak chin, bro.
We got a saying about Rolly. He's not like
Ryan Garcia's gonna knock out Rolly. It's gonna be a bad knockout.
He's gonna get caught with the left hook so quick, and he's not even gonna know what hit him. But then it brings it back, like, who is this guy that Devin Haney is fighting? Like, you're fighting a nobody, bro.
I don't
That's
like
the
Devin
frustrating.
Haney at all,
I don't like him at all. He tried suing
him and his dad.
Did you see he tried suing Ryan
for
Garcia?
assault?
Yeah, for battery.
It's so tough.
It's like, bro, whatever.
Anyway, guys, I'm sorry we got on a little bit of a tangent there. Kareem B says he's too little for Canelo. It's not a bad point. Look, I mean, Bud, where does Bud fight? He fights 154?
Yeah,
super
something
welterweight?
Like that. Yeah, even 47, I think he fights.
47, yeah. He can do welterweight. I think he can do junior middleweight, 154. I think Bud's power carries up to 160 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Personally.
And I mean, the Canelo fought light heavy, right? When he beat
at Bivol.
Yeah.
But that was
Bivol
that's
and
not his
else.
weight, bro. Bivol's coming down to fight at light heavy as well. You know what I mean?
I'm looking forward to Canelo Beaterbev too.
Ooh.
Yeah, right? 'Cause Beaterbev beat him in the first one where it was like, we don't know, but
Well, exactly.
there you go. So.
And Canelo doesn't have too many L's, though. He has, I think, that Floyd Mayweather L. That was really early in his career. He kind of disputes that because he's like, I was in a...
Yeah, it was like 23 when he fought.
He was a child.
Yeah.
It was
But he did.
Like 09, you know that, eh?
Dude, that was a
09, 10,
long
that was a really
time ago.
long time ago.
Canelo lost to Gennady in the first fight. Gennady Golovkin.
Of course.
But the judge gave a ridiculous scorecard. I remember that. And it's like, yo, how? But then he absolutely obliterated him next time.
I don't know if I like Golovkin's style, bro. He's
like, yeah, just move forward. Yeah, just move forward. But yeah, guys, let's get back into some stock talk here. A lot of people are asking us to take a look at Apple. We're gonna bring that up for you real quick. I mentioned this before. I had a couple swing plays that worked out really nice here, and that we were down 15% off the highs, and now really starting to recover around $238. We're trading at Apple. Let's take a look at it from a zoom in here and look at it from an intraday perspective. Still hovering around those highs and holding the volume weighted average price really, really well here, guys. Apple is something that I like. Earnings report coming up Thursday evening, and that's where we got to take it from there. We got to see something about these iPhone sales and how the ecosystem is doing. What's the term that I'm looking for? I'll think about it later, but again, just the ecosystem and the services, everything to do with Apple, I think that's going to be really important. iPhone 16 sales as well, too, going to be really important. So let's see what's going to happen with that. But we got another, as Katina Man would like to say, face slapper here on
NVIDIA?
on Amazon. Yeah. So
killing it today, bro.
exactly. So Amazon, here we go, guys. Really starting to gap down. Why did I take this trade? Let me pull it up on here so you can see it a little bit more clear. And it's the signals that I talk about again and again. Inverted hammer at an extreme high. Now getting that pullback. Let's see if we hold these levels or run into the volume weighted average price. But that is Amazon.
All right. I'm just looking at the MAG right now. Great look at the MAG. They're all really doing well, except Amazon. Obviously, Joseph getting that one on the way down. They're all really up into the right. The one that is kind of surprising me a little bit that I anticipated a breakout on is Tesla. And let's have a look over here because I was talking about this double top. Double bottom, and then this area crest for the double bottom at around 395. It looks like we're still hugging that 395 area despite the fact that we have lower highs. How do we maximize this thing? Is there a way? Yeah, there it is, maximize. Good job, Sharif. So this is we're putting in higher lows on Tesla. So despite the fact that we're not really moving beyond that 395 with aggression, the way that I would anticipate a breakout through this area crest is, we are putting in higher lows. So we could be on our way maybe into that 398, 399 area. That is the area crest there that we put in the pre-market right around 8:30 or so. I know we got durable goods numbers or something like that in the morning. So we'll keep tabs on that. Could have been the reason why that spiked. So how do I make this go smaller? Restore. There we go. Good job. All right, so keeping an eye on those. Let's see what the situation is with our other trade right now on BHF. So I've been waiting for this one to move back into at least that $0.50 so I can get the hell out of there. It's been defending 59, but this feels like it's going to be a flat bottom break. Maybe I should just get it out here and lose 50 or 40 pennies on this trade. I don't like it because of the lower lows, lower highs. It's defending 59, but it's putting in lower highs with a flat bottom. We've seen this story before, and it usually doesn't end well for me. Just telling you, quite frankly, that $59 area looks like it is going to give way because the selling is more aggressive than the buying right now. I did have opportunities to get out break even. I didn't take them, so this looks like it's going to be an L for me on the day. I'm talking about BHF. Got into it because it was a nice bull flag looking pattern with VWAP holding up when I got in. That is no longer the case, and it looks as if we could get some downside movement over here. I also want to look at ASAN because this one I had eyes on for a pullback into the volume weighted average price. So I've been waiting for a long time here on ASAN. It's been rejecting that $22 area, not strictly because it got into $22.08, but most of the closing prints, if not all, are below $22. Now we're breaking down into that $0.0025 area. However, last time we were down here, we did defend that $0.50. Look at that double bottom on the 5-minute. One candle here, one candle there, defending 250. So if this doesn't hold at 250, I'm going to be on the lookout now for ASAN to hold at 250. If it doesn't hold at 250, then I'm looking at 21 1/3. Because that's where VWAP is. I'd like to take this one off VWAP or that 22.5 or 21.5, excuse me, because it's been very, I don't want to say strong on the day. It's obviously strong, up 7%, but it's holding that level, right? It's not really giving up that level much in the way at all. So if it ends up holding there, I don't mind getting in on a bit of a dip trade. Let's see what everybody's talking about there in the chat. Pretty Panda, NVNI, gonna waste the rest of my night. It's stable until it's not. Been there, brother. Shout out to my man Jay Lee, Sharif, Joe. Holo is going up, by the way. Take a look. Say less, Jay. Let's have a look at HOLO. This is a former runner. In case you have not been watching the show for a while, this has been one of those ones where it appears every so often, and we can trade it. But a lot of the times, it ends up being like this, Jay, where it does the Christmas tree retracement, essentially giving back the entire day's move. And when we look at the daily chart, we kind of get that sense that it is a former runner, but it always seems to close well off the highs, just generally. Yeah, so right now, the last little while here, it looks like it was the end of last year to earlier this year. We had the movement, then we had an outsized day for Holo a couple of days ago, I think. On Friday, that was the 27th? No, that was yesterday. The 27th is yesterday. This one topped up almost into $3, but look at that, Jay. We dropped all the way right back down, closing closer to the lows than the highs. The current look on the 5-minute, well, it took VWAP. So look, if it defends that 190 area, this is a good trade. Possibly to take out 2, but right now it's an inside day. We're above yesterday's lows and obviously below yesterday's highs on HOLO. So we'll keep tabs on this one. No question about that. Let's see what else everybody is talking about there. Fed minutes today. No. So today is the Fed meeting, the first day of the Fed meeting. We don't usually get, or we don't ever get information about the rate decision on the first day. It's almost always the second day. And we expect Jerome Powell to take the mic at 2:30. Widely expected that it's going to be a hold. We'll find out that at 2 o'clock. And then the market will react. Usually you'll see an algo spike or 2. But the real commentary and the real volatility, I should say, likely to be expected at 2:30. What I'm listening for tomorrow is not whether inflation is cooling or heating up again. I think that that's pretty well established. What I want to hear from the Fed chair is about the tariffs, the incoming tariffs, and how inflationary they could be and what he anticipates, or what the FOMC anticipates the effects of those. There it is. It's breaking. BHF is breaking below 59. I knew it was going to flat bottom break, and now I'm out. So we'll take a loss on that one. But to go back into my point, I want to see what the FOMC is thinking in terms of these tariffs. Because, think about it like this. Southern Ontario basically provides GM, Ford, and that whole area where you guys create cars in the Rust Belt with a lot of the products, a lot of the the input. Let's call them the input products into manufacturing, car manufacturing. So those are all going to be markedly more expensive because we're going to have response tariffs to your 25% tariffs. So all of a sudden, GM's buying these input costs from Magna and these other distributors and suppliers in Southern Ontario at 25% more. So GM's not going to absorb that cost. They're going to pass it on to the consumer. And that's going to happen. There's going to be a chain effect there. So do they have anything to say about that? That's what I want to hear from them, and that's what I'm going to be listening for. I don't anticipate too much in the way of inflation separately than tariffs. But we also talked about, you and I before, that a strong economy usually brings with it some inflationary pressures.
Exactly.
If people are making more money, if there's more productivity, they likely got a couple of bucks in their pocket, and people have a way of spending that rather than saving it.
GDP and kind of inflationary kind of go hand in increasing
A little
GDP
bit, yeah.
and inflation.
It really depends where the growth is coming from. Is it coming from stimulus, or is it coming organically through growth, right?
Okay, that's a very valid point there. Again, I heard as well too that people just classify tariffs as a consumption tax, which I don't necessarily disagree with that. Kind of makes sense. How is it going to affect? Only time will tell, and we'll see from that standpoint. But Jerome Hatt, thank you for the kind words. You guys are killing it in the chat today. I know a lot of you have traded NVDA, so hopefully you guys have put in those green sessions and enjoy. Well, after the show is done, you can go enjoy yourself. Celebrate the wins, as Neil and Sean were saying. Yeah, you gotta celebrate those wins when they come. Don't party too hard, that is, because you gotta perform the next day. And best believe it's not going to be any easier. So here you are. Thank you to them. Document almost exposed. Yeah, NVDA is still crawling higher. We're sitting in that one, 120.96. Look at I like the Amazon one equally as much here as well, too, guys. If we can pull up my chart. Bro. So here we go. Off of those signals, time and time again. Since you guys, well, actually no, it's something else, but we talk about the VPA signals all the time. I just saddle time, just sitting in the seat, watching these screens. When I'm at home, I literally will just put on my replay, Sharif, and I'll just run previous days in the market and just watch, and then have things on in the background and just do multiple things at once while I'm watching this. So yeah, it's just time. It's time. And someone in the chat, their name is Success is Inevitable. I agree with that, but a quote that I really like, Sharif, is that I seen in my gym years and years ago, is the bridge between goals and accomplishments is discipline. So I live by that. So, and we talked about discipline as well too. You're not going to be motivated all the time. You just need to be disciplined. You got to do things that you don't want to do. I'm sure you don't want to go to the gym every day, even though I guess you're a beast.
Some days.
Yeah, some days you're a beast. So maybe you're not.
Well,
you might not be the
for
best
real, yeah.
example, but there's days where you're like, I don't feel like it. But those are the days where you just need to get up and do it the most, man.
Absolutely agreed, Joseph. Arnaz on the way down here, so it's breaking through the 10. It's breaking through the 20. I'm earmarking 13 or about 12 3/4 as possible support. That is the volume weighted average price. Let's see how far this one wants to go down. It dipped into about 13.50 or so. We have some buyers coming in. It looks 60. Sorry, not 50. We do have a buyer stepping in 60s over here. We held it up over here at 126 and over here at 30s at 130. So there is a buyer at 1360. It doesn't matter though, we're still putting in lower highs. I'm earmarking, as I said, between 12 3/4 to 13. Possible dip trade here on Arnaz. It's been quite directional. I want to say the only triple-digit winner on the day, but that would be wrong. There is another one, DXF, but this one's done absolutely nothing since we got onto the show. There's also another one, SLXN, which is doing nothing either, below VWAP, trying to hold that dollar. So this is really the only triple-digit winner, in my opinion, that's tradable at the moment. Double bottom right now at 1360, breaking above 14 again. Does it change the high or low, or sorry, the lower high situation? Well, based upon the 125 candle, we change that lower high situation if we get above 1460. We're showing 14 1/3 right now, about to take 40. So we'll see what this one wants to do and whether or not this presents us with another opportunity to trade RNAZ. Multiple entries and exits on this. My initial one was a loser, and then we kind of weaseled back into this one, trading it all the way into the high of the day right there at 16 3/4. Well below that level right now. Zero Gravity Zen. I like the tangents. It breaks up the intensity of trading. I know, brother. Well, we got a 3-hour show to fill too, right? So, and besides, we know that there's so many different interests with viewers in the chat there. So we try to, kind of overlap with our interests and your interests. People seem to love the boxing talk. People like the AI talk.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm the big boys talk football a lot in the morning show as well.
Sure.
So that's the look there. Sorry, Neil, I didn't mean to bring up football. My bad.
Right.
That's the look there. Obviously, Neil's still recovering.
Is he still recovering?
He's still recovering.
I seen that he said he didn't have a drink. He wasn't drinking during the game. Not even after.
I don't even think Neil drinks that much. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he doesn't drink all that often.
There you go. Stir the pot, baby. Let's go.
No, I have a thing. Like if the Bills win in the playoffs, I cracked the blue label. But I kind of believe that it's like a celebration thing. When you lose, I'm not trying to drink sorrows away.
No.
Like the whole you have a bad day trade.
Yo,
It's
that's
the last
tough,
thing I want.
Nate.
I'd rather celebrate and have it be a
toughness.
happy thing more than anything else. But I made a rant about Dalton Kincaid. His teammate, that's the guy that dropped the 4th down pass that could have put them into field goal range for the Buffalo Bills, and they could have tied the game at the end there. His teammate and fellow tight end mentioned that he'd been playing through a pretty severe knee injury. That's why maybe he had some struggles. So probably a little bit harsh on them. But you got to it's like getting back. You got to get back on the saddle. At the end of the day, if you can't be happy with your team being in the top 4, it's disappointing, but it's still an impressive result, right? It's like getting 80% of a move. There's some kind of a fire test going on. If you get 80% of the move, you should be happy. You're not happy that you didn't get 100%, but you should be happy overall. So, it looks like we're getting some fire alarm testing this afternoon, so ignore any noise that you might hear in that regard.
Annoying. Thank you very much, Neil. Worst time for them to chime in about the fire alarm. But we got to deal with that around here at least once a month, Joseph. We gotta make sure everything's good on that end.
Yeah.
Guys, I was keeping an eye on Holo. Shout out to Jay Lee, who was telling me about HOLO. And I was of the opinion that, this one didn't really have a shot. I mean, there was really no catalyst. It's up 18 3/4, but we're still kind of an inside day versus yesterday. We took out VWAP. We're at $2. We just took out $2. We got into 204. We're still below the pre-market high, Jay. So if I'm going to get involved in this one, it's got to take out $2 and a fifth. That 218 seems to be a bit of a double top. If it continues on its merry way, definitely get involved with HOLO. It's a former runner, so one that we know all too well. but not going to jump into that one just yet. ASAN, I was talking about this level as well, this $0.50 level on ASAN, because we did defend the $0.50. We're coming close to that level right now. If we get into that $0.50 and we bounce, I'm going to go long. Otherwise, I'm looking for that 21 1/3 now. That's where the volume weighted average price is on ASAN. I have this order out, which is no longer accurate, waiting at 21 1/4. I'm going to go ahead and throw that order right now at 21 1/3. I'm going to front run it by a couple of shekels, Joseph. So we're going to throw that out there. But again, I'm looking for that $0.50. Take a break, pay some bills.
Hey, that's it. We ready for this one here?
Oh, I thought we were.
Now we are.
Okay.
E-Signal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game, customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Attention, attention. E-Signal is right there, guys. Sharif, there was a really important question in the chat that I think it should be answered, and I think you probably have a really good answer for this. It says, Romza says, hey, Sharif and Joseph, any tips for not dying of FOMO?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. That really hasn't been one of my afflictions before. I've never been like afflicted by FOMO and punch in stupidly. That's just not been my thing. So I don't have too much to give advice on that, but I don't know. I don't have anything to add to this.
Yeah, well, I think just being able to recognize for yourself that you're feeling that type of emotion, and from that standpoint, that's where you just kind of learn and start to grow. Understand that those feelings will come, but they will also go, because tomorrow is a new day. So just remember that. There will always be another trade, and there will always be another better trade as well too. You may have missed out on today, but again, tomorrow is a new one. It's best to go to the movies, says Ram, so you can watch something there, whatever, maybe you'll get a nice big bag of popcorn, extra large Coca-Cola, no ice, and then there you go. Take it from there. Step away from your world. Exactly. There you go. Spitting facts over here. The one with the large NVIDIA position going on says, hey, there's things that you can do to avoid these types of, well, you're not going to avoid them, but the better understanding that you have of them and then that they will come, then you just have to learn to accept it. As you get more experience in trading, you won't feel them as strong, but they'll be there. And just understand that, and there will always be a better opportunity.
All right, Joseph. Yeah, no, good point there, dude. Great call out by Ram. Yeah, look, I mean,
I don't know about the movies.
I think the real idea is to stick to your plan and stay disciplined. I mean, we were just filming these kind of lessons for the prop floor that we have over here, and every single segment that we filmed ended in discipline, and discipline. And I mean, obviously it's a little funny, but I don't happen to disagree with that. Discipline is everything, and if you stick to your plan, I think you'll be okay. So that's the situation. All right, guys, we're long Taiwan semi right here at an interesting area, 199.50. This is a former area crest, which obviously rejected and dropped markedly there, about $2 since that time. So I'm getting in here. I've already scalped a little bit here on Taiwan semi to the high side, looking for a possible move back into 200, but I have a good entry. So anything I believe below that 30 penny area, I'm gonzino. So let's go ahead and throw that on there. I'm going to put in the stop super quick here on Taiwan semi, and we're going to put it all the way down. Let's flip there. We're going to give it to around $0.25 there. So we'll throw that out there. Looking for this one to bounce back up. Shout out to, who's telling me about this right now? Not Jay Lee, Daryl Finch. TSM gave me that dollar from 295 short. Let's go. 201 to 200 was previous support, so maybe possible fade now. I don't think you're wrong, but I do see a possible scalp opportunity from here just off that 199.50 because it was an area rejection. So I'm looking for it to defend again, but we're going to give this one very little room. We're at the $0.50, so we'll give it to around the quarter dollar, looking for it to pop back up, maybe into scalp in the mid 80s or in and around that area. So keep an eye out on that. I have NVIDIA pulling in, Joseph, into that 20 exponential moving average. High of the day right now, 126.92. The reason I'm mentioning NVIDIA, obviously it's another chip name. So we'll keep tabs on that. The future couldn't make it quite up into that 21,600 area. So got up into 21,584. Now we're below the 50-point area. So I'm keeping an eye on the MAX 7 and obviously the futures, so we can see exactly what the situation is with the overall market. Keeping tabs on that. We'll keep you guys updated. Let's look back at the RNAS. Okay, here we go.
Like Uber too, man.
Say that again.
Uber,
yeah, down 1.89. We were talking about that earlier. Wow. No idea what's going on there. Adara did look, and she still doesn't see anything. I just heard her. Yeah, it's down again, Joseph, down almost 2% now. So a bit of a tougher look right now for Uber. Let's keep an eye out on that as well. I was going to load up, RNAS and ASAN are coming into areas of I don't want to say importance, but interesting areas. RNAZ coming really close to that volume weighted average price at around 12 3/4. For right now, it's defending 13. We'll see if it can hold up at VWAP. Likewise with ASAN, this one's coming into the volume weighted average price. I'm not picking this one up at 50s because it didn't give me that 50 hold. So now I'm looking at that third of a dollar hold. 21.35, 21.33, something like that on ASAN. Let's see if this one will hold VWAP and we'll weasel right back into it. Joseph, how are those trades doing? You're killing it today, brother.
Yeah. Here's Amazon. We only have like 10% here. Short on that signal that I talked to you guys about. And then we just started taking it out as we go. And then here we go with some NVDA. Still holding on to this, not much either. Rolling into the latter half of the session here around 140. But again, let's see if we continue to climb higher. It's a nice recovery, but mind you, we were down 17% at the lows yesterday on NVDA, with like a record number of market capitalization diminished from the market just like that through an 8-hour span, even just a little bit more than that. But here we go, guys, up about 6.2% on the session. So yeah, that's the look. But I think I like the Amazon slightly more. There we go with that one. Nice short off of the all-time highs there on Amazon. So price discovery territory for this one. I think Amazon was one of the companies that I wanted to get involved in a long time ago, and I didn't. It was actually, I remember I bought a series of options, my first options trading. So we'll go back a little bit in time here, guys. And my first trades were an Amazon call and a JPM call. And what did I have those at? And that's when I really didn't know too much. So it was way, let's see where we go, 23. I forget where it was, but it was back in early 23, I think. Way before that. But anyways, it was relatively cheap, yeah. So it must have been somewhere in here. Yeah, really early 23 or late 22. And I bought some Amazon calls, and I wish I held on to those a little bit longer because the next day it popped, and I was like, oh, nice. The account is up, and then I sold it, and then it just traded significantly higher. And kind of the same thing happened with JPM. So I'm like, oh, okay, missed out on those two. And then I decided to trade, what was it? What is, guys in the chat, remind me of what Warren Buffett, Occidental Petroleum, Oxy was one of the other ones that I bought, and it just did not work out for me. And I'm like, okay. So I'm going to avoid the energy space via options contracts after that. But that was a long time ago, right? So keep that in mind. But XLE, considering we're going to talk a little bit about energy, oh, wow, off the bottoms here, guys, we went on a really nice run, over 11%, 13% from peak to trough there, off the lows, guys. So, but now starting to pull back a little bit here as well, too. But I think a lot of people, I was watching some CNBC last night and they're like, yeah, energy, if you can get involved in this at some point, we know that Donald's going to have the drill baby drill and everything going on from the AI infrastructure and et cetera. I think energy may be a play, but if you were to look at the XLE from an ETF standpoint and what's going on in the overall space, which is a good metric to gauge, it doesn't look like the best investment in my opinion. Can things start to pick up? I think they will, especially with the upcoming narrative. But yeah, again, XLE pulling back off of that recent high here, the year highs, and something that maybe you look to get involved from that standpoint. But yeah, that's that. What's your trading edge, Sharif and Joe? That's a very vague question. The trading edge is just a lot of seat time and realizing what comes to you and what stands out to you, and then utilizing and taking advantage of that and refining your system is how you construct your edge. My edge won't work for you and vice versa, so you need to come up with that on your own. Mimicking and mirroring trades doesn't have a long lifespan, so you need to put in the time there and understand what is going to work and what isn't going to work for you. So head and shoulders on SPY, 1 minute chart. Let's take a look at that. Kahlua, SPY, and we'll zoom in and see what we got going on from a 1 minute standpoint. Yeah, I see what you're looking at here. Good point out there. So let's see if we break this support level. If we do, potentially some more downside. And that is okay because we went on a nice run, market recovering from yesterday, even though it didn't get beat up. Oh, I guess it did, but we're above those here. Oh, let's zoom out. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Okay, so yeah, we're off those all-time highs, big gap down, but really entered the gap pretty strong and then now filled up about half of it. So there it is, head and shoulders on the SPY, 1 minute. I think that this market is going to continue in its strength, especially if NVDA decides that it wants to recover. This can really bring this thing to new heights if DeepSeek turns out to be some false news.
Oh, God, yeah. Especially if we get data that the whole thing was cooked.
Yeah.
Look, a lot of people are not saying that, though. That's the funny thing.
Right?
You see what your boy Jensen, I don't know if it came from Jensen.
He said it was legit, though.
Yeah, it came from NVIDIA. So I got to read the article, so I didn't hear it from the king's mouth. But he was saying that it was a real deal. That but he had an incentive to say that because he doesn't want his chips that are export banned to fall into the hands of DeepSeek, right? Because it's not a good look for him. And then you're going to raise the ire of the government. So it was kind of in his interest to say, oh, no, they were using the H800s. They weren't the H100s. But that he said it.
Yeah.
So whether or not that ends up being true or not, we'll have to find out, guys. Interesting stuff all around, though, with this whole thing. I mean, super interesting. I love being involved in this kind of stuff. Guys, we're back into RNAS over here because it got into the volume-weighted average price. We're long at the $0.50 exactly. I've already scalped up a couple of moves. We took out 60s. We took out 70s. Now I'm waiting at 80s and 90s. Let's see if this one holds up and gives us a possible bounce off the volume weighted average price. Not right now, it's not. So it's holding VWAP, but we're not taking out the other orders that I have there. So this one giving back a little bit now, down below 100%, about 98% or so. I also got into ASAN, just as I said I would, at the volume weighted average price. I'm giving this to the $0.25, so we're gonna risk a little bit, about 15 pennies on ASAN. Let's see if it holds up at VWAP. It is currently, you're kidding me, Taiwan Semi. You mother.
TSM.
Yeah, it forced me out of that. And now it's rocketing up. Look at this. Look, I got bottom wick.
Yo, dude, that thing's hard
I
to
suck,
trade.
bro. No, I had the right idea. I just needed to give it more room. TSM, about to take out 200 again. I was long at the $0.50 and it forced me out. So I got shaken out there. It was the weekend there. So we'll keep eyes on that one. I won't probably trade it right now, but yeah, that was frustrating because I had the right idea on that. All right, so just involved in RNAS at the moment and ASAN. Let's see if they hold up. There's not too many small cap gappers of note today. There's really only been a couple to talk about, and RNAS has been like the king of them all. If that is the case, it's really good. Does it stay good though? Good area. VWAP's an interesting area to pick these ones up off. Whether we get a bounce off VWAP into the high side, again, an entirely different story. Don't get FOMO, Sharif, Nickel, Jim. No, bro, I'm not gonna punch into it again. But I thank you. Yeah, Roland Joe. Hey, just saying. I said mother. That's all. Cody King, SoFi, VWAP bounce. You want to look at that for him?
SoFi,
I can look at it if you want.
Yeah, sure. Let's pull up SoFi.
SoFi so good.
SoFi so good
Yeah,
here.
nice VWAP. Possible.
Possibly.
It hasn't respected, though, VWAP on the day, Joseph. I mean, it's zigged a little bit above it, a little bit below it. It could start respecting it now.
Still down about 2.1% here on the session here, Sharif. So hopefully,
Sir.
sorry, I want to zoom out here and see what we got going on. Yeah, possible VWAP bounce, but look at this. If you zoom out on that 5-minute time frame, Sharif, you see that potential double top being put in right
call.
there. So yeah, again, let price action tell you, let the time of sales tell you as well too. But again, I'll emphasize on this. I know like we trade a lot of names, but SoFi had earnings, I believe, earlier in the week or whatever, last week or whatever it may be, later last week. But is this really, I get it has 32 million shares traded, but when you have high-level catalysts and high-level events going on, like we got some big earnings coming up tomorrow, we had an insane dump on NVDA, am I going to be paying any attention to SoFi? No. Like, there's other bigger things in play, in my opinion. And I found that, back to that edge question, is just stick to where the majority is going. If there's extreme amounts of relative volume, as the guys like to look at RVol and pre-market volume that I literally run my scans on, I'm going to stick to those. I'm not going to go and try to find something that I think, well, okay, yeah, let me see if I can outsmart the market here and find kind of like that diamond in the rough. That's not my style. I want to stick with what is displaying to me on my chart, what's in play right now, and stick to those names. And I don't know if SoFi is one of those, man.
Yeah, I mean, SoFi had a really good 2024.
They did.
Like Robinhood, SoFi, a lot of these like DeFi or fintech companies, you could call them, had fantastic times. And so did the banks in general, because it was the Donald Trump tailwind. Essentially, we were looking for deregulation in the banking industry. And, you know, they caught a bit of a bid towards the end of last year. It's cooled down a little bit now. I haven't had a look at XLF to see what the situation. Let's actually take a gander right now.
Yesterday was its earnings. So earnings day too. So yeah, I can eat my words on that.
I can report on it because I've done my notes on what they were up to. So here it is. Let's talk about SoFi. Was it today? Well, it was yesterday, right? Yesterday's, yes. So I've got yesterday's notes up. Thanks, Adara, for that. So let's see what SoFi was up to. Meta, Electric, SoFi. Here we go. So net earnings. Oh, this was the guide.
Yeah, it was the guide.
The guide was light. So they killed on the top and bottom line, exceeding expectations on earnings and adjusted net revenue. The guide, the forward guide, with respect to EPS. So profitability was below forecast, even though their adjusted net revenue was above analyst expectations. They also noted that they have a tax obligation for 2025 that's not actually reflected in their consensus EPS, which is probably another reason why they're sold off. With that was the full year 2025 guidance. With respect to Q1 of 2025, the upcoming quarter, adjusted net revenue above the street's expectations. But again, it comes down to EPS earnings below what Wall Street was looking for there. So we'll keep an eye on that. We know that they've really been trying to change their moat. They were basically more known, I want to say, for refinancing student loans, which kind of hurt them a little bit when Biden was forgiving all those people their student loans. But they've since changed. Obviously, now they're a technology platform, financial services. They call their depositors members. So a bit of a different look over there at SoFi. So we'll keep tabs on that. RNAS got a couple outs there, got several outs actually, into the 80s now. It's coming back down now below my entry, about 20 pennies below. It's going to have to hold 13, or not actually, the volume weighted average price is around 12.83, so it's going to have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, we're going to get out of this one. Don't want to give too much back on RNAS, but it's already coming down to 13, Joseph, looking like it might be rejecting that 13.5. Had a lot of trouble continuing north of that 13.5 here. So VWAP might just be a line on the chart right now for RNAS. Not really bouncing off it the way that I expect, but this one was really strong earlier today. Kunarza, probably butchered your name. I do apologize. $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Have a look at BlackBerry. Let's look at BB. Let's see what BB's up to these days. Let me just load up BlackBerry. Let's see what the situation is with BlackBerry. All right. Oh, okay. Up 6%. No idea why this is moving. Looking at my news blotter to see if there's anything specific to BlackBerry on the day. I don't really see anything over here, but it's breaking out. It's above yesterday's high. It's above these local highs. Let's flip to the 4-hour here on BB. What? Neil, have you seen this? This is BlackBerry. Not bad. Not bad. Well off the lows. It looks like we definitely defended that 2.25 for a while. And now we're at $4. Okay, I really don't even want to go to the daily. Yeah, I know. Oh, Canada, right? Let's go to the daily. Joseph, what is this, bro? We're getting into... Yeah, well, we're above the May high. This looks awfully bull flaggish here. This is a good move. It's not giving it back. There's a big move up that 220, 250. Now 4 1/3. Not a bad look at all here for BlackBerry. Definitely, obviously, nowhere near all-time highs, but we're above the 200 and we're above the 50. And you got that golden cross, mind you. I think on Boxing Day, December 24th, the red line crossed above the blue line. That's what we call the golden cross, where the 50 crosses above the 200. In addition to that, you're above this area crest over here at $4. And you're not doing these quick retracements where you make a big move up, then give everything back. In fact, you're kind of putting in higher lows here. That's why I call this a bull flag. Great call out. Thank you for showing me this. I did not have eyes on BlackBerry, nor would I have known about this. Shout out to you. Thanks for calling that out. Joseph, what do you got?
Yes, sir. Oh, that was a nice little move to me there. But here we go, guys. Apple still hovering around these highs. We were just talking about some SoFi. Let's pull up, I like Amazon a little bit more right now. And here we go, bouncing off the volume weighted average price. I'm probably going to get out of the last little bit right here because we are at the lows, holding the VWAP really well. So we'll just get out. Boom, that trade's done. Out of that. So here, this is the trade on Amazon today, guys. Short here and then just piece it out all the way down. No ads. That's something that I definitely need to work on as well too. $5 Canadian super chat. We'll go over that in just 1 second. But yeah, holding VWAP, now starting to bounce off it is Amazon. Let's pull up NVDA because that's what we're going to talk about next. Now still slowly climbing higher, Sharif, knocking on the door of a 7% recovery. Here is the king of the chips. Starting again, all these dark pools. Sorry, guys. Yeah, get it, king. But here we are. Play the breakout and then all the way to the top side. Thoughts on NVIDIA earnings for February 26th? Is it February? Oh, yeah, that would make sense. So next month. I mean, thoughts? I think that they're going to have another blowout quarter. Is that growth rate going to continue? No, it's pretty hard to sustain that type of growth rate. Are they going to lower guidance? I don't know, maybe. But I think time will have to tell on this one. We know that the demand for Blackwell is through the roof. There's already a lineup out the door for these things. Masayoshi Son being the first in that line to receive the Blackwell. But after that, you know that Meta is investing $60 billion and so on. So you have these big players starting to really pick up steam and invest more money into this chip space. And NVDA is going to be the primary beneficiary of this. So here we go. We're bullish on this thing. Even though we did have a massive sell-off yesterday, a lot of analysts have a $200 tag on this name, and I don't disagree. I think NVIDIA is the one, and it's going to continue to be the one for the next, especially in this AI arms race, and with the growth of tech and everything along those lines. I think NVDA is going to be at the top of its class.
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard to bet against it right now. Obviously, a little bit of a moment, where you kind of question that whole thing. We'll have to wait and see. All right, guys, keeping an eye here on RNAS. It's coming down into my exit. I was able to take out some more here in the 20s and 30s, but it's below 13 again. I'm trying not to paper hand this trade because it's still above VWAP, but it's looking like the bears are in control of RNAS at the moment. At least that's the feeling I get. VWAP not really acting as a support level that I anticipated, and quite frankly, it breached VWAP earlier when it got back down to it. I'm talking about that 11 a.m. candle to about 11:20. It did breach it, and then obviously it made new highs after that. But it is now 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to send you to the big boys to our right, Neil and Sean. However, Joseph and I will be back same bat time, same bat channel. More Elliott Wave Theory tomorrow. Get it, big boys.
Yes.
They're early. We're not even ready yet.
Well, 20 seconds.
Come on, guys.
18 seconds.
Come on, guys.
15 seconds. We still got 10 seconds. I feel like Bill Burr when he does his Philly rant. He's like, still got 7 minutes to go. That's one of my favorite all-time sets. If you've never heard the Philly rant by Bill Burr, then, well, I mean, okay, well, make sure you're into comedy. There's a little bit for everybody out there, and I understand everyone has their own flavor. I happen to think he's really funny, so I think it's one of the best ones of all time. But just a big shout out to that. But we're back. It is now past 2 o'clock, so look, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, everybody. This is not network TV. You know, we go, like, sometimes we'll be waxing poetic or saying whatever past 11 o'clock, and it's absolutely fine. See the position board still on.
Still got Joe on there.
Joe and Arnaz.
Hey, Bjorn.
Arnaz, I paid for locates on RNAZ, although I'm not in it. The only trade I have is Marvell to the short side, but 88. Isn't that weird that I just flipped to the stock and saw 88 and just said 99 for some reason? No, 88% to the upside and at VWAP. What's interesting, though, is this thing broke a day-long trend, and yeah, I feel like if it doesn't regain VWAP, if it breaks it, I want to be ready in case there is a little bit of a plunge on this bad boy. So, have I seen Ostentatious Productions just asked me if I've seen the movie Old Dads.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's a Bill Burr movie.
That I have not seen. I mean, I like his stand-up. I mean, I've seen him.
Netflix or
he's in a few things. I mean, he was actually in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I actually have not seen that. I loved him in Chappelle when he does the Samuel L. Jackson beer. That's one of my favorite sketches.
We are
sketches as well. Sketches, they're sketches.
Yeah, that's sketchy. All right, so we're short NVIDIA. We've been shorting. I mean, NVIDIA finally, look, we made the mistake. Honestly, it's a mistake. We made the mistake of not following our plan, to be honest with you. We didn't really want to short this thing until right now. We said between 126 and 128, so we started it right here, was able to take a decent advantage of it into the downside, and then we reloaded, we took it out again down there. So these outs right here are dollars. It's like we're shorting here 126.50, right? These fills right here, maybe I can zoom in a bit more, are one right there. So these fills right there, shorting up into 126.50. Those outs are 125.60s, 125.70s. We reshorted again up into this area right now. I am shorting NVIDIA until we break 128. Like I've already had that plan. It was the plan from this morning. There's 128 right into here. It's a huge move up. Ramin and I bought this yesterday. It's been a great little rebound day for NVIDIA, up that 7%. I'm not in the money 7%. I bought it like 119 or so. It closed yesterday. Yesterday it closed at its lows, didn't it? Yeah. Well, 119. Yeah, okay. So it's up like an honest 6-7% basically.
It didn't close at the low.
No, I was just looking. I thought it did, but it closed. Yeah, it closed at 118.50ish or so. We did. I mean, you could have got a better price. Like we could say we bought it yesterday, but you could have got a better price this morning as it falls all the way into 117 and straight up $10 straight fire. Right now. So we'll wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. We are now short right here at 6. We're just short right here. So you can see that average price. We'll see where that can go. iBit, nice move today. 102 right now coming into play. Rigetti, actually our last 5% there got stopped out once it broke lower. We actually never got higher than 1320-ish today. We had a pretty good fill right there. We've left Rigetti alone. We could have probably bought it off that $12 mark. I think we can have a look one more time. Okay, here comes NVIDIA right now. So nice downside push. We were waiting at 25s. We didn't get it. It just stopped at 31 for some reason. So let's take out some 38s right now as here comes NVIDIA just diving a little bit like we're bidding 25s. It went to 26 there. Oh, well, we'll get that in a minute. But right now, nice move downside for NVDA.
You got to bid 29. That is the best number out there. Shout out to the greatest right fielder in Blue Jays history, Jesse Barfield. The only thing I'm in is a VWAP 103 trade on Marvell. Like most of the chip names, not everything was down. You know, Texas Instruments actually had a pretty decent day yesterday. Who else? There was like maybe two other ones that weren't terrible. No, but Marvell was 20 points to the downside. Broadcom and NVIDIA were the worst. But this one took a couple of swings at it, but now it's just respecting 103. And one of the reasons I like this one short, I mean, it tanked yesterday like everything else, but it couldn't hold prior support levels at the 105 level. So you're going to try to short this one off VWAP as long as it wants to respect it. That's sort of the thing. Like once it started respecting resistance here in the 103 level. That's when you want to play off of it. Random scenes, Jesse Barfield, yes, with the best arm that you've never seen. Yankee fans know a little bit about that as well, but the guy was an absolute beast. The other thing I'm watching right now, and it may not be any good. Like, I'm only in one short because Amazon's trying to hold VWAP, but I mean, you're on the way to the downside here. So I think holding on to shorts until some confirmation that you've reversed this trend that Amazon's been in since its all-time high, because pretty much every high Amazon made today was an all-time high. And I'm sure some of these names that we're going to be end up talking about, though my guess is NVIDIA and Meta might get more juice than Amazon, which Amazon's done pretty darn good itself.
All right, yeah, we're short in NVIDIA. I mean, we came here to short. We talked about the short. We're short again, and we have the power. We're here. We're ready to rock and roll. We're always ready to rock and roll. And there goes NVIDIA, nice downside move. I'm at a half now of this. We're just trying to stack up, as we mentioned. It's been a great day, and as Neil just said, like, NVIDIA is going to be P&L #1, so it's going to be a monster day. We'll explain all of this if I can at some point. But here comes, of course I can. Here comes NVIDIA, 126.08 is what I'm bidding. Hopefully we get that filled. This is 60 cents now. 50 cents in the money. But again, shorting something that's forming like this. Whoa, shoot. I just closed it by accident. I was going to say, it seems like you might be forming a little bit of a, maybe almost even, I saw someone write in the chat there, a bull flag to the upside right now. I mean, this is a big upside move, trying to flag out right now. So I would say, yeah, like, oh, sorry, that's Apple. Why did it load up Apple? They must all look like this, I guess, because it's been such a straight move higher right now. So, yeah, so very, very similar. So there it is. Obviously, Apple's at the highs. NVIDIA's still trying to get there. But right here. So I would say this is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to lose this level and then come back into 124, 123. But we may not lose 125. We may not even get back into 125. So I'm out of half so far of this little scalp. It's only 30, 40 cents. Let's see if it gets a little bit lower here for NVDA. My next bid is 126.08, like I just had mentioned. So look, we were just there. I could have bid 13s and got out, and then it rips up 40 cents. Just there's so much here with this name. There's so much liquidity. Look, 400 million shares again on the day. Like, this is absolutely wild, the amount of just the sheer numbers that have gone through on NVIDIA the last couple of days. 700 million shares yesterday traded, and here again today over 500 million for sure by close, 420 right now. All right, let's go back over, I guess, to the screen, and we'll start our rundown.
Welcome everyone to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But join us during the How to Trade show and get into the chat. That's how you vote for these tickers. But you got to be a subscriber, so make sure you're liking, sharing, and subscribing. All right, here's a look at the triple Qs, the NQ and the triple Qs, the best performing major averages on the day. Up 1 1/3% right now is the NQ, followed by the ES, up a little bit above 2/3%. The Dow was the only one that was green yesterday. Today down, green, but 1/5%. And then the Russell down 1/4%, the only major average red on the day. Here's Apple, guys, 3.82%, coming into that 240 area, rejecting it for now. Good look, a second day play today on Apple. Look, there's really nothing Apple specific except the fact that they did release iOS 18.3, which has a slew of these Apple Intelligence features, though, boys. The one that I'm looking for is the one that includes an upgraded Siri. Apparently, we're going to have to wait till April before that one comes out.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't necessarily concern me. I think the lack of a catalyst, like yesterday, Apple was the stock that wasn't down, right? So that was your catalyst when everything was gapped down, and spectacularly so. Apple was essentially flat to slightly positive most of the pre-market. And remember that they didn't really spend an absolute boatload on NVIDIA chips, and they did a bit of a different approach. They were seen to be a little bit of a safe haven, and it was a great long opportunity yesterday. Now, the difference between yesterday and today was, didn't get in early. So it was kind of geared up for the same move where it pulled back into a prior support level and then broke it out. Instead, it just broke it out today. And it felt like we were going to get the exact same move. And unfortunately, let me zoom back in. That's not what happened. I bought the first available dip, keystroked out of it. And I did a scalp trade off of the 38 level, but I was not believing in this top. It was just distinctly different once it got up here. And look at it, even back at this price at 38, look at all the sideways action in Apple. It just cannot seem to get off this schneid. If it can get back to, from here, making some higher lows, then I think you'll work back into the trend. Otherwise, maybe look for a VWAP pullback. Remember, this is the other side of the coin. Like up here, you just went in 2 days from the 200 period moving average to the 50 period moving average, and you went almost 10% to the upside. If you bottom wicked it, you can call it 10% and right into resistance. So it makes some sense that it had trouble at 240, making it a little bit trickier to buy that top. But as we said in the middle of the day, if you like stocks, when they pull back into and show support off key levels, it's not that it bounced off the 200 period moving average on the daily, it's that it hung out there for a week. You know, if you like it, you could miss it day 1, miss it day 2, miss it day 3, miss it day 4, and still buy it on day 5 off that 200 period moving average for Apple. So I think that's an opportunity missed if you're not looking at these kind of things and buy good stocks.
Yeah, I mean, all the way back up. We talked about the momentum earlier. And I mean, let's just, right now, there's not much there. I think you always want to, I mean, look at that 200 period rate off the open. And I think if, like, again, it's like Neil just said, like, yes, if yesterday was our indicator to go long, then we should have gone long once it broke yesterday's high. So like right into there, 232, that was a huge long signal, and it should have been taken. If you like the stock, you should buy it. And I mean, right there, that break right through there, that was the trade for Apple. So I feel like that was missed. I mean, there was not too many areas to get reloaded back. I mean, right there, the 50 period would have been fine until it wasn't. But I don't know if you would have got enough juice to withstand that. You might be flat if you kept on buying that. But then right down into here, now underneath the 200 period, I would say it looks like it might want to retrace back to VWAP right now. But I would say you don't do anything. And if you do something, I think it's a break short. Let me see what this is. Hold on a second. Let me zoom this in one more time just to see what this is. I don't want to go short. I just want to see. So this little ledge here that breaks, like if we can get that breaking through 238, then maybe something, and then you use these as your outs, give yourself about $1. I think if the market does turn itself out, you're going to want to be on other names like an NVIDIA most likely. But right there on Apple, nice downside push if you get it breaking through this 238 into VWAP. Other than that, like, I don't know. It's just... I mean, it's a breakout both ways, I get. I just don't know if we want to do breakouts now. We're heading into earnings. There's earnings tonight with Starbucks. And then tomorrow, it all starts after close. So we'll be talking the same like this tomorrow. But there it is. I don't think you trade it right now on Apple. You either got to wait for that to give up. And if it does, I think you could take it and use either the 50 or the 200. Or you go the other way around. If Apple breaks higher right now through this 239.20 area, then you could take that into 240. And you might have an absolute beast into the close. Like we could take out 240, and then you get into 241 and 242. So I would get more excited here about the break long, especially if these futures can hold this 21.5. But at the end of the day, it's this break right here that you're looking for, 239.20 or 238 downside. So you're stuck in the middle. But again, Apple, great trade. And we just learn our lessons. It wasn't marked down. I didn't have it up today, or else I feel like it could be P&L number one, but I didn't have it. We would have been long for sure. Not in my playbook, should have been. And that was the break right there. So I think tomorrow, let's just imagine tomorrow we open up and we're around this area. We're busting this long right here, 240.25. I'm taking that long tomorrow for sure. So it's on the radar now. It always is. It's Apple. But at the end of the day, missed opportunity for sure there. It should be way traded by me today, and it's not.
Another day, another all-time high for Meta. Great look today for Meta, up over 2%, was up 3 at the highs. Every high from now on, guys, is a new all-time high. This one reports after the bell tomorrow. Make sure to join the market recap show with Neil, myself, and Adara. We'll be doing a special earnings report tomorrow for Meta and Microsoft and others. So it looks like they're going to overhaul, Reality Labs, guys. One of the reasons that this one sold off aggressively in 2022, they did talk about spending about $60 to $65 billion in AI capex this year. That was all, though, before DeepSeek. I wonder if they change that number. I guess we'll hear tomorrow.
I don't know that you're going to get. I feel like it's really soon for anybody to strategically change their capex. Like they just announced those capex numbers, and now I feel like everyone's going to give it a quarter. Like we might not see anything this round, and obviously the market doesn't seem terribly concerned. You know, if people were if they were concerned here with Meta, then it wouldn't have been bought up. I mean, the way that it was in the pre-market and then off the open yesterday. But I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know already. As Sharif said, every single print is an all-time high on Meta. It's just futures are getting a little toppish. I do have to admit, like Amazon just pulled back into VWAP, and Meta is maybe doing a little bit of a head and shoulders thing here with the shoulder being like 680 to 681. You saw that sideways action where Apple was determined to retest 240 and then just decided to hang out for a couple of hours at 239. I don't wonder if you're not looking for a little bit of a curl. Like I'm not at the point that I'm shorting the strong stocks. I think you still try to short things that are at key resistance levels. And this might have broken a trend a while ago for a short setup. I just think it's a long till proven otherwise. And I don't like any setup sort of randomly in here on Meta. Like maybe if you look at this 675 opening range high consolidation, that or VWAP looks a little more appealing. We'll get to Amazon a little bit later. I'd throw Amazon in there because it's at VWAP, but yeah, we'll get to that one in a couple of ticks. But I think Meta is just in a perfect example of that 50-period hold. As far as the earnings are going to go, it doesn't matter that they're going to make boatloads of money. Remember, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. It's just price reaction. But this is one of those stocks. If they decide to beat it up, you can see where there've been golden buying zones. You know, the 50 and the 200 have been very well respected by this stock. So come Wednesday, or I guess Thursday, if we're down there, I think you got yourself a shot to buy.
All right. Yeah, look, Meta just continues to be that stock. I mean, it is literally... This has been like basically like a game changer for the longer term account. Just being able to have bought so much of that Meta down there at $100, like it just continues to impress. Like I can't even. And it's part of the story that I say all the time to people. It's like it's not even a new story. Like this is Meta, like well-matured company to the point where people aren't even using Facebook anymore, apparently. And like this stock is still going higher and higher and higher. I think with DeepSeek, it's better for Meta. It creates more, I know what Meta is. It creates more and more opportunity for people to build onto the platform and give better ideas into sort of AI, make it a little bit cheaper, and give companies more opportunities to invest with Meta and on their advertising platform. So I really, I like this, and this could be a break again right here this morning, man. 682, 682.50. Looks like it wants to continue to work, man. This is Meta continuously working. That is for sure. There's news right now about Sam Altman posts on X that Microsoft has some big things coming. What a surprise. The Microsoft times X AI partnership is right here on Benzinga. Is going to be much, much better than anyone is ready for.
And he posted a picture.
So there we go. So did he post a picture as well? Okay, we can click on that right here as it opens.
Oh, you got it? Yeah,
there it is right there. So here are these two guys right now. Again, obviously these guys both are long Microsoft shares, so take it for what it's worth. But there it goes, man. Are you ready for it? Right there?
Yes.
And if you are, then get ready for even bigger and badder things with Microsoft as earnings come tomorrow. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No. Go ahead.
No, nothing. I was just saying we're going to get prepared for that because you're going to have Microsoft tomorrow and Meta. So we were just talking about Meta.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for everybody, but and this is nothing against Microsoft. I'm way more excited for Meta and Tesla earnings than Microsoft.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
Oh yeah.
It'd be interesting. One of these years for Halloween, we should just do like CEOs or something.
Right here.
That would be an interesting look. And
NVIDIA just broke one.
Here comes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually next on the list.
Let's go talk to Sharif about it. But right now it's ripping up into that 127. We'll watch out for 128. That's our killer spot. So we're ready for that if it gets up there. Let's go, Sharif.
Keeps going here, Sean. Good look for NVIDIA, 7 1/3% coming into that pre-market consolidation. I think that's what you're looking at there, Sean. From yesterday, that's the pre-market consolidation area from yesterday before we rang the bell and then all hell broke loose. A couple of rating agencies chiming in today on NVIDIA. Tigris Financial upgrading NVIDIA to a strong buy. They're doubling down here and raising the price target to 220. Morgan Stanley reiterating their overweight rating, but lowering the price target, guys, to $1.52. Didn't matter. Up almost 7.5 now.
NVIDIA, I mean, before this trade was a big one. Now we're holding 40 cents against us. It's completely fine. We did this yesterday, man. Look at this short. This was really the trade. I mean, we like I said, you're done. I'm done trading at 935 today. There's the break down through 120. We talked about it setting up. We liked the trade. We knew the momentum was downside. I mean, it started to go. It broke the pre-market level right there of 120.70, and we could have gone short there, but we were trying to wait out, be more specific. We waited for that 120 break, and man, when that happened, it went down $3 within minutes. So here's a whole bunch of covers. We tried it again. It worked, and then eventually we were able to get stopped out there. Nice bottom takeout, 120 all the way up to 122. So oops, Brittany, we did it again. And then right into here, we went short. Again, more money. This was probably about a flat trade because we do have, I'm guessing, we started the short there, a couple stop outs. Actually, this is probably fine. Maybe a little bit of an L. Take the money there, take the money here, and get money taken away from us right now. So as we go short on NVIDIA, we wanted to wait for 128. So we talked about it. We are going to be putting on probably about 3 times the shares that we have right now once we get up in and around this 128. And if it cracks it, which you know what, it's kind of looking like it might want to do that, then we will have to get out of this trade and give back what we made on NVIDIA. I want to try the short into where we struggled yesterday. And, if it breaks that and it gets going, then great. It's almost like DeepSeek doesn't exist, right? So we'll just wait to see what happens right there. Obviously, there's the mark that we're really worried about, 140. This is where we were before that story dropped on CNBC, and now it's all the way to the downside and getting it back. We bought, look, it looks like we'll lose on this short, but we bought NVIDIA yesterday. We talk about buying the best names whenever there's opportunities to do that. And yesterday, NVIDIA got right into, and I'll pull down the e-signal chart. NVIDIA yesterday got right into the 200 period moving average. And that's a buy for me 10 times out of 10. We talked about that over and over again. So today, with it being up 7 or 8%, we got that question early from that viewer. And they said, hey, if I bought yesterday, what should I do? Well, we wrote down here, get short, 126 to 128. So the fact that it's up here doesn't really surprise me. In fact, it's right part of the plan. So if you're looking to get short, or you're looking to maybe exit out of some of your longs from yesterday, maybe perhaps now is a spot. Put some of that 7% in your pocket and regroup. Some names don't even move 7% on a year. And right here, you're getting it there from yesterday. So good move for NVIDIA. Let's see if it pulls back off of this 127 area.
Yeah, the biggest inside day that you're ever going to see on notional. Forget about the notional. 1.1 billion shares traded inside of this range in 2 days, which is obviously,
it's quite a big range.
Oh, it is a big range. I'm saying it's the biggest. You'll never see anything like, until the next time NVIDIA does this, but you won't see anything like this. I had one trade. It kind of did something different right in here at about 1150. You can see the parabolic move up. So I played like a mean reversion. Like it broke the mean revert, and then it shorted it right here, and they could not break underneath 125. I moved over to Marvell when that happened, and I'll just sort of slide this on over. I moved on over to Marvell because Marvell was sort of holding underneath VWAP, but even this is not trying to challenge above that 103. So might have to jump out of the last of this Marvell trade if we break out the 103 quarters, because when NVIDIA goes, Marvell is just trying to follow it. I like the short end because Marvell wasn't at the highs like NVIDIA was, but if NVIDIA breaking the highs, might have to jump out of that trade. Let's go talk some Amazon, another all-time high. I mean, there's too many.
Took the words out of my mouth, Neil. Yeah, 241 and change, I believe, is the high we got into. Below that right now, 238.84. It feels a long time ago that we were at that $200 Bezos shelf, but yeah, that is the deal. No specific headline on this one, despite the video we showed you in the morning with the drone dropping the package. I don't know how many feet, guys, but yeah, coming in off the highs, up 1.5.
I'd say 30 feet? I don't know. I saw the
Yeah, no, I think it was probably more like
Was it-
5 or 6 feet.
I don't know.
It's
I
just the way the video looked.
I glanced at it once, but nah, it's cool. It doesn't. Amazon's not dropping much these days. The stock price, at least.
Nope.
They're dropping a bunch of packages off at my place. I can
Apparently.
tell you that much, over and over and over. Like, I didn't buy it. My wife bought this. I don't know. It's like a holder. It's a holder for. It's not an iPad, but any tablet. But it's like, I don't know why we needed it, but like it's like a TV stand holder. Like if you're sitting on like a
Yeah, I know.
couch or
I
like
know, I know.
you know those ones.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you could just put it on the counter and.
I always thought you could use it like if you're,
I was trying to.
yeah, you're watching something, like it's on the counter, you're watching it, you're looking for a recipe.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but
like-
you can also just put it on the counter.
Lots of things.
So I was like, but you could also listen to like if you were like you play like a cello or violin or be playing a
Right.
musical instrument, perfect for that.
Yep. It's a
My
stand.
daughter plays a
Stand. It's
recorder,
stand.
but it's basically just a stand. I don't know why we're buying it, but it's Amazon, so we're doing it. Amazon, I love the fact that it's trying to hold on to VWAP as we speak. That and 236, because that's the 236 and a third. That's the prior high. Now this morning, it was a simple all-time high breakout, scalp into 38, did take it again off 39, and then trailed out. That was a bad one, but that same level is going to be essentially VWAP in here. So it's trying to, there it is, a little triple top. Hasn't really broken the trend since going down here on Amazon. Okay, actually, no, technically, I mean, you know what? No, it's breaking the trend right now. So Amazon is setting up, as I literally say that I should be getting into this one. We try and pick it up off the 239. It's an absolute beast of a stock on the daily chart, but it did come back in. Like you saw the chart of Apple going sideways off the highs. You saw the chart of Meta, which is much closer to the highs. This one pulled all the way back to VWAP. Required some patience to wait it out. And now I think you can try to rally going into the close. And we got plenty of time. And Amazon, just like the rest of its brethren, it's a powerhouse. Simple as that.
All right. Yeah. Look, I'm glad that we didn't sell this name when it broke through the highs. I mean, this was looking pretty juicy right here when we broke through that 215 area. We had initially bought, I'm hoping that we can have similar love for NVIDIA on buying some dips, but like this name, if you ever see something at the 200 period moving average besides Apple, I didn't buy that dip. Generally speaking, we're going to be involved with some of those names. So right here, right now, we're in this, and we're in it down here. So it's almost up. It's up like $75 from those levels. So I mean, Amazon has been an absolute monster from this 50 period for this 200 period moving average. So yeah, retest, blast. We told you 220 didn't even happen, so that little markdown doesn't really matter. But down into there, 236, 237. I really like the stock. I think if you're long, no point in getting out of it until this trend breaks again. So right now, you're up on an island a little bit, but I think you can keep going. Amazon, the story's not done. It's just getting started actually with Amazon. AWS is going to be big, and as the world starts to get more attached to Prime, we talked about NFL on Thursday nights and so on and so forth.
Yeah, buddy.
I really like the opportunity here for Amazon. So yeah, keep going long. Today it's down from its highs, but we like the stock up 2%. I think it has to be on your radar every single time the Nasdaq is up.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this has nothing to do with Amazon, but I thought of this when I was thinking Amazon Prime. I don't know if you were here. The boys were saying that the Paul brothers are gonna fight each other, but Netflix isn't gonna get the fight.
They're not fighting each other.
Well, I didn't believe it at first
Confirmed.
either, but they're going to fight each other. To me as a Netflix shareholder, I'm like, please Netflix, get that. But
Why?
apparently-
I don't want to see that fight. That fight is useless.
I don't care about what it's not. I just care about Netflix getting the fight
the
because a
most
bunch of
useless
people,
fight so far of
are
all
going to
these
watch it anyways. That's all I care about. But apparently, it's going to be on Sharif?
HBO Max.
HBO Max
Yep.
is gonna have the fight. Apparently,
Who's that? Disney? I want to go short then. Who owns HBO?
HBO Max.
That's a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea.
People will watch it anyways. I don't care.
But you watch that? Two brothers fighting each other that love each other, that are just doing it for money?
Here's the
that
thing.
You know it's for
I
money?
didn't watch the Tyson fight. I didn't watch the Tyson
But at least
fight.
there's Mike Tyson there.
But again, like I'm not the guy who loves
believe
and
that that's
watches
actually
those
happened.
fights, but I am
There
the
we
person
go.
that was happy that Netflix was able to benefit from it. I was only upset that Netflix did not get this because I think that's something they're trying to get into. And I think it can bring them some money. But let's talk a little bit about something that is striking.
You're better off watching WWE or something.
I
like
love
that
WWE.
Oh, I know.
Well,
that's what
not
it
as
is.
much, not as
this
much
is,
anymore.
This is like a I get it. I'll take it back. Like if this is a pre-planned, scripted thing, then I think it'll be hilarious and it'd be great. But to actually watch this fight as a fight,
But he's a showman. I watched some of the YouTube clips of.
yeah. I mean, Paul beat Mayweather or fought Mayweather. They drew.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'd rather
obviously-
see that fight again.
Well, that's not going to
Logan Paul. Yeah, Mayweather wouldn't take that fight. No way.
Floyd's.
He wouldn't take it. He'd
Floyd
get
don't-
dusted.
Floyd don't care anymore.
No. Floyd would lose that.
Floyd doesn't care.
Okay, back over to Sharif. I cannot believe they're doing.
Hey guys, all right, CrowdStrike, what a day. 9% in the green right now. This is all-time highs, by the way. Anything that we print here. So the third name we're bringing you on the day that's printing all-time highs. Looks like they achieved 100% detection, 100% protection, and 100% accuracy in the 2024 SE Labs Enterprise Advanced Security and ransomware test. That's a whole lot to say, but it was really the reason we're moving up aggressively on the day. I just want to show you guys this chart. That right there, all the way down there, that's Black Monday. That's the yen carry trade, the unwinding of the yen carry trade. That was $200. If you bought it up there, you're up over 100%, guys, because we just took out $400. What a move for CrowdStrike.
HBO. I don't have HBO Max because here in Canada, you have to have Crave. That's the one thing that I don't pay for. Sharif just said he'd give me his password for that. Okay, well, now I'm gonna watch the new Game of Thrones. There's like 2
Crave?
series out there. I can rewatch The Wire.
Yes.
Shout out to Sharif. He just said he's giving me his password for free. He's sending it to me right now. I'm logging in and I'm absolutely abusing that privilege as much as I possibly can. Thank you very much, Sharif. CrowdStrike is a beast. Stop me if I've said this before. Actually, don't, because I'm going to keep talking. All-time high. So what do you say to something making an all-time high? Just buy the dip. It is what it is. I'll candidly admit I bought Palo Alto, Pan W. That was my dip buy off the 200 period moving average. I sold the majority of my CrowdStrike to buy Palo Alto on the dip. And it is basically like marginally made me a small amount more than if I had just held on to CrowdStrike. It kind of doesn't matter. I just wanted to be mostly in one cybersecurity name there. It is what it is. It doesn't make a difference. I think when you get into these type of breakouts, when you're looking for the continuation play, and certainly that's what you're getting here right now as we speak, but I'm maybe talking tomorrow, you want to just continue to find buyers like this, where when it dips, it's obvious that people are perfectly willing to buy the dip at fresh highs. So we know that cybersecurity is not going anywhere. I think some of the boost, I think it's fantastic for them. It hasn't been the best for some of the not the nano names. Talking about like Rigetti's and our quantum names. That can be good for them. And I think obviously these guys are, along with Palo Alto, best of breed. And we're a broken record over and over again. You buy the dips on the best. I preferred consolidating into one as opposed to holding both. And just to prove how obvious that is, it literally made no difference. Like Palo Alto is up from when I bought it 20%, but I think I made an extra, it's like 1.5%. And then you probably throw in, it doesn't even matter. Like the execution time was probably most of that alpha. I could have just held on to CrowdStrike and it would have made absolutely no difference because they're both the best.
Yeah, I still have CrowdStrike.
Can't lose. It doesn't matter.
Some of those levels, no, you cannot lose with CrowdStrike. So, all right. So, I mean, I like the stock. I'm still focusing here on NVIDIA, but CRWD. I mean, it made that base. I was just looking at it here on the eSignal platform, and it's like it just based out, and now it's breaking out. So, again, like the stock, again, like. I only bought it down here, so I'm long in here. I haven't sold any of it. Nice move. Don't have that many shares, but again, CrowdStrike in the space. I think you also got to look at macro reasons. It's because right now, with a lot of the uncertainty that there is, obviously, right now you want to be able to watch out for hacks and things like that. We talk about DeepSeek and all this stuff. It's like, you just got to be careful right now. And I think that the right space is here, right? I mean, we all want to be into security. You could do that. There's a couple of different ETFs that you could also hit, but CrowdStrike and then Palo Alto would be the ones for us. I mean, there's Fortinet, FTNT is another name that comes into my, ideas right here. And that one's been rocking as well. And this looks very similar to CrowdStrike before we broke out. So if you're looking for a play, like we're trying to be like Gretzky here, skate where the puck is about to go, not where it's already been. So if you're talking about right now trying to get through a level, this could be the next one to break out right there, FTNT. So I think we might have missed something that was very, very key there that we talked about. That's a little bit of a change here for the recap show. Like, I think it's great that Sharif's going to be joining you and Adara coming up. It's tomorrow, right?
It's a special.
And then I think we'll probably do it on Thursday. And I think all next week we have multiple days where this is going to be happening. So I'm excited to have Sharif join the team, or Joe or anybody join the team there into.
Just always trying to give you more.
Yeah, exactly.
Alibaba spiking here. Let's go to the
that.
desk. I think Adara's got news here. Baba up 2%.
Oh, sorry, it's not China related, but I did just see that news. Really quickly first, Novo Nordisk, another ADR sharply to the upside, apparently getting FDA approval now to use their treatment as well for chronic kidney disease. So Ozempic getting some chronic kidney disease clearance as well from the FDA. Eli Lilly moving slightly on this in sympathy, but Alibaba, I got that news just as we did the throw, so great timing on that, Neil. Apparently their clouds, their Alibaba clouds, I guess they have this Quen. Apparently, they've just launched its new Quen 2.5 Max AI model. So what you need to know is Alibaba announced its AI model. But here's the thing. Apparently, this AI model outperforms DeepSeek's V3 in a couple different benchmarks, including Arena Hard, Live Bench, Live Code Bench, and its GPQA Diamond. Alibaba also saying that the next version of Quen will be even stronger. So apparently, this Quen model from Alibaba outperforming some benchmarks set by DeepSeek. So Chinese AI action going on here, guys. Back to you.
Okay, say that 3 times fast.
Chinese AI action.
When is that going to be available for us to use? I don't know. We actually have a poll in here. I'm going to get to that poll in a quick little second. I'm going to show you if we can't buy into the 91.5 here on Baba. But as sort of feared, I'm going to go over to MRVL for a quick little second just to give the update. It was making higher lows into that refresh level. So each time, not as good as the last, right? Like, look at that. Nice trend up. Got to get out when it breaks contain, right? Like, this, when Josh Allen breaks the pocket, you got to adjust your game plan. It's just a different world out there. But Alibaba starting to pull back off of those highs. It did tag 91.5. That's also like this support level from it's not really, it's the high from the morning and a bit of support. You do have on the daily some resistance in the 92 range, so I'm looking for it to press through that. If we lose the half dollar, I think I'd wait for VWAP, like give it 25 cents here, and if it can't hold on to this, maybe look for like the 91 to 91.25 level on Alibaba. Chris L in the chat just said Walmart flush. Really? Yeah, Walmart lows of the day. Well, okay, fine. Low of the day, but it just made a fresh high today as well. So just pulling back off of fresh highs. And broken record, 52-week highs, just bounced off the 50-period moving average. Leader of its space. Just how many times is it the same thing over and over again? That's because it's the right thing to do. Good stock.
Bye-bye.
That's what they do.
All right. Again, we talk about loving
it's like every stock.
All right. So we just say bye-bye a little bit there because we're going to see what happens to NVIDIA. We just reloaded it a little bit more up there at 127.30. It falls down. We buy a 127. So we're just taking a little bit of pressure off right now. I just got out of 5% there. I mean, I'm hoping for a downside push and we can get out of it a little bit more. But for right now, you're just trying to battle off this 50-period moving average, which is here at like 74, 75. So a little bit of a push down into those levels, and we'll try to take something out. But then let's just make sure that we're very, very aware. I mean, this has been upside. So here's the short here. We held it all the way back in. We're able to take about 70 or 80 cents. Didn't get out of it all, reloaded some of it here, got out again. And right now we just, you're experiencing this with me as we go. So we're still waiting for that 128 to come in and eventually get stopped out. But we are waiting for many more shares up much closer to that 128 level. I don't even want to put on that much risk at this time. So we'll wait to see if NVIDIA falls back in, taking something here where we've already bounced. Hopefully we can get that fill. And then after that, I think we can almost leave it until, this is 126. I mean, look, it's going up. I'm looking at dollar lower right now. So these exercises are just maybe more to learn. But I was just trying to find it to come back into this support right here. And remember, we could still, we're going to be taking, well, now we've added a little bit. We're going to double the position. Once double the position, triple the position, add double the shares. If it does come closer to that 128. And then if we break out through 128, man, we break out through 128 and we wind up taking that L. So if that happens, that happens. But for now, I'm willing to hold out for that. So, all right, market really blasting. So I think what you want to do is we talked about Apple. Oh, no, it didn't go through that level. Not really. It's just right here, right now. So we set a break. Yeah, we were like a break of that. Probably sends us into 240 and even higher. They're into the close. Apple doesn't move 4% too much, though, on nothing. Remember, their earnings are coming in 2 days on Thursday.
Yeah, buddy.
So it's not they're not moving on too much of a catalyst, other than the only one that I could think is that they're the ones that actually haven't spent all that money into AI yet, right? I mean, we talked about building their own chips and so on and so forth. So we don't have that huge CapEx spend as posted, and we'll find out on Thursday, similarly to a Meta or to an Amazon or to a Google. But then you look at Amazon, Meta at all-time highs, Google, the next one to follow potentially. Remember, Google's still caught up in search and all that kind of stuff.
That doesn't make no sense. Come on,
The fact that it's only
Google.
up 1.6. Yeah.
Why isn't it back at 200 yet?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think it has a lot of talk about quantum and, their investment into Gemini and things like that. If DeepSeek is exactly what it is, maybe Gemini's not.
Google
what
will
it's
be
all
all
wrapped
right.
out to. Oh, I know Google will be all right. I mean, I think that's why I call it up. We talked about skating where the puck's going to go. I think Google eventually will be up here again. But 190 could get tested. It's all about earnings. I mean,
It's all about earnings, man.
you never want to make a play heading into earnings.
I'm hugely a very big fan of. I will very rarely buy in front of earnings unless if it's an exceptional opportunity. I think that's the time, because for the long term, who cares? Just one quick thing on Alibaba. If it wicks the top on a level on the daily, which when I pulled up, so I got in and then I looked at the daily chart, kind of there with you. We're like, oh, let's buy the dip into the prior high and then see what happens. But it's a news-based story that's running into resistance on the daily. You can see it. That's 92.5. No. The second it does a wick top through the high at pretty much that same level, in, out, and if it does the pullback, what's the saying? Pull back into VWAP or something.
When there's a gap.
When there's a gap, you can pull back into VWAP. So if it does that, I want to respect that level on the daily. And I feel the times that you don't take the money on those first moves, we've seen it with Boeing when they have bad news, and sometimes in the afternoon. If you don't at least take that money, oftentimes the reversion comes in when the volume drops down. So you take the money and make the next trade. Let's go on to Adara at the desk.
We have a move here in NET. That is Cloudflare, and it is DeepSeek related. They just announced here on social media that they now have their DeepSeek R1 and Quen. So this is a Alibaba and DeepSeek catalyst. They're using this R1 plus Quen model on their Cloudflare Workers AI, which apparently can be used to solve math, coding, and complex reasoning tasks, and it's open source. So net here, Cloudflare with a DeepSeek and Quen related catalyst here, guys. Lots of AI happening today, of course. Back to you.
From Kunazara maybe. GME is running. We appreciate the super chat around here. Just hit the like, hit the subscribe. Be a fantastic addition to the community like everyone in here already is. and let's all get this together. So GameStop is going higher. So apparently, what are they using DeepSeek 2 for? I don't know what the heck they'd use it for, but here's the problem with GameStop. And I'm not taking anything away from GameStop when it gets going as a trading vehicle. Position board down for a little bit here. I covered Alibaba, not in anything right now. But you're underneath the 50 period here. You're not breaking back out. This was great when it was on this. Remember the upward trend where you just play it when it was strong in the afternoons off VWAP? GameStop's in a bit of a different story. It's got all kinds of overhead resistance here, 27.75, 28.5, 29 change. So it's trying to round off this bottom. It hasn't really broken any big resistance yet on GME. So I'd be a little bit cautiously optimistic with this move that I'm seeing on Jimmy. Yeah, there might be, I usually look for fade plays in like AMC or BlackBerry when this is happening. But BlackBerry's kind of doing its own thing up 7.5 points today. By the way, hold on a second. And I'm hitting that not just because of BlackBerry. This Shopify's up 8.5 points today. That's all right. Shopify is about to get to its highs any second now. Okay, not any second now, but any day now, I guess is more reasonable to say. What an absolute powerhouse this has been. Where's my 200 period moving average on Shopify? You know you're strong when you are 30% away from the 200 period moving average one day after the market was in turmoil. Shopify has been a beast, and it's going to be all right. All right, I don't know if I'm getting into this Amazon at this point. Does look like it's starting to run away from this trend break. But thank you guys so much. We appreciate that super chat. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you hit the subscribe and share with all of your trading friends out there. This is The Realist, and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
There it is.
so NVIDIA right there. It's funny. What's up, Carl? Carl's like, oh, man, maybe we get the minus $1 club. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this NVIDIA, we wanted 128. It's here right now. Obviously, I wish I'd waited for a little bit more, but I said that we would start. I'm just trying to follow the plan, and today maybe this last note winds up going against us, which would be fine. I mean, that's what it is, right? So we're gonna wait here. We said 126 to 128, so we're short now at 127. So that's kind of right in the middle, but it is 65 cents against us and going higher. Those of you that watch us, or specifically me, I guess, trade every single day, you know that we can withstand this kind of a move. And look, if it goes against us, it goes against us. I'm waiting for more at 127.80, and that's that. You'll see my price dramatically change. When that happens, it'll probably go to like 127.30s or so. But we just missed it by 10 cents. So we're going to wait to sit there. There's so much volume and so much energy in this name. It's ridiculous. Like NVIDIA and the market right now, like rewarding those dip buyers from yesterday. So congratulations. We were one of them. And it kind of sucks that I'm cheering short now for NVIDIA on the day, but obviously buying it yesterday in and around that 120 mark seems to have been paying off. But it's just really getting going. And I don't, it's basically in that meme phase, right? I mean, it's just not stopping. If you look here over the last little while, you did have one pullback there. We could have probably taken a little bit more advantage of that when that was there. And this is like literally, this is a 1 minute chart. So 20 minutes ago, we were $1 lower than where we are right now. All right, so here we go. We're getting right into the space right now for NVIDIA. I'll put on a little bit right here at 74.75, just because I don't want to miss that 80. So now that we did that, we'll put our other order in and around 82 or so, just to make up the difference. I didn't want it to come all this way, and then we missed that very, very top short. So we'll pay a little bit more than probably we need to right now for this NVIDIA short, just to make sure that we have it. Now remember, my stop order is already in. If we break 128, I'm going to cancel and give it a little bit more room, like 128, maybe 11s. All right, I'm going to stop out of it all. I don't want to get too cute with this. There it is. We take our last position right now. And I said our average price might be 127.30. It's 127.43s. So we're out of the money, 25 cents right here. Let's see if it wants to work back. Downside. That's the only chance that we have right now. So, all right, we're getting ready to rock and roll. NVIDIA's like super strong right now.
So much for Alibaba slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, this AI.
3.5. You know what? It is what the AI headlines. Maybe just try to. It's like the yada 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 crypto at this particular point. So maybe sometimes you just got to treat it like that instead of instead of like a regular technical trade, just be like, well, it doesn't have to make any sense. It's just going to chew things up and spit them all the heck out. Alibaba, by the way, Alibaba's breaking a pretty big trend on the daily chart. This can have some continuation. The last time it broke away from this price, 2 weeks, it was at $120. I'm not saying it's going there, but why can't it get to $100? And when the trend is to the up on these Chinese ADRs, as long as the volume sticks around in the afternoon, which I'm usually very skeptical of, then I think you want to be able to join. It was a mistake getting wicked out of that trade, and I guess we should try to maybe rectify that if there's a reasonable dip buy. But I still like Amazon, and I don't want to get too far away from this. If the market continues its strength, Amazon's broken trend. It's now at the 240 level. We didn't get the last little dip off of this level into a higher low that I wanted, which was 239. So we'll look for the 239.5 on the way back in here. So eyeballs on Baba, Amazon, and GameStop because it happens to be moving. Let's just respect it while it's going. If that pulls back into VWAP, I might be able to take it. But here comes Amazon into that 239.5. That is the dip we're looking for. It is the same percentage as the market, but it is a little bit different here. NASDAQ's at the highs. It's just trying to get back to the highs, which is part of the thing that I like about it. If it can trend back up, it's got some catch up that it can do.
That's it's there. So okay, if you don't like this NVIDIA trade, please guys, you could take a 20-cent hit right now and get out if you don't like it. It just went to 128 almost. It almost broke and then just fell right back down again. So obviously our price here of 128. I wish that I had waited for that long, but right now it looks like we'll be 60 cents shy of that at 127.42, 43 here on NVIDIA. Oh my goodness. I'm literally discussing this. We discussed it all day. It was coming right into this level. It's been a rocket ship. This move right there was pretty epic from that 121, that 122 sort of pre-market high break right there. Once we broke that, then it was really off to the races. So if you're able to catch that, man, good on you. That was a big one right there for NVIDIA. Now it's starting to pull back in just a little bit. I kind of want to put some bids out. Like this 127.40, the last time we dipped into there was some issues. We could take off a little bit of pressure right now as it comes back in. Maybe we'll do that here for Amazon or for NVIDIA, take it out for flat if we can. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to take out 10%. No, maybe 15% is what I just put out there right here at 40 for flat. So if that comes, I put it to 45. If that comes out, then fine, and then we can let the rest rock. But this is not looking like a great trade. So we are going to sometimes lick our wound. As we always say, if you're wrong on a trade, that is fine. And you're going to be wrong all the time. I was talking with Obi about this yesterday. And it's just like, hey, look, we stick our necks out there every day and show quality trades that we believe are going to turn out to be exactly that quality. Now, I like the short here. We're going to try it. If it blows up and against us, then that is trading, and we're here to do that. So, well, all right, that's the trade.
Speaking of, this is going to be eerily similar, but this morning in my note, I like Marvell at 105, and I know I've been in it like multiple times, and oddly enough, it wasn't the 105 that was my best trade. Tomorrow. But we get Fed tomorrow, and it's like I feel like no one cares about the Fed.
No, we made that comment.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. It's just this 105, and you're getting here on Marvell. It is up 4 points, but it is a big one. I want to look for a mean reversion setup, so I want it breaking trend if it gets up here. Clearly, it's done less work in terms of filling in the gap, which is, I think, a good thing for the short side of the trade. But instead of, I did try a mean revert, and I didn't stick with it earlier in the day at this price level, then waited for VWAP in 103 because that was a nice little round number for us. So I'm going to slap the trend line on it from VWAP. If it breaks the trend line, look for the short trade. If it does a steeper, higher low, then I can work that into 105. But I want to make sure that it's getting up to that level and then reversing itself and breaking said trend. Big shout out to Nimrod, as usual, for the super chat. Appreciate you there, Nimrod. Any thoughts about Wolf for a swing long? It reached 52 weeks low. And
oh, shit.
What?
Money.
Here we go. NVIDIA, yeah, go ahead
money.
with Wolf, but NVIDIA just filled us in to that downside. So if you were riding with that 128, I just took a little bit more out there at 127.30 and at 127.46. So that was like we probably put on there, and we don't talk about share sizes of everybody around here, but we put on a position that, sorry, I'm still on Boeing. That was maybe a little bit much there. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening right now for NVDA to the downside. Even though I'm holding this right now, I think this is important to understand. I could punch out right now out of this position, and NVIDIA will be the P&L #1 on the show for all 4 traders. So that's, you have to understand, like, when we're talking about our trades here, I'm telling you, and I appreciate what everyone's talking about in the chat. Like, we are talking about positions here that can change quite rapidly. So if your trading style is like this, great. But if it's not, and you're using lesser shares, then maybe you want to hold this. But for me, that was a quick scalp out. I still don't even really love this short. We had to do that move right there. So it did fall back in. So that was kind of a relief there. But there we go, Daryl. Yeah, see, there it is. So Daryl right here too, talking about that 40 cents. So there it is right now. So let's go and figure out what's going on. What's up, Ike Release and everybody else? This could still blow up in our face, but we're here to take a shot with NVIDIA.
Yeah, so look, I got the mean revert on Marvel. Actually, thank you, because I haven't looked at TeraWolf, and I can't remember the last time I ever even looked at that stock. I have no idea, but I was able to sort of pull it up here, and I wanted to make sure. I'm going to bring down a daily chart for it. The number of times we've talked today about the 200 period moving average, I reserve that for things like if I really like the stock, if I own it, if I believe in the fundamentals. That's what I'm usually getting at with the 200 period moving average, where I'll just buy it on the dip there when it holds that level. TeraWolf, I can't have that level of confidence in because I don't know this company. I don't know much about it. 20% short float tells you a few things, but not the entire story. So it certainly could squeeze to the upside if it starts breaking out some levels. But this is the kind of thing that concerns me a little bit. When it's a heavily shorted name that loses a major moving average, that generally means that the shorts are in control. And that's not a situation where I like longs, when the shorts, and we're talking about like hedge fund shorts, not day traders, when they're in control, that's not when I want to get into names like this. It's when they're scared that I want to get into names like that. That said, money can be made on these types of stocks. It's just not my cup of tea until they start getting a little bit nervous. And it's stair-stepping to the downside on TeraWolf. I don't know anything about their earnings or when they do report. This says it's not until March. So also, what's your catalyst? Because you always want those to have a catalyst. And if you're also telling me you're not reporting for a couple months, what's going to get it over that hump? I always ask that question. If you got an insight and there's a reason why it should, hey man, it bounces the 200 period and you have a catalyst coming, then go for it. I just don't know what that might be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they just said the Wolf CEO was just on CNBC.
Oh, is that okay?
I don't know. I saw someone post that in the chat. It might.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
True. All right. Let's just have a quick look here. I'm just gonna. Well, we just got it. Did we just get that, Phil? Where was that? 50s right now on this name. I'm gonna let it ride. We're now in a much more comfortable zone with NVDA, so we're gonna let it ride. We do have some lower bids right now. We told you what our average price was gonna be. It was gonna be in the 30s. It actually wound up being 40s, which isn't bad. I'd rather it be higher. I have to live with this now. I'm not.
Oh, he wasn't talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Nimrod, Neil, we'll get to that.
Oh, it's Wall Street.
In
That's
a couple
much
minutes.
better.
Right there. All right, we did get a dip down in Uber earlier. And yeah, there was a story about Lyft. I don't think we ever really got confirmation too much about what was going on there.
No idea.
So that was a great buying opportunity then. I like, there you see the volume. And the thing is like, not being here hurt this time, because like that's a capitulated volume candle. And, followed by a huge move, followed by volume, followed by next candle green. That is your take to go long right there on Uber. So probably be this pullback right into that candle. You could have been long here, 67.40. Nice dollar or so upside there on Uber, trying to make it work now back to the 200 period moving average. And again, without the story, I saw someone on the chat say there, you don't have to take a trade to have the full story. I mean, that is true. It's just like right now, Uber being down 0.25 when it's like, a tech name in this space. I like it. It was really working out all day until whatever happened. Someone got word of it maybe there, and then there, and then there. So it's a very, very like sketchy kind of a move here, looks like on Uber. So yeah, that's going to be something funny and interesting to watch for us right there. Micron, ever since that, okay, we're waiting for 25s. That just dipped into the 40s again. You know what, I'm going to put out 5, what is 5%? I'll put out 5% right there at 43. Okay, nice move down there for NVIDIA. My next out's not till 25s, but here we come back in right now again for NVIDIA. This is a big trade that we have on right now. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to end that way, but here we come back in to the downside. Remember, all in all, no matter where I took this out, our average price, which I think is important, I wish we could timestamp them somehow, was 127.43s, was really where we were short. I know now it says 69. It goes first in, first out. So it's like I've taken L's basically in my blotter on my net here. These are all L's until it got to 42. So everything underneath 42 would be a win. So other than that, everything basically on this idea that we had, if it's not under 40, I guess it was 43s or 42s, then it's an L. So right now this trade, no matter all the outs that we've had, is only now a 10-cent winner. So let's go. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. This is why we're here. We could be back to our highs of all day here for us, but NVIDIA needs to work. We lost on the triple Qs. Looking at this now, it's like, what? We tried to short during this whole way up, man, and got run over until eventually we got out at 82. So this NVIDIA trade, Neil, is a banger right now. This might be the biggest P&L name trade here for me this week. I know I said that yesterday, but this one right now, because of the shares that we have on, is probably it. So here we go. It's NVIDIA right now. It's a monster trade. Like we said, man, we're trading with XXXXX amounts. So we're going to have to try to get out right now in and around this bottom. There it goes, Neil. It's 94s, it's 95s. It's a big trade. I hope you guys have it. Trust in your own damn systems. Neil and I just did many hours of video talking exactly about this, and now you're seeing it live right there. Some have balls to do this, some don't. We do. We are here right now to put this trade on. So Neil, oh yeah, it's a monster move. We're actually at our day's high right now with this trade. We're only out of half. We're out of exactly half of this move. Now a dollar club on this. But remember, our average price is 43. Monster trade here, Mr. Roberts. Big trade alert. Go. Let's go, NVIDIA.
Yeah, go NVIDIA. Love it to the downside. Take it for sure. And hopefully it brings down Marvell with it. This is the one I like, and we're going to keep on going with it. And apologies to Nimrod. I assumed you meant TeraWulf, and you actually meant Wolfspeed, right? So that one's on me. I'm not going to tell you anything different. Except for the fact that it should be even more obvious when Wolfspeed turns, because its chart is actually infinitely worse than TeraWulf. Wolfspeed, this will be simple. Wait until it makes a rounded bottom. Wait until it makes higher lows. It's exactly the same thing that I played into on Snowflake when it was making its bottoms. And they report tomorrow in the Gulf of all the bigger earnings as well. So man. I'm like, wait until after for something like this, because if it starts to go, it's a 33% short flow. It doesn't matter what you capture. It doesn't matter what you capture. It's got so much room to be able to run. So you got to be able to stick to whatever your plan is. If you've got a strategy that involves holding through earnings, more power to you. I don't like doing that whatsoever. So here we go. We waited for a mean revert on Marvell. I could redraw the trend line. Broke trend here, short here at 104.32. Give it to prior bar close high, and then we'll see if it can't get back into VWAP as down comes Marvell. Probably, some of it's going to be related to the market coming down, NVIDIA making some highs. This was basically just following NVIDIA yesterday. Not as much today because it couldn't really break out through the morning highs, but looking to see if we can get back into the key 103 level. VWAP, I respected it for the shorts into VWAP, so when it pulls back into VWAP, I will also respect the longs. And the other thing, Alibaba, $94 now on Alibaba, 4%. It is just, Baba just is not stopping here. The volume is holding up impressively here on Baba. after that news, they got their own. It is what it is. Like, you gotta respect. I guess you gotta respect some of these AI plays when they come out there, because that's the headline. But look at the volume continue. If it can manage to do this throughout Power Hour, that's different from what you usually see on the Chinese ADRs. There hasn't been a red candle or any kind of 3-minute to get the dip by. But if I can see it do that again, I might take another shot at this to the long side. The first dip was good. Obviously, could have still hung on to it. That would have been even better.
All right, I just punched it at 20% of what we had left, breaking through 127. Thank you, Daryl, and everybody there in the chat. They're just like, you got to watch the trade, focus on it, and that's what we did, man. I mean, it's great. It's great to be here and be, this kind of sort of. Some people are saying that they don't have the opportunity to short. Like, I've always said this. Very blessed to be able to sit here for 20-something years and now show everybody, because we got a question about, like, how profitable are traders and is it a career? I've already told many people this over and over on the chat and everything. And I'm not going to get into it again unless you guys really want to know, because it feels like I'm just sounding like a broken record about how I talk about all of this. But we can't sit here and promote to say that, we're honest and we're the realist if we don't talk real, right? So that is what it is, man. I'm here to trade, to host, and to do everything for you. And I just hope that this kind of a trade really shows you that you have to be patient. And then when the move happens, to be there to step into it and take the trade, be confident with it, talk confidently, and act confidently, right? That's the one thing, like, I'm even tell that to my kids and everybody, like, be the person that not only that you are, but, like, give the image of what you're trying to produce. And I'm trying to show you what is involved here with trading. And sometimes, obviously, we get a little bit emotional and it's like, okay, there it goes down. And I'm just excited to discuss these trades with you guys. So there it goes to the downside right now with NVIDIA. It's 3 o'clock. Let's wind up seeing what happens. I'm just going to hold the rest of this. I right now only have about 20 to 25% left of this trade. So that was a really good one. It didn't go down as much as I thought. I thought this could continue to go lower, but I feel like we did a fantastic job there, seeing the profits. And remember what we did. We talked about this area right here, and I was like, this shelf would be pretty good if this came through, and it came through. So, oh yeah, have confidence, take shares, put the money in the bank, and now I'll make money this way, but we'll make money this way with Neil reading.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
I'm gonna get a drink.
That's fine. We'll come right back to it, Ram. But I had to say Ram that time. No, and again, you always have to have your trading style. That's what I love about it. We'll show you different styles. I said exactly what my plan was for Marvell. It was like one of two things are going to happen. Either it gets to 105 and we short 105 like it did this morning, or I'm going to make a trend break mean reversion. There's VWAP. There's the higher low. There's the trend break. There's the entry on this bar break at 104.40. I got 34s, and now we're going to play it back into VWAP. So I like that kind of a trade. I feel like I had it earlier today, and it wasn't good. When it gave it to me, that's the same setup, right? I did the same thing here that didn't work, that is working now. And then VWAP was a good short as well. I like that one. Marvell's my best stock today, so I try to stick with it. But if you guys are skilled traders, but you're lacking capital, prop firms offer you the opportunity to trade with simulated funds or other people's money. And that allows you to showcase your skills. Access account sizes ranging from 5K to 500K, and you can start with as little as 20 bucks. But with over 500 prop firms out there, how do you find out which are the best? That's where Prop Firm Match steps in. Prop Firm Match is your go-to platform for finding and comparing only the most esteemed firms with proven track records and consistent long-term payment histories. Access over 4,500 verified reviews, explore payout histories, and discover the best current deals all in one place. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and find the perfect prop firm for you. And knowing ahead of time which prop firms have the ability to pay you out on a consistent basis are it's a very, very important thing, obviously. So you got to be able to respect it there. Kling Daddy, shout out to you. We appreciate you. Celery too. TT777, Palantir at $80. Wasn't Palantir like $82? I feel like Palantir was a heck of a lot higher. Yeah, so that means it's pulled back. It was at $82 before. With the market starting to, the market's holding the highs. So going to hang on to that short. I got to get over to Alibaba in case that one wants to pull back with the market. And Tesla did a bit of a pullback as well. I'm going to throw that chart up in the power hour here. I'm not pulling up GameStop anymore. I've moved my GameStop chart over to Tesla.
Oh, man.
We still like that Marvell. We still like Alibaba for a little bit of a dip buy. But yeah, you got to have your own style of trade. And I like that sort of precision, that entry. And I'm always going to make an adjustment. The second we broke this support level, 104, then the stop goes from high into the prior bar high. So same thing that we would do on any one of these stair-step trades. Simple in, easy in, don't have to sweat it.
Yeah, no. Simple ins and simple outs are all that it's about. And Neil is 100% right. It's all about your own style. That's why I always feel like the best questions to ask us is just, are we green or are we red? And then you just sort of figure it out from there. Like that to me, because we're not trying to be about like posting, oh my God, this was a $500 trade or a $5,000 trade or a $100,000 trade. We're trying to build the processes. Like what makes me happy is that like Obi and I were passing notes all day looking at what the top trades are because he wants to put on size also. And I said, dude, 128 is what I'm looking at. It's one of my number one ideas. So I just walked by and got a coffee there. And it's like basically me and Obi like bromance right there as we match out and take this trade and bang and boom goes the dynamite actually to that level there. So I think I just want to relax. We did get our coffee in red. Maybe it will help. You know, it's kind of like that Redera situation there where maybe she wears red. Maybe if we show red enough on the show, the market will come in. But of course, we don't believe in that. So we're getting some more and more out on this as well. Right. Ramin goes, but you're wearing a blue shirt, so good one.
Why is that bad?
Exactly. She's
wow.
She's
Purple's a good color too.
I don't mind purple. There.
I love purple's a great color. I actually really like purple.
Color.
There was
But
a question.
The best color is green. Money. You know, and whether or not you are up or down on the day, make sure you do hit the like or the subscribe and make sure that you follow, you know, what we're doing. And, you know, if you want to know anything, today I've traded NVIDIA, Rigetti, and the Qs, and that's it. Okay, we'll be down on the Qs, we'll be up on NVIDIA, and we're going to be up on Rigetti. So we're going to go 2 for 3 today. And this position's not pending anymore because we are getting out of this. It just fell right back into our space again to get out. So this affords you the benefit, again, of getting in, getting out. And remember, if you're trading, like what I would do, and I should do this myself, and I have to get better at this, 100%, what's up to Adam to lose if he's even here, is that, like when I'm like, this is the area that I'm looking at to get out, I should just put, like instead of having all of these outs, I get paid for each one of these, so it's a little bit different, but I feel like my net would be increasingly higher if I just said, okay, this is the level I'm waiting for, instead of just getting out like 10 times for 40% of the, like for getting out for 4 or 5% each time, if I just put one order there, it would look a lot cleaner on the charts and maybe make a little bit more sense to you, to everybody out there. But like we said, that's why we try to do a good job of explaining what we're doing. And remember, trading in simulation or trading, again, with risk parameters, you should always be responsible for your trades regardless of share size. Like if I'm trading 10, 20, 30, 50, 100x other traders, doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's the win or the loss. If you're trading 100 times somebody else, but you just keep on putting up L's, that's an easy way to blow your whole account. And you guys have probably done that. Some of you have probably done that many times. But for me, you know, we have our rules, we have our spots, and until they stop working, we're going to continue to do this. So again, it's 312 right now. It doesn't look like NVIDIA wants to fall down too much from here. It's an 80-cent winner, but at the end of the day, I was looking for lower, so I'm still thinking we can get that. And I mean, look at this. Like we just got out there in the 70s. I guess our best order was 80s there. Like, and it just popped up again another 30 cents. So like that might be another case to use less shares. It's very volatile, and that's what's going on right there. So again, thank you for all of the love out there. And we'll just keep on doing what we're doing here live on the show, including making the recap show even better.
Which I can't.
We now have 3 people on.
And I had a question for you about that because obviously, I mean, Thursday.
Yeah.
And Apple's no slouch.
Yeah, Apple and Intel.
Apple and, well, I mean, Intel is a slouch. But look, actually, Intel, you never know. What if Intel names a CEO? Like, there's a lot. Look, if Intel names a CEO, that stock is going to do 100 million shares and go crazy as well.
Damn it.
But there was a question in the chat that I have to answer this because, look, Sonny's Gadget Reviews, you guys mentioned a trading firm that allows trading shares. What was that? So I'm not aware of us endorsing any specific prop firm.
Trading shares.
Right? But here at Real Trading, which is the prop firm that we trade for, you can trade equity, you can trade futures, you can trade forex. There are no options here, but that's who we specifically talk about, obviously. So make sure you do your homework. But if we're talking about a prop firm that allows you to trade shares, then we're talking about Real Trading where we are, because that's what we're trading for equities. We have not endorsed, to my knowledge anyway, we have not endorsed like a specific prop firm. So like very similar to I think what you just said in AMD, like, or NVIDIA, like you're getting down into like a support level on some of these chips that just pull back and you're catching a little bit of a bid. So took some off at the 104 range. It's not really breaking down. Like it's gone 35, 40 cents in the money and we're not getting that follow through yet. Speaking of follow through, Alibaba does not care what you want. Alibaba cares what it wants, and it keeps on coming. Sunday Gadget Reviews, you were talking about Real Trading. There you go. You'll actually see it pop into the bottom of the screen because that's where we trade. We trade at Real Trading.
Yeah.
So you'll see it all the time there. So check them out if you're interested. Sunday Gadget Reviews. Unfortunately, not available in the U.S. Was that a call for Adara?
We have a new Trader TV Research original graphic here. Check us out on X at TTV Research. And this was actually inspired by something that Sean said, looking at how much market cap NVIDIA lost yesterday. That was $593 billion. So what NVIDIA lost yesterday is actually more than the market caps of MasterCard, which is valued at just over $500 billion, and United Health, which is valued also around $500 billion. And to put it in simpler terms, only 13 U.S. companies, including NVIDIA, are worth more than NVIDIA lost yesterday. So it's pretty massive. If you want to look at how this market cap loss is really contextualized in the grander scheme of things, check out this graphic here on TTV Research on X. I will put it in the chat as well so you can take a look, because putting out new content for you guys every single day, working on some graphics as well for the earnings watch party tomorrow. So definitely check that out on the market recap. Back to you.
So it would have been more than Visa at the lows.
I have some sad news. Brian Shannon will not be joining me tonight as he's having some technical difficulties. So, okay, no problem, my guy. All right, I just sent him the message. What's up, Brian?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, so I'll have some emotional damage there today, but it'll still be a Darren on. You know, yeah, we'll go. We'll go,
man.
No, it's sad.
It's fine.
Brian
No, he's a great.
I mean, I did this by myself for 8 months. We'll be fine, but at the end of the day, we love to have banger guests because you're tired of me. That is for sure, and I feel wasted. That is for sure. All right, 127.80. Look, we can average back into this trade because right now we only have about 15% left. We were getting some more out. Like I was feeling bad getting some out of this trade, but at the end of the day, I'm going to try it one more time. But I'm not like. If I put on too many shares, then we turn winners into losers, and we're not going to do that. So we're going to wait. We'll put on a little bit more up here, again, into the 80s if we do get it. But NVIDIA is super strong. You got to take advantage of these pullbacks, and it does pull right back into support. So I like that play for us there on NVDA if it does come through. Rigetti, a good stock today. I mean, we only had it once right there. We're very, very focused here today on what we're doing. So I think that's probably a good sign. Rigetti does break that low of 1250, and we wind up getting out of our last 5%. We talked about what percent we had. Rigetti, I thought, had a chance to go there today, only up 3%. We'll see what it does tomorrow. But, I mean, I like the stock. It's 317. A break of that level could get going. The mistrade for me, and it's because I've been too obsessed with NVIDIA and for good news, is just Alibaba. I mean, we heard the news right from Adara. She gave it to us. This is an easy punch long on AI news. I mean, we saw already what AI could do. I mean, if OpenAI was a stock, yesterday that thing would have been cut in half on DeepSeek. And then now today, Baba announcing, I don't remember what it was, Quell or something like that, something to the upside there with Alibaba, and just straight fire right now in the booth of Alibaba. So nice move upside. A pretty, I know you had it there, but a pretty easy take long, just holding on to the long. And again, that's where different styles like this is a continued move. In these kind of markets, like going long 91.50, your target there, like you could have really leveled it. I mean, there is nowhere here. So definitely you want to scalp out of some of it, right? But on a trade like Alibaba, and maybe it's fading off 95 right now, not too much. I don't see like that wipeout volume spike here for NVIDIA to show that might have been, or sorry, for Baba to show that might have been the top. Generally speaking, I'd like to see one candle that's a little outsized, but right now I don't. So I would try to, look, a pullback to the 50 of $93. I mean, then that short obviously would be great, but I would think that would be the next spot that you either look to reload your position or start a new one. 93 change. So that's the level right there. I keep looking up, like, because I'm looking at IBIT here as...
You see MSTR?
Well, is MSTR tanking? Because, yeah, NASDAQ right now is down, or sorry, Bitcoin right now is 102. And I was just looking at IBIT, trying to sort of make that move down. It actually held VWAP pretty good all day. I know it gapped higher, 20 cents, but this short has really been underneath it. This looks like a great break low side as well, breaking through 57.85. I know we both have on short chip names. I mean, I'm trying to look for something else. Tesla's 400. Go ahead.
Tesla's at 400. What's weird is that MSTR has been weak all day. It's only now losing VWAP. A bunch of people asked about Dell for levels because it's gonna be really easy to do before we go to Adara. Well, here, like it's at $101. That's support on the daily. It's a double bottom from yesterday. So like you kind of see it here. Like, but I don't like the falling knife idea unless it's a breaking of the trend. Like if it's going to hold that level, let it hold that level and then break the trend back to the upside and put your stop underneath the prior bar low or something along those lines would make sense for me on Dell. But yeah, crypto, weird, we're at the highs, Bitcoin pulling back, MSTR not looking good. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
I actually have here another way to play Alibaba if people are a little bit, worried about Alibaba's price tag. I just saw this BABX. This is a 2 times levered Alibaba ETF. I just saw that popping up here in the volume scanner. It's worth noting, not a ton of volume on the day, only about 1 million shares traded on the day. And always be careful with these 2 times levered ETFs. But regardless, I wanted to let people know, just as we talk about NVDL and TSLL, here is another way to play Alibaba, guys. Back to you.
All right. Remember, those are going to be good to trade, but not good to invest in, as you will lose DK.
Better name.
I was talking about this with Fabian yesterday because he was like about the NVIDIA triple ETF or something like that, NVDL, or maybe it's double. Oh, hold on a second. So it's up 7.84% today. NVDL, right? Is that what it is? Yes, sir.
Isn't that 1.5?
That's Granite shares. Yeah, I was just going to check the time, the distance. 1.5, yes. So it is 1.5 times. So yeah, my mistake. It's not going to be double, but there it is. It's, what? It is.
That is,
I see it.
That's so cool.
Hold on a second.
Do that. You do that a couple more times.
Hold on a second.
Visually, that's kind of
NVDL. It says it right here. 2 times long.
What?
Okay, so it is. No, that's why I was refreshing.
Our platform has it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Our platform is wrong. So it's 2 times.
Okay, good.
Because that's why I was refreshing it. Like, look at this. 15%, right? 7%, 7.8%. So it's exactly a double up. But
Camera
you can
A,
see,
camera B.
Yeah, it's like there's no trading.
Camera A,
trading.
camera
no
B.
trading. But anyways, NVDL. So I was just going to say, like, on a daily performance metric and things like that, it's going to be great. Maybe even over a month. But if you look at NVDL, shares of Tesla, apparently they're just hitting our ear right now, seeing some kind of volume. I'm going to get another piece out here at 50s on NVIDIA. We just did that. So Tesla obviously seeing volume right now because, all right, so you are getting a rejection volume right there off of 400. So you get basically 10 or so straight up candles, then a little bit of a wick through 400. That's good to see. You don't want it to necessarily wick like 401. I'd almost rather it go up through and then hit that move back down, and that's what it does. So Tesla right there. Congratulations to all the bulls of Tesla, man. I mean, you guys were sort of left for dead a little bit there, as many, questioned the relationship with Trump and if it was going to be breaking lower. We do get Tesla tomorrow, which is going to be a monster. So I watch out for that, but looks like another fail there at 500, maybe soon, at 400, but right back in. So that wicked high is 400. I just looked at it right there. It's $400.20. So it looks like that's coming in right now. It looks like it's going to take it out. So now that wick high is definitely coming into play. So I think you could probably, if you're looking to go long now, you can go long Tesla against this bottom wick right now, $399.50. So as long as we take that out, you could put a trigger in to go long right now, $400.20 or whatever you want to do, and then use that marker right back into there, $399.50. So this is what I think about when I'm into a trade, and I think this is important that we talk about it, is where's my stop, and then where's the execution? So we were just going to go, we didn't take it because we're trying to go short in NVIDIA, which we are. But right there, long at $400.20, you could have that trade with execution right there at 42. So give us slippage. This is $1 worth of risk, I would say, if you're long now. So if you have 100 shares, this is what goes through my mind, that's $100 worth of risk. So you got to be ready to do that if and when this trade works out or doesn't. So that's sort of the risk to reward ratio there and things that go through this guy's mind. And I mean, right now, I'm going to take another piece out. And I'm just taking out like 2 or 3% every time on NVIDIA now, if we only took it out once. Because if we stay above this 50-period moving average, that's violation of the rules. We don't necessarily want to be short a name that is above the 50-period moving average. This time, it's a little different because we looked at NVIDIA coming into 128. But for a daily scalp, I mean, momentum needs to change right away. So right there, we just took another fill there at 45s. Now here it comes back in. Let's get underneath and stay there for a minute. So I don't have any more bids on NVIDIA. We're going to have to try to figure this one out together.
Well, this is one of those things. It is, if you're trading support and resistance, then sometimes you're going to be long at the bottom and sometimes you're going to be short at the top. If you trade mean reversions, you are most certainly going to be long at the bottom and short at the top. So that's what's going to happen every now and then. If this cannot break 103.75 Marvell after this lower high, I'll probably reevaluate. It's 3:30 already. And this morning when I was like, hey, Boeing loses a bunch of money and everything is still fine, well, that's not true anymore. Whoops. Why did I type a dot? It's hilarious. I never actually typed the dot. And then today I typed
Double dots?
Yeah,
Why?
whatever. And then now I have to wait for this to load. So I'm just gonna, Boeing's having a bad day. That's what I want to get. There's Alibaba. I'm just gonna flip this chart over to Boeing for you guys. Because Boeing, that's gonna, whatever, you get the idea. Boeing's at the lows after breaking it out in a massive way earlier today. This is not what I was getting at when I was saying Boeing had changed its tune and decided to take all of that losing in stride and still decide to go up. No, this is the complete opposite of that. So that whole 3-day rule, it's still above the 50-period and the 200-period moving averages, but there's a decent part of me that says, Neil, if this stock loses the 50-period again, just say forget it. It's had a little bit of a run, and it's still in the penalty box, and forget them. The money could go into other places. And sometimes it's frustrating. It looked like it was going to be a good one, but it's only day one after earnings. As a matter of fact, they just reported this morning. So I don't want to overreact to it, but I really don't like this. And it is trending down. I mean, look at the chart. It's made a wick bottom here. I wouldn't want to join the trend when it's wicking the bottom, but you've got to be kidding me, Boeing. How are you going to go red after that rocket ship that you already had? Unless I missed something in the middle of the day, story-wise.
There had to have been.
There had to. Yeah, you had to
Look
say
at the volume.
ridiculous.
Oh, no, that volume's from the morning.
The volume's not even that big here on Boeing. It's just.
Could be nothing then.
Yeah, I mean, Boeing doing Boeing things, Alibaba doing rocket ship things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alibaba's an absolute beast in here. Wow, there's just no trend break on Baba. It's 327. We are getting close to the imbalances in like 15 or 20 minutes. My suspicion is there's going to be some activity on the chip names. There was a big imbalance on Apple and NVIDIA. And NVIDIA's needs to be gigantic. It was 3 million yesterday. It would need to be 5 to 10 million to be a big deal. But it was actually Apple that moved the most on its imbalance because relative to the amount of volume that it's done on the day, Apple's ended up being gigantic. But I'm going to keep an eye on the chip names that we're in and still NVIDIA regardless. Drago saying it's BA. Yeah, sometimes that's enough.
Yeah.
You know, like the stock is what it is.
I mean, it's why we talked about it yesterday. NVIDIA P&L number one yesterday. NVIDIA is going to be P&L number one today. It's because we stay on the same stocks and we trade kind of that momentum. Again, today, NVIDIA could have been PL number one in the whole. That is for sure. If you want to ask me any questions, or Neil, just tag us, of course. And here it comes. Oh man, I just got one. There it is, right here from Tamimi. I thought it was a great question. Does level 2 play a role in your decision when you go long or short? No, not at all. Especially today. It's funny because we had Obi come over here and he was talking about size on these level 2s, and right now they don't mean anything. So, anyways, great question. I'll explain what I mean. Like, they just whipping through levels right now. If you're going to look at a level 2, the only thing I think you could watch would maybe be the attached time and sales, because that's really, it's the time and sales really that matter, right? I mean, that's where all the actions is taking place. You want to sort of see that for speed, but right now, speed of the markets is insane. I mean, you're going through tons and tons of volume over and over again all day. So I would just say be very, very careful if you're just looking at level 2, because this size over here doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I was going to show you what was at 128. I don't know. When it gets there, I'll show it to you. But they're not really even considering size on the level. They're just wiping out. Like, it's done 500 million shares, did 700 million yesterday, might do that much today. So for me, I don't really consider too much risk here in watching out for size. I'm just trying to play more key levels and just try to be right as much as we can be. And, you know, level 2 can play a part more in slower moving stocks, where I'll just call up DraftKings. I don't even know, just because it's a name I wanted to look at. But you see how on here you see 2s and 1s and it's a little bit slower. So if I ever saw, like, per se on DraftKings, and I'll just zoom down here at $42, there's no size. But if you're looking at a level 2 and you see, like, all of a sudden 1,000, like you see ones, each one of these levels are 100 shares. So when you see a 5 there, that's 500 shares on IEX, 200 shares on BATS. So the only way that I would use a level 2 as a decision maker would be if all of a sudden this turned out to be like 5,000. And it was like, oh my God, there's like a huge seller there. And how would I tell it was huge was just based on its comparables. And, you know, looking at the level 2, that would be a significant amount of shares right there. So that's what we're looking at when we look at these stocks and level 2. So I want to say thank you for that question. I think it's a great one. And for me on NVIDIA, there's Tesla, by the way. I mean, someone at Pitchbull just asked me again, tagged me, and I said, if you like the short, it's the exact same trade. It's taking the short against these levels and then playing it back into some of these lows. So there goes, I stayed away from it. I mean, NVIDIA is now printing it just went into the 40s. I should have had a bid there. Let's put a bid back into the 30s. But I'm still trying to go short, so I didn't take that short in Tesla, but that was a good fill. And I don't know who it was in the chat again, but they were like, candy, I think it was you, Pro Datator. You said Tesla tomorrow is like candy from a baby. Like, which levels do you like? Like, I don't see an easy trade.
In which direction?
Yeah, like, I don't really see an easy trade. I could be missing it, but.
There's been questions about, and I can't believe we slept on CCL and NCLH. But just the only point I would make about
I wrote it down.
Using size for level 2, to get out of trades, yeah, let's make an example. Like, the example I would use is, because sometimes I will care, but that's like, oh, if I'm looking to get out at 104 on a stock, let's say like you're in a short, it's like, oh, first level is 104 to get out, and there's size at 104.05 or something, well, then I'll bid 6 or 7 instead of 03. You know, like, that's, like, to me, that's what I use size for, because it's like, well, if you're trying to capture like a 35-cent move area and I can for sure get 29 because there's a buyer out in front, well, then just do that because there's size on the level 2. That's what I would use it for. And, like, who cares? Your setup's your setup, but I think for the take profits, it can definitely matter. Sometimes if there's gigantic size on the offer, it'll make me like the breakout more. And you'll hear traders say that. Like, there was, I don't remember, I forget how many shares was on NVIDIA and exactly what the level was, but there was one of those like NVIDIA breakouts recently where everybody was taking it long, And the fact that it had more size just made everyone like it even more. People were just piling short in front of the size, thinking it was cover, and then when it finally broke, it just meant it gapped even further. So sometimes it's actually the opposite of that effect. But to NCLH, they reported, well, RCL reported this morning, sorry. RCL reported this morning, NCLH is going to be up on sympathy, and CCL is also going to be up on sympathy. So they're at 52-week, well, this is at a 52-week high. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. It's 27 minutes to go. I mean, a 52-week high break on the stock that didn't have the earnings this morning with 27 minutes to go, I'm probably not going to be leaning into it. And then Carnival, there we go. Carnival is actually through that breakout. So for me, looking at it tomorrow, which one, well, I mean, you guys probably know what I'm going to say here. Which one do I look to play for a continuation? Carnival already broke through by the end of the day, although it did do it, a little bit late here, and it's just kind of consolidating above that high. But this is where I'd look for the continuation play, would be in Carnival of those two. But it's RCL that reported this morning, and you're not doing anything with it. It's not doing anything on this breakout as we speak. So sort of is what it is. But yeah, Carnival was a good one. No questions asked. It's not just the cruise names. It's also the airlines. The travel names are they're a different type of beast now, and you got to respect them when they want to go. We're very, very close to our break-even trail, just a couple of cents. It almost tagged it here on Marvell, but you're holding on to this 104 level, so we'll give it another heartbeat. If it goes up and does a wick top, I might decide to jump back in around the same price and give it to the same stop, see if we can't get the range a second time.
All right. Just on RCI, a little bit of salt in the wound there because we have written it down 245. That seems to be the low. Didn't get down to that low because that's where VWAP was. So let's watch VWAP as we said it there on RCL. And we got to do a better job of that because there's the move up. Sure, you don't get 245. That must have been where VWAP was at the beginning, but it was still down there, 245, maybe the 200 period. But see, off the open, you have a pretty huge move, right? I mean, 247 all the way to 255. So justifying the long, it feels like. And then this drip right there into VWAP. So that was a 250 VWAP long. So we keep talking about that over and over and over again, and we will continue to watch out for that. So that's going to be a trade there that we'll look for even tomorrow. Even on some of these bigger names, we have to be careful with it. NVIDIA just kind of went up and down there. I don't know what's going on as we watch out for NVIDIA. And again, that's still RCL on my chart. There it is. So we just got another fill. I'm trying to sort of get out more and more of these. We talk about that as the day goes on. We have to be very, very careful with what we are doing here with NVIDIA because it's a strong name. It's up 8%. It's battling back from yesterday. And yeah, we've already had our fun with this name. And it was a heart attack because we'd almost lost our full day there on East.
Oh, I have a cool quick question for you.
Sure. Do you want me to do the ad read first or should we do? Oh, okay, so let's do this really, really quickly. Look, scan that QR code. Traders, listen up. First month is now free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite Advantage. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. This platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing. Like find out if your strategies are gonna work, man. Back test it, one of the best back testing systems available. Reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades right now. If you're ready to elevate your trading and grab that free month, you got to scan that QR code below and please check the description in our description down there. Click those links, get going. It's eSignal. That first month free, baby. We love that.
Yeah, love free.
And there it comes down again. Spin it.
Money.
I mean, I'd tell you eSignal gave me this trade, but really I got it myself. But we really like it there. Nice downside push for NVIDIA, right into the 50-period moving average. And I mean, I wouldn't be able to have changed up my game, honestly, without eSignal. I've been using it, and now the whole floor is switching over to it, so we're really proud to have that, and we want to thank eSignal for that, because it's made a big difference in bang, 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 Neil. Here we go again. Shout out to Obi back there, because, yeah, man, there it is, 127 and change. Oh, boy, we did it. Now, one more time here for you, and it's going to, I mean, it is a big trade. We talked about share size. We talked about layering into this one. It's NVIDIA, and it's making them sing down there near 127 and change. The biggest trade happened the biggest trade of the day happened right in front of you guys. As we averaged right into it, we talked about it, and eventually it happened for us. So there it was, man. This was also a big, I mean, basically both these trades on NVIDIA were just pew, pew, straight fire. Messing with it in the middle of the day, we had some good winners, but this almost went against us. But Neil, just goes to that point. You know, stick with confidence, be confident in what you're doing, and when you finally get that confidence in your trades, up your share size. Up your share size when you are confident and when you have the strategies. That's the number one suggestion that I have for everybody. Practice, 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 stay disciplined, and then when you finally have it, get to that next level. Put on more shares to make trading the job and sort of the side gig that you want it to be. So there it goes, man. Just really proud to be able to put this on and show everybody that, hey, man, if you put in the work and you write the levels down and you trust in what you're doing, sometimes it will blow up against you. And this is the humility. I mean, we talk about this all the time, which is why we celebrate when we have this. I mean, Neil and I, we just talked about it. We just did a video that literally says, celebrate your wins. And then when you have the wins, then level it up, right? Level up your game. And I think you can do that with eSignal. And you could do that right here with your own trading, just simply by watching what Neil and I are doing, putting out some shares, and having some more confidence. We all deal with confidence issues, right? We have the ability to trade with unlimited amount of shares, basically, but you have to have the confidence to put those shares into the market. So level up your trading, level up your game with charts, and level it up with share size. So there it goes. Okay, so that's a good question. I think that's a good one here. I've only really ever used eSignal. So what it did for me was basically the ability, and we can do live demos here. It's 340. Maybe we should do this. But there's tick replays. You can have built-in studies. So this is a tick replay. So once you click on this, now I don't have, this chart's not set up for this, but you can now see replay from, can you zoom in here, Ramin? I just want to show people because we're already what we're doing right here. Just zoom in to the middle. I just want to show what this says. So it says replay from. So this right here, yeah, right. All right, thanks, Ramin. Not everyone is as blind as I possibly am. But right there, you can just put this. Okay, now zoom back out. All right, so now as we go, it's just so easy to just say, I want to replay the day from this point, from that point. And what it does is it gives you the indicators at that time. So that's what I've done to level this up, is I've gone back and I've said, okay, I mean, 50-period moving averages weren't even on people's charts. Right now, all of a sudden, people are talking about them. VWAP, I mean, we did VWAP charts, Neil, years and years ago, explanations of VWAP. And it's because, again, we've back-tested it, we believe in it, and we're using those. So that's, to answer your question, that's how eSignal, and again, I hope it does the same thing for everybody around here. But it's changed my game, and I hope it changes yours. Just the back-testing thing alone. And then the reliability.
Well, I can tell you with 100% certainty, like we said this before already, we had a strategy on the European markets 15 years ago that our trading floor, everybody was doing it, and like 90% of the traders were making money, and it was completely impossible. I shouldn't say impossible, but we wouldn't have been able to track it and test it the way it was very technical, the style. Like it was just like it would do this, do that kind of a deal. Not very much discretion in it whatsoever. And without eSignal, it would have been impossible. None of us had any experience trading that market. Well, a little bit, but it was, again, very technical. You needed back testing. You needed to know which symbols were doing it the best, which is impossible without tracking 100 symbols across.
Thank you, Dewey.
Across a bunch of different markets in Europe, and it was a great tool for us. And so I love it. I'm glad to get back to it.
Yeah.
Just one. So I'll get to just a change here. So trend in, trend out on Marvell. Now that it's broken 104, it's got a lower high. I'm going to respect that. With 7 minutes to go to the imbalances, I want VWAP. Well, more importantly, 103 quarters in here because that would be the full move. But if it breaks the trend to the upside, it's a bit of a moving target. I'll get that out if it breaks trend. So the question I was going to ask is, well, assuming there's 2 deals that could close, Juniper and DFS. Ooh. And if they do, there's going to be 2 open spots in the S&P 500. So one of the things, and I feel like usually we have in mind who we think is coming next. I know that was the case with the S&P and the NASDAQ when everyone always loved the idea and it was felt that Palantir would get in at some point, and Uber, I don't think that was crazy. But you have to start thinking about that this year. Unfortunately for Juniper, that deal might get blocked, but certainly there's going to be some openings this year, at least 1, if not 2, if that deal goes through. And that's what I'm starting to think about, because we actually just got this in our note on tip. I just saw it when I was going to see if there's anything at the close, and it's like, oh, spots opening up on the S&P in the next couple of months. So we should be starting to think about those types of names, and if they start making breakouts, maybe crowdsource this. And I'm saying it out loud because I'm hoping you guys will have some suggestions. Is AppLovin in the S&P 500? No, right?
I don't think so. It's relatively new, but I mean it.
No, right? Like that's.
Well, we can Google it.
Yeah, like I don't know. I could easily just go into Perplexity or Gemini and ask if that's the case, but I just thought of that out loud because that's a rocket ship that maybe we should consider it as the opportunity to do so. So I'm going to start thinking about those names. And don't go rush out and buy AppLovin or at me if it doesn't get added to the S&P. It's like one of the first things that came to my mind randomly just now. So I'm going to stick with the shorts here in Marvell. Alibaba, for everyone tracking that Alibaba move, now all of a sudden it's starting to slow down. So the barcode, like no fresh highs in the last 30 minutes here or 20 minutes on Alibaba. It's just been going inside move, 95, 295, half. Baba is very, very strong. Rigetti broke 13. Barno, what's up with LMT? Lockheed reported this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, so Lockheed reported this morning they're down 9%. So they did have. It's weird that we didn't mention earnings for Lockheed, but no one's going to day trade that stock. 3 million shares on $450 stock. They could probably use a split. Defense spending. Hey man, if they're going to do efficiencies and reduce government spending in a meaningful way, you probably need to do it in at least a little bit in defense. Yeah, not a very good day for LMT. Under the 50, under the 200. At some point, I mean, they can't stop defense spending altogether.
I think sometimes it's going to become a buy.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at it like,
That
you
trend is
know,
now.
you know what? I might consider buying this after a couple of days. I mean, come on, man. You want there to be peace.
Come on, man.
And I get it if you never want to invest in a stock like this.
Right, some people have.
I understand that 100%. Like, I totally respect it as well, but I don't know. I think there's going to be a money-making opportunity in Lockheed in the next few days. Maybe a little DCA action after Wednesday, and maybe look at this $400 level. Like, come on, I had no idea this was that bad on Lockheed. So, thank you very much for bringing that up.
Yes.
That seems like I'll have to read the report and see what the heck was going on there, because that's intense. 9% down when it was already bleeding.
There probably was a report of.
Yeah,
I mean, why would there be decreased spending? I don't know. But
well, Doge, Department of Government Efficiency wants to cut.
There.
If you can't cut entitlements spending, well, they never do. So where else are you going to cut?
I mean, it's like rhetorical question there. We'll have to wait to see. Doge they only found like 420 million or something.
They said 2 billion.
Oh, that's what the goal was.
Good luck.
All right, so I'm done shorting Nvidia here into the close. We're not. We have less. I mean, we have about 3% or so left of this trade. Our stop out is 128.10. So if it does go back up, I mean, we had cleared this out. We have the imbalances. I think it's absolutely.
3 minutes.
I don't want to say it's insane because I mean there's many more things that could be much crazier than this thought. But it's like this morning it was the largest imbalance. Yesterday it was the largest imbalance Nvidia. So to sit here and try to figure out which way we're going to go on this imbalance is a craze. But the thing about this also is this morning, remember I had that joke. I was like, on the imbalances, everything were buys. Remember I was like, B is for Brendan and S in this example was not for Sharif because he's a C. But look what happened today. And again, we just did videos about this as well. like when these imbalances are bids, look what the day brought us. It brought us a huge opportunity to get short. What is that, Neil? What do you want to bet?
I want to bet you $1. I get Nvidia's the largest imbalance at 350. You get the field.
No, I just said that it was the largest one yesterday. No, I don't want the field.
Okay,
it's 500 million shares. It's going to be the largest. I don't even want odds. It has nothing to even do with that.
Okay, fine.
No, because okay, come over to the screen right now quickly.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
Yeah. No, me and Neil just playing around. I mean, I do think we both think Nvidia.
Nobody wants to take the other side.
No, I just wanted to show you. I think we might have just missed it there. Okay, there was huge size, and I think, did it break 128 right there? Oh man, I was too busy thinking about that bet. It may have just broken 128. I was getting stopped out, and I want to thank Adara for her kind words, because she had said that I had taught her something there about stop outs, and it was because she had a great question the other day about using stops and getting trailed out and triggered out at certain levels. And I said to her exactly, and I gotta follow suit right now because it's making money for me. And that was, if you have, where's my bid? 65s. All right, punch some 73s. If you get your stop order at your exact level, like a 128 there, I think it might have broke. The day's high, can I get it on eSignal? I mean, why don't we just use eSignal right now, the most reliable charting software? Oh, I'm still on tick replay. Oops. All right, we got to get off of that. NVDA right now. We're going to see what the day's high is. Yeah, so see this? On eSignal, it's showing 128 clean. So like if you, in this example, you wouldn't have got stopped out if you put 128.01. But often, especially in our platform, you will, and I'll speak for others because I'm not on any other platform, so I can't really speak for others, sorry. But like, it'll trigger a dark pool that might not register on other platforms. So we could have gotten stopped out, but my stop out is 128.10. Now I still think it gets run. I'm not trying to say, ooh, that was so smart. But look what happens at the end of it all. Look at that movement. There's me getting out. We told you we had like 2 or 3% left. We got out of half of what we had left right there on that failed break, heading into this imbalance. Looks like NVIDIA will do it again, man. 500 million shares on the day. So when this comes out in just a couple of seconds, we're going to cancel all this. We're going to only wait for NASDAQ in New York. So when they come out, we're going to get ready to rock and roll. I also have some more bids down here on NVIDIA just in case we do flush out. But right now, hands are off. Let's see, 3, 2, and 1. Let's see, okay.
Whoa,
it must be a sell. Bang, we get those 60s. So there it goes. Neil, you were close to losing that bet, but like open door for some reason.
This
now
is why you could have taken the field.
But, yeah, I still would have lost.
Well,
if I could add up the field, fine.
But here's actually open is interesting because NVIDIA's
look
paired.
Look at the chart though, just quickly.
Look at the paired.
Yeah, so open, there must be an imbalance.
Open is like 2.5 million and nothing is paired off. Amazon is 2.1 million with only 3 paired.
Index action.
That's the big deal. But Open's that's $1.50? Okay, never mind.
Thanks, Chamath.
Open is $1.50?
Yeah.
So anyways, thank you, NVIDIA, because that spike on the algos, I didn't even see Marvell, but as the sell imbalance on NVIDIA got Marvell down to the 103 quarter level. So look, it's an update for Marvell, but it's distinctly different, and it never broke the highs. Marvell is still underneath its prior support level. It's underneath the 50-period moving average. So even when it pops, as long as it's under 105, I want to look for the short trade there. I will double-check Open. It's probably not moving.
Keep forgetting that.
2 million. Okay, never mind. It was a sell, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you could
index action.
Look, let's be real. I didn't see an index action, but you probably could have. I don't know. Like you could probably have made a couple of cents risking 1 cent on that trade. But then if you're doing that, you have to have the ability to use a key where you're not getting blitzed on the fees. Like if you can like swipe a bunch of darks or mids, then that trade is doable on a $1 stock. But otherwise, it's completely useless. Right? Like even if a couple of points is good luck not paying a ton of fees and the spread unless you have access to multiple gateways. In real trading, there would have been a real shot at it, to be honest with you. But you would have had that stock up. You would have had to have had that stock up in the moment, and realistically, we're looking at NVIDIA because...
NVIDIA was great.
I would have expected bigger than that. But 500 million shares, a 3 million imbalance, it seems like a lot, but it's not really that big in retrospect. I just saw someone flash 128, 400,000 on the offer. Good luck to that seller if it decides it wants to punch through. Or it's probably profit takers. It could easily be profit taking.
If you just look down here, we said that, oh man, maybe we'd get lucky here, and it looks like we may have just done that with those NVIDIA fills. I mean, we just got them in the 60s again on that flush. We're like, we'll still bid here, and if we get them, then yeah, so that's what we did. We get those fills right there for NVIDIA, and pretty happy for it. Just to end the day right now, I called this up. I actually forgot. I saw someone in the chat said, get ready for Fed. I was like, oh, yeah. So right here, tomorrow, January the 29th, you will see right now a 99%. Kill them with kindness, NVIDIA. We just take out 128 right there. Nice move. It's amazing that finally the level that we wrote down at 8 o'clock finally gets broken right now at 352. But right there, 99.5% chance of nada. So that's where we are right there. And if you go into the next Fed meeting, I don't think we get anything really. So here's March. Well, this is all going to change. You know, we can just go back. So in March, it looks like there's at least a third of a chance for a rate cut right there. This will probably all change after tomorrow. And then again, even into May, we still have a little bit of an expected rate cut happening in May. And then I thought in June and July, we start to move more this way, which we are. It should be 45% chance that we're between 400 to 425. And right now, of course, the expectation is a neutral Fed. So nothing tomorrow. We'll hear to say what they
Impossible.
say. This number has been pretty accurate, man. I mean, there was one time that I think it was 60-40, but the 60 still won. So, yeah, we have 99 problems. NVIDIA is not one if you bought it yesterday. Like, wow, what a move, man. Up 8%. I know you did, Ramin, and I know I did. And we talked about this yesterday. I bought it during lunchtime yesterday, so I know we talked about it into the close, and there it goes upside. I've always said the only name that I'm buying on any dramatic dips is NVIDIA. And we did that there, and it might be wrong. I don't know. We may start to I may get some of that out because we did put in a little bit there last night. So we'll wait to see. And as I was coming in this morning, I was like, oh man, this might not be the greatest idea. But it looks like it is. And it wasn't early, man. NVIDIA actually took out yesterday's lows right there today. 116. The low today is 116.20. Like you're up now $12 almost straight upside. So again, buy the best names. We continue to do that. And I put Bitcoin in that category as well. That's the second last buy that I made too was Bitcoin at 94,000. So, and then we bought the Dow. So, all right, yeah, 354 right now. NVIDIA continues to hum.
Yeah, probably about to pair off, but just, when the second you said NVIDIA broke the lows, I realized something that was a trading opportunity. I'll get it in a quick little second, but so NVIDIA pairing off, as you can obviously see, you still have CNH and WFC and Ford, who cares, and Intel, 1 million to the sell. So even Opendoor no longer going to be there, 1.1. when it was a couple of million shares. So you expect that at 355, usually you're going to get those imbalances pairing. No, but when you said that NVIDIA wicked the bottom, yesterday's low, my first thought was Marvell didn't. That should have been, like if you're using, a lot of times when NVIDIA is doing what it's doing, it becomes a short-term futures for some of the related names. NVIDIA wicks the low and regains it, and Marvell doesn't break the low, that should be a long reversion. Like it's the equivalent of the stock you're watching, like the NASDAQ breaks its low of the day and then holds, wicks it and then holds the bid, and you're trading a big cap tech that actually held its support level, go long to the prior low. Because when NVIDIA did that, you could have actually just been long on Marvell, somewhere in and around here, and then just throw your stop underneath yesterday's bottom. 50 cents worth of risk, and it went right to the 105 level. That's the kind of thing that I like to look for. It's a missed opportunity, but only so much so because I was only thinking shorts on Marvell today unless it broke 105. But you always want to be able to learn for sure. Just a quick jump back. We only have 3 minutes to go. Tesla going to end up not closing the 400 level. That said, I do like this nice little zone here at 400 to 402. I think tomorrow, with the way it's ending today, that's kind of like a nice little buy zone. Like whether it's a 400 break or a 402 into 406, I kind of like both of those. But yeah, now all of a sudden Tesla losing the bid a little bit.
NVIDIA got bigger. NVIDIA, I thought it paired off. I was just saying under my
I was
breath.
just looking at it. It was.
Oh, did it change it into sell and then it went?
No, it paired to nothing. What the heck? 4 million to buy.
Yeah, it just came back in there. So it paired off and now back in. I think this could be a nice long here. I mean, I don't want to take it, but potentially into the close if you're looking for that last second scalp opportunity. I guess you kind of have to be addicted to trading if you're doing that. I'm not going to do that, which normally I've been known to make some crazy trades here in the last couple of seconds. But right now we're going to stay away from that with NVIDIA. Join us, me and Adair tonight. But we'll have Starbucks on our mind, not in our cups, unfortunately. But they will be reporting later on tonight. SBUX. And by the way, getting that red cup, we didn't finish our coffee, but that seemed to work out right there for us. All right, Starbucks breaks $100. Dang, we like this name. I sold out of this name, man. This was one of those names that I was buying all of them dips, man. And if you knew how much, like, I spent $50-something on, well, there was actually, it wasn't that bad, actually. There was 5 of us.
You got
I didn't get any food, though, but the girls did.
girls got food.
Yeah, well, you get one of those little, okay, so a drink is $7, and then you get, a little croissant or something that's $7.
Oh my God, I love croissants.
Yeah, but they get them like bacon filled.
I can't.
Sandwich or this
Yeah.
and that. All right, I got to get out of here. All right, wrap it up, man. It's a great day there. We'll finish the day with no LFT, so it's going to be a good one. Oops, I muted myself.
Oh, so Sean,
get up there.
Which is all good.
Yeah,
the recap's got some Starbucks in it. Sean's got to think about how much he's spending at Starbucks. I cannot eat croissants the same way ever since going to Paris. It's like, it's just not the same. It's weird. Like, I love croissants, but you get spoiled every now and then. So NVIDIA, that buy imbalance, they didn't care. NVIDIA is still pulling back in. It did pair off finally. So it was, you saw, I pulled it up and it wasn't there. Then Sean pulled it up and there was a 4 million buy imbalance. That is now gone and NVIDIA is pulling back. It's still up 8%. It's still a super strong move. By the way, Alibaba, forget about the fact that Chinese ADRs like to slow down at the end of the day. Alibaba right at those highs. So obviously this was a bigger deal than anticipated. I'm happy in the old long-term account, but I'm not happy in that. I don't mind getting out at resistance on the daily chart. But when it clears out and then holds that same resistance on the bid, which technically speaking until it broke out here, it didn't, that can be a continuation play. Like I got out because it did not hold on to, because it didn't hold on to this level initially. This level initially. And then when it breaks out and holds above the 94 level and is past this, you can take that secondary break trade. So working off levels in the higher time frame is a good thing, but you also want to be able to jump over and reverse it when you get a chance. So only 20 seconds to go in here. It has been a blast off kind of day, 1.5 on the NASDAQ. The ES is doing okay at 0.9, but that's because when tech rallies, you know how it goes. So let's get the countdown on. I might have started a couple seconds late, so just look at the one in the bottom left here, Adara, and ring it in 2 and 1. Let's go. And the casino is now closed, although in the long term, if you bet long, it is not a casino because you're going to win. Just buy good stocks. That's what the last couple of days have taught us. No questions asked. We got Starbucks coming after market, so let's be quick about this. Thank you, Fabian Ramin, on the 1s and 2s. Love the playmaker. Joe and Sharif, great job on the midday as always. Big shout out to Adair on the news desk, and of course, our good friend Brendan as well. But the market recap, there's a lot to recap the last couple of days and a lot to recap today, and you're going to have some Starbucks earnings as well. So let's get on to it. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA actually made a fresh high at the end of the day. Did it really make another high? And I was just going to go over to Starbucks for you guys, but I just looked up and saw NVIDIA is even higher. Starbucks already starting to move. I haven't heard any numbers, so let's get to the desk. You got the market recap right about now.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Thank you, Neil, for that. We will have all of the earnings ready to go for you. We got Benzinga Pro platform in our ear. We're ready to rock and roll. Dara, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Tired,
Same.
but we are doing great. I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time here today as traders stay late. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? There. Yeah. We'll get that fixed in a couple minutes. But all right, let's go. We are waiting for Starbucks right now to come through. They're expecting 67 cents in earnings. We'll get that all figured out. I'm going to set this up to a 1-minute chart, and then we'll be able to have a quick look at Starbucks and see where we go on that one. Expecting 405 is the release there for Starbucks. Also coming out today. And again, I just want to show everybody, we do have the Benzinga Pro. Close that platform ready to go. So when that comes out, the earnings will pop in right here. Then we'll give them to you. Adara will make sure they're confirmed and, get you the goods. So when that,
Yes, I will.
Yeah, when that happens, we will come through. So, hey, There, Starbucks quickly there. I know we're dancing it off right now, but looks like a nice little move higher right now in Starbucks. So we'll wait to see where this comes out. Just a quick little estimate here. 9.31 billion is what's expected. The EPS expecting 66 cents right there. Implied move over 6% is what the options have implied here on Starbucks. So if you're going to close the day at 100, we're looking for 106 or 94-ish to the downside there for Starbucks. But oh boy, we had a great day today.
What a day.
In the market. It was a monster day. I want to talk to Adair about some of her trades. Despite the market being flat to start the day, man, did we have a nice battle back in the NASDAQ, led by many names, including NVIDIA, of course, and then including the biggest and the baddest of them all. It feels like Apple right now has just been so strong over the last couple days. Apple today really got the day started properly with this upside move right from the jump. Let me go over to a 3-minute chart just to show you a little bit more. 3 minutes right there. There goes Apple. Really gives the day a nice little boost. It started early and it continued. The NASDAQ does not close at their highs, but it doesn't go out too far away from that. Here's the NASDAQ, a little bit of a pullback in. And if we're going to a daily chart here on the NASDAQ, you're basically couple good stories away, and those good stories could start now as we wait right here for Starbucks. We wait for Logitech, which could be a big one, LOGI.
Yeah, it has a pretty large implied move.
Yeah, exactly. So LOGI, what is the implied move there? 8%.
Yeah.
So we'll go 6.5, 8.5 for Logitech as we get ready to go. We also have SYK coming through as well. Stryker, that's a big implied move as well, over 6%. And then what is CB? That's a travel.
That's Chubb.
Chubb. Okay, my bad. Yeah, Chubb.
It's a
right
Buffett name, so I put it on there.
Yeah, security name right there, Chubb, coming out as well. So a few earnings plays that we are looking at. And we're also going to watch out for NVIDIA. I mean, as this moves here in the after hours, even trying to go higher through 129. What a day for NVDA. So again, hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves. You could see here, we went to Adara earlier on in the day, and it was like, all right, sector recap. And even I remember Neil was like, oh man, there must be a lot of sectors up. And I turned to Neil, I was like, yeah, this market is blasting, but it was only tech.
It was not. Yeah, it was just tech that was blasting, right?
And then we got a late day bump there in FXI. Like, what's up with that? Right there. We talked about China possibly being a play. Remember, when everything, it's kind of like when everyone's thinking one way, like Apple's dead, Apple's dead. What are we going to do with Apple? Well, how about 10 straight up days or whatever it is, right? FXI, the same thing. Oh no, here comes Donald Trump. Here comes new administration. What does that mean to China? Does it mean tariffs? Does it mean we push and pull there on the what's allowed chip land? Starbucks now getting a pop. We'll get those in a second.
Yeah, I'm not
But
seeing them yet.
FXI, nice move, bouncing off the 200 period. Often, they're saying Meta has a new partnership possibly with Reddit right now. So I'm just hearing that right now out of my ear. So we'll get that for you in a matter of seconds. Right now, Reddit saying 3 minutes chart. Yeah. We can confirm something there. Nice move to the upside. What is Meta? I don't think Meta's going to care about that too much, but here we go. It is Starbucks, and it is a beat. It is a bang. It is a bang. It is a bang. So all that money that we spent on Starbucks over the last couple of years isn't really affecting me right now because I'm not in this name, but there goes Starbucks. Nice move to the upside. It just goes that 6%. It went to 106. So there's the pullback. Adara's going through the numbers now. She will have them for you immediately. We also have SYK. Stryker reports 2024 operating results. So there goes Stryker to the downside. This name, again, not too much volume, but 392 and looking a little bit lower.
Yep.
You guys want to see what a stock looks like on earnings? SBUX, just real quick. Nobody does this. I mean, other people on other shows, they're not even traders. They've never traded before in their life. I guarantee you, most hosts on other shows, potentially doing recap shows, have never, ever looked even at a live level 2. Don't hold me to that, but I feel like that's probably true. There's Starbucks right now. Decent volume, 104 and change for Starbucks. They're out, and it's a banger.
Yep.
Dara, let's go.
So here's the thing. These numbers are beats, but a lot of these numbers are down year over year, so I'm just going to go over everything. We did have a beat here for earnings per share for GAAP EPS, 69 cents versus 66 expected. Sales, 9.398 billion versus 9.316 billion expected. That is also a beat. Cool. However, here's where we get to the declines on a year-over-year basis. So apparently their sales were flat year-over-year, though again above estimates.
That's not great.
Global comparable store sales down 4%. 6% decline in comparable transactions. We've got a 4% decline here in comparable store sales in North America, 8% decline in comparable transactions in North America, and then we did have 4% decline in international comp sales. Basically, comp sales are down everywhere by a decent percent, and it looks like the our comparable transactions are also down. So there was a slight increase in average ticket for US, but not enough to offset the comparable declines basically everywhere else. There's another earnings name too, Qorvo, QRVO. This one rallied pretty recently. They're in the tech space. Anyways, they're up like 12%. So just want to let you guys know. QRVO, sorry, now they're up 18%. So Qorvo, another earnings play. This one just cracked the $100 area.
All right, bang. I'm just going to hit this right now. We're not going to do roll call, but I'm looking at the chat right now, and people are like, there are no other shows. What's going on here? Someone said, meet Kevin. I'd love to meet Kevin. Hey, Kevin, I'm Sean Katina. What's up? I'd like to meet you. Come on the show one day. This show is the GOAT. People are loving this, and I want to thank especially, I think it's Ailey here. Ailey Yo says that Godspeed, this is the only show that they watch. So I want to thank you for all of that. And on that note, we do also have Logitech coming out. Dara, this is another banger. It doesn't look like it's going to go that 8.5%, but that was what the implied move was. It is Logitech starting to go to the upside. I mean, who else is going to bring you that Reddit news also? Reddit apparently confirmed right now.
Oh, it's not. I'm seeing unconfirmed is what Benzing is saying.
So watching okay, so that's good. I just saw right here, traders circulate unconfirmed rumor that the company is partnered with Meta Platform. So we'll wait for that to be confirmed. Thanks, Dara, as Benzinga right now drops the story, but unconfirmed there about Reddit. But hey, look, that was a beautiful move for Reddit. Meta also not moving on that. So we should probably, as you just mentioned there, hold our horses on that. Thank you, Babar and everybody else, man. Best show ever. Everybody's really, really liking it. So we thank you for that. We want to thank Neil for bringing the heat as well on the show. And what a great addition Adara has been. A little light on earnings. We're getting Super Bowl earnings coming up very, very soon. Oh yeah, by the way, Adara, Super Bowl, still 2 weeks away. Eagles, Chiefs.
Eagles, Chiefs. I will automatically always vote against Taylor Swift. So that's Philadelphia Eagles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll be voting for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And one team is basically primarily red.
Yes.
And the Eagles are primarily green.
I love that.
So it's like a battle of the stock market right there.
I love that. Battle of the stock market, and we will not be voting for the Taylor Swift side. That's all I know. No friendship bracelets in this house. Also, yeah, I'm looking through X. I'm trying to find where this rumor circulated, this unconfirmed rumor. I am seeing nothing. I think this rumor might not be real. Like, people are saying, oh, it's circulating, but there's no actual posts that are showing this rumor. So I'm really confused as to the circulation of this. Be very careful with Reddit.
On Reddit, maybe.
Maybe, but also Logitech, I do have those numbers too.
Yeah, let's go to Logitech. Let's call it up right now. Logitech, before Dara goes over the numbers right now, breaking through $97. Just a quick look. I know she has the chart as well, but Logitech right now trying to take this out. $92. They've already done that. You're all the way up here to 96. Next level for Logitech, maybe 100. All right, Adara, what do those numbers look like? Because right now on the 1 minute chart, it's a beautiful move to the upside. EPS revenue, 1.23 billion expected, and EPS expectation of 136.
So we do have, adjusted earnings 159 versus 140 expected. $1.59. And then sales of 1.34 bill versus 1.25 bill expected. I can show you guys these earnings right here, just so you know, up 5% here. Great look for LOGI. That is Q3 2025, so they're quite a few quarters ahead of the overall market, but great look there for Logitech. Then after that, we're going to be seeing, do we get Stryker SYK? I'm going to look for that as well here.
You got it, yep.
SYK coming through, the Reddit stuff had me a little bit. Oh yeah, so SYK, they beat EPS, they beat on sales. They announced their CFO is going to retire, and they did have kind of tepid EPS guidance, so the lower end of their EPS guidance missed estimates, but they beat on beat on the actual numbers for this quarter.
Yeah, no wonder why it's not super
It wasn't
exciting.
A super exciting
It's not.
report.
I mean, Stryker right now is at its highs and it's doing nothing. So again, a little bit of algos back and forth here for Stryker. So it looks like you're not striking gold with this name, not today. I just had Novo Nordisk up because again, FDA approved Novo Nordisk diabetes drug, Ozempic for kidney disease. So again, like, wow, nice move up there, 85. It didn't really get going that much. I guess it was somewhat expected. As you could see, again, the algos get in there, then reality sets in, and I feel like Ozempic, we knew that there was other uses for these GLP-1 drugs, but it's really cool to see that the FDA now approves it, meaning testing phase now over. FDA stamps Ozempic now. I'm just reading it on my phone here, and I know you already had the story live on air, but for the diabetes drug for chronic kidney disease. So I think that's great. That means there's enough stats out there to help out those that suffer with kidney disease. So great move there. Did it affect Eli Lilly at all today? No.
I looked at the time and it wasn't much.
Yeah, so on the daily chart there, we did see probably, okay, that's into the close, but this news happened earlier in the afternoon. If anything, Eli Lilly goes a little bit to the upside because, again, if one drug is approved for something, potentially a competitor could also be approved for that same space. I've been really liking AbbVie lately. That's been a nice little ripper to the north side there off these bottoms. It's not great, but again, XBI.
They're on Friday too, AbbVie.
AbbVie, yeah, I really like AbbVie. Again, Botox was a big thing for them. And again, so nice move here on XBI, trying to get above the 200 period moving average. All right, what else is positive today? XLK, go ahead.
Sorry, I found the Reddit stuff. So apparently people are circulating
back to
this
Reddit.
analyst note from Piper Sandler. Piper Sandler says that Meta appears to have added, that Reddit appears to have added Meta's campaign import feature.
Okay.
So that's all it is. It's literally just one tiny part of an analyst note that people are running on.
like
This
Reddit.
seems to be the quote unconfirmed rumor. So it's literally just Piper Sandler making some speculation here, guys. That's it.
All right, well, I'm going to pipe in. I really...
I like that one.
That was all right. I really like Reddit right now. It's on an island here at $200. And whenever you get to those $200 marks, like you're up 10% today. Even in yesterday's decline, it's like a blip on the chart. It doesn't even look like anything even happened yesterday. And Reddit says no to that. Not only do they make up everything that they lost yesterday, but they make out all new all-time highs into $200 now. I mean, I want to Reddit and forget it because honestly, if you're on this name, you've had no reason to do anything with it. It hasn't even threatened the 50-period moving average, which is this pink line. I said just a couple weeks ago, and I think it was with Brian Shannon, we had him live on the show, and thank you, Brian. Normally he's with us, so join us every Tuesday with @AlphaTrends Brian Shannon, the author of Anchored VWAPs. Unfortunately, he did have some technical issues. He'll be joining us again next week. But look at gold. We talked about it having a potential spot in your portfolio. And today, with everything else red, you will thank yourself for potentially, which I don't have any, gold today. Good move. Nice movement to the upside. The world's not really, I thought there'd be a little bit more uncertainty. I haven't really heard too much about the Middle East conflict or too much about Russia, Ukraine since this new administration. And I always thought that gold, obviously, a nice little safe haven against uncertainty in the world. We did get a nice move in XLE over the last couple of days back in, which gives me, potentially hope. With more certainties, oil probably comes back in. Again, this is another sort of flight to fear for XLE, USO, and oil as well. But as you're looking today, tan downside, I know Sharif picked Nat Gas as one of his plays for this year. That's been getting really beat up, I guess, since we kind of made those plays, but still above the 200 period moving average. This could be a good name to take. Unlike TAN, which is solar names, this is under the 50, under the 200, and making new lows right now. You want to talk about breaking a ledge right here. Let me call this up on a weekly chart. Guys, any traders out there that are in solar names? I believe it, Derek. Trump is not against solar. I don't think that that's the case. It's just, windmills, man. But I think it's more the play that a lot of people thinking that energy and drill, baby, drill, sort of that's like...
Because he doesn't like green energy, like the new green scam, right? Is what he talks about a lot. Okay. So I think that's more what people think. It's not that he's like, as far as I know, I haven't heard anything super anti-solar. There's some anti-windmill sentiment. There is some anti-New Green Deal sentiment. To my knowledge, though, nothing. But I think people lump it in because of his opinions on other things. Also, we do have the Chubb earnings, though, here, if we want to get into that. It's been kind of like loosey-goosey. Basically, they reported, I'm not really seeing this compares to estimates, but apparently their life insurance was up 7.5%. Their P&C combined ratio, 85.7%. Nothing crazy here for CB. Just lots of metrics that, quite frankly, I am not super familiar with, but that is what's going on there for CB.
Okay, so I was just going to say if I had a water there, I'd take it, but we don't, so that's okay. All right, so let's just figure out what we want to do moving forward. So here's CB, not a huge move at all. This is the daily chart right now. So we'll flip that over now into the 1 minute chart just to give you guys a little bit of a look. So it is ticking a little bit higher, but on a $275 name, Oh, I did have a water over there. Chin chin. All right. Oh, you can see we have a nice little trader. It's hard to see. Actually, this one's been too much through the wash. Oh, you have here. Cheers to the water.
Cheers.
You have a better. Show them the. Can you see? Can you?
It's our old
Yeah,
logo
there it is. So I got
now,
the trader.
because we have the new like Pepsi logo now with the swirl. But this is the
Mine is
TTV.
vodka, hers is water. So, all right, let's keep going there. Yeah, so that's nice. We do like that new.
Yeah.
Well, we have the new logo.
That's what I said. Yeah, we have the new like
We should start
Pepsi
selling
swirl
some
logo.
merch. No, I don't know. Or at least
I would buy merch.
Give it away.
That sweater you have is really cool. Like that the day trade the
We'll
world.
wear it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, we have a couple
Shout out
hoodies.
merch.
We have a couple hoodies. There when we used to do that. We might even still be selling it. I don't even know. All right, so let's keep going forward here. As earnings basically have sort of slowed down, let's just take a quick look at Starbucks, and then we'll talk about what we were seeing throughout the day. So now Starbucks still trying to take out those highs. I'm not going to really consider that 106 area. I mean, sure, it was there, so we should consider it. But right now, it's kind of like we've been up here into 105 and failed off of that. So I'm looking for a 105 break now in Starbucks. If we can get that, I think that would be fantastic, because right now you're trying to break. There's 105, that little tick in the dark right there. We'll see what's going on. But it's a nice move again to that upside into 107. This man is back, so we'll just say thank you so much one more time. Bang, get some calculations going. I don't have spinning the money, but here he is right here. Thank you so much, David. You were here earlier, and the note about David was, if I got this correct, retired officer, I believe. I want to thank you again, in your 80s, living on a retirement income. And he's just mentioned that some of the things that Adara's taught, myself, Neil, basically the whole Trader TV Live team, David has improved his trading to the point where now he supplements his income with day trading. So I want to say, I hope I got that close to being right there. Thank you so much to David again. That's 150 smackers today. Does anybody even say that, smackaroonies or something like that? I feel like my
Smackaroos.
smackaroos. I feel like my
that's it.
grandfather used to say that, so now I'm really getting on there. But thank you, David, again. It does mean a lot. And look, man, I just run from the desk right there 20 feet over to here. So we go from trading right into doing the show. Adara's here for you all day. By the way, fancy belt. I just noticed.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got it for my like great aunt or something got it for me for Christmas, birthday.
Nice.
So yeah, so it's a nice little shout out to I believe Reitman's for the little
Diamonds are forever.
Good times.
We like that one there for sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's keep going now. All right, so Tesla and Microsoft. Tesla was an interesting story today because it does, oops, that's not Tesla, that's still Starbucks. That's Tesla. Tesla was an interesting one today, and we can look at it. Maybe we'll go back and do a 3-minute chart so we can have a better look on the overall day. So today, Tesla, again, it tried to make it back to that $400 mark that we had seen yesterday in the after hours. It did do that, and man, did it come with vigor. Like, it was really going there into the close. And then we kind of identified a possible trade idea, which was shorting into that 100 using some of those wicks, 400, using some of those wicks. That looks like it paid off there at the end of the day. But we also talked about going both ways, and that's why you got to have your stop order in, because when you broke through 400, it was worth taking into that little bottom wick of 399.60. Once that broke, it was fade city for Tesla. And again, the report was Tesla and Microsoft tomorrow after hours. So we'll wait to see what Tesla wants to do. Microsoft again today. We had that, what was that? Altman and Satya Nadella tweeted something out.
Their selfie.
Yeah, it was a selfie announcing, and it was Altman's tweet that was saying bigger and better things basically to come with Microsoft. I sure as heck hope so, because Microsoft right now needs to get going just a little bit. If you're looking at the daily chart, like, you have to be happy with where a lot of these names are, especially if you were worried about uncertainty heading into January, especially with the change of government and the new year and potential selling coming in, a selling wave in January. So you have to be happy with where Microsoft is, but I just can't wrap my head around what that next thing for them are. We talked about Azure. We talk about now with DeepSeek there. Does that actually sort of start to cut a little bit into ChatGPT? And again, Copilot, I don't think that's been very successful. Some of those PCs that they were building, I don't really hear too much talk now about AI PCs and Microsoft. So I still like Azure, I still like the cloud, and obviously we like their connection there with OpenAI. So we'll have to wait to see if Microsoft can deliver the goods. Are you afraid of DeepSeek or not? We'll find out tomorrow where Microsoft is on their CapEx and where they think that is moving to. It's a whole new world every single day. You never know what you're going to wake up to. Microsoft today, nice move. But if you're Mr. Zuckerberg, you're probably... Wouldn't that be so cool? Forget about the Jake Paul versus Logan Paul fight. Come on. I cannot believe that's actually
Who's watching that?
Apparently, like Neil was like, I'm watching. Like, these guys don't want to watch other fights, but they want to watch this fight. Sharif seems super excited about it. So maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, my thing is too, is people keep forgetting that Jake Paul will do anything for money. The man literally got married, fake married for money on MTV in the summer of 2019. It was a show, and you can Google it. So my thing is, cool, he's into fighting now, but soon it will be like, if you get money for putting garbage over your head, I'm sure Jake Paul will enter that sport as well. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, no, but I mean, even if he's taking boxing seriously, it's not. To me, it's about entertainment, right? I mean, I can't wrap, at least with the Tyson fight, I felt like, I mean, first of all, we can see what it did to Netflix. I mean, it rocketed up Netflix, right? I mean, Netflix, in the week leading into the Jake Paul fight, they got something like 10x the subscribers and even more than that. And you can see Netflix on the daily chart just continues to take out highs. The thing about it was, at least with the Tyson fight, there was an idea that maybe if Tyson caught him with something, even if you think it's rigged and it was all a show, which probably it was, at the end of the day, when two brothers are fighting each other, especially when one is employed by the WWE, he's not going to take on Logan Paul's champion over there.
Wait, actually?
Yeah. Logan Paul fought Floyd Mayweather and actually had a great fight. I like Logan Paul. I like both of them, honestly. As an entrepreneur myself, I have much respect for both of those individuals, like a lot of respect. And I respect Jake Paul more for not putting Tyson on his ass. But at the end of the day, I can't get behind that fight. To me, I'd rather, like, look, Royal Rumble is coming out this weekend, I think, on WWE. Watch that. That's scheduled and planned, right? So, and I'm going to Hell in a Cell. So I like all that kind of talk, but not that it's a real thing. All right, let's move on off that. We're taking way too long on that. CrowdStrike had an excellent day today, Adara. As CrowdStrike, I'm just trying to read the note here about CrowdStrike. New all-time highs on strong ransomware tests. So I feel like that's super important right now. In the space, you're going to be getting a lot of sort of outside influences coming in, trying to hack into things. We're obviously worried about crypto. We're worried about quantum. And if these guys right now, and again, the thing about quantum is, and I think this is about ransomware, just keeps attacking and trying to break the code. So if these guys have software that can maybe detect that happening early, potentially out of the way there with CrowdStrike, all-time highs. So we say bang to that one. We also like PanW trying to get back there. Neil said that he's sort of switched from CrowdStrike into PanW. I like that call as well. I like cybersecurity. There are plenty other names. I think the next name, though, as we try to skate where the puck is going, Fortinet. Look at these guys trying to break higher. When do they even report? Feb 6th. Eyes on Fortinet in the next couple weeks as they break and go higher and higher. So it says here, it seems like Adara's coming out of her shell. Oh. I felt like you came out of that a long time ago. And I thought maybe, and you might be right onto this. Thank you, David Blackwell, again, for another 20-pack. You know what, Adara? Tomorrow, let's buy everybody Starbucks.
I think that's very timely.
No, Fabian, or yes? Okay, we'll have to get Fabian something else. I just thought we've got a lot of this. We're having a lot of fun here today. Starbucks reported. Thank you, David, right here.
Thank you so much,
Forget to leave
David.
message. Your show's the best. This dude made $3,100. Oh, I got to hit this calculation. $3,100 today, $28 today, and what is that number? 80. Are you saying that you made $88,000 or $88 since February? But wow, David, I don't care if you've made, or since January, if you made any money, thank you for all of the super chats there. And we really respect traders that are calling out sort of some of the lessons that we continue to teach here on the show. And that's what it's all about to me. And I always go on these little rants all the time about trading. And I just think that if I don't do that, then a lot of it is smoke and mirrors. You have to be able to sit around, put on shares, put on trades. And David, with those kind of numbers, it sure as hell sounds sure as Heck, sounds like you are doing that. So a big congratulations. Your boy ain't up $88,000 in the last
That's
6
amazing.
months, really. I mean, that's a monster move there. Congratulations to you, Mr. David Blacklock, crushing the markets. But Adara, I don't know if you're logged into your platform.
I am.
Or if you have a chart up as well.
Yeah.
Adara told me today, we had it live, a question live on this show Monday.
Yes.
Or was it Friday? It might have been Friday.
It was Thursday.
Thursday.
Thursday
Okay,
that
so
I asked you, I think. Yeah.
on one random day in the week last week, we had a question from Adara. She asked me about stop orders. I told her, just put them a little bit outside of your range. And if you get stopped out, you're still going to get stopped out, but at least you're not going to get wicked out when your exact level hits.
Yeah.
So Adara, you turned to me today and said that was a great trade that you had. So let's discuss the trade that you had today, because enough of me.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity. It actually happened twice here. So basically the first, well, I'll show this one first because up first. We had CEG, Constellation Energy. I liked this 272 breakout long on the 15 minutes. So I'll switch to the 15. And I was like, you know what? It was so tight. We're going to risk to bar lows. So I did risk to bar lows, but I gave it a couple cents below the bar lows. So we actually did get below there on the bid, but because I had a midpoint and I gave it enough room, we didn't get stopped out. Nice. We continued to push to the upside. My best out, I was able to take, let me math this quickly, just over 5 points on this. I was really happy with that. And then Boeing came along, and I will fully admit I sold Boeing far too early. That is not even a question.
Board. I can see it before.
But yeah, I was really happy with this. I liked that we had this push to the downside. Again, risking to the bar high here. And again, this, I actually thought I did get stopped out, but because I gave it a couple cents and because it was a midpoint, it was able to work out. We were able to take that move to the downside. So I really wanted to say thank you for giving me that advice, because you were able to give me the confidence to kind of finagle the stops a little bit, still risk appropriately, and it worked out. So thank you very much.
You're the one that made up that confidence thing. I'm just trying to pass it along to everybody.
Thank
I just
you.
want to say thank you to
Appreciate it.
everybody here, because this is really what it's about too. What's up, Martina? She's saying that we have a lot to do besides just trading. So focusing on hosting and trading, and we say that too. Although I always consider myself a trader first. And the story about this is just really funny. Like, I was teaching traders all around the world, and then the owner of all of this came up to me and was like, dude, we got to do this more to everybody. And then so I started talking to more and more traders internally here at Real Trading. Then we decided to add our good friend Neil on, as me and him go back 30 years. More than 30 years I've known Neil. We went to grade school together.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So like grade 7, grade 8, we started becoming more and more closer friends into high school. And I'm still friends with many of my high school friends. I can't say friends too much, buddies, alums, as we go way back. And we're still in a football pool that is over like 25 years old. The same pool keeps running with basically the same people. We've rotated in and out.
Yeah.
Basically, core 8, we go in and out.
That's
of a
really
couple
cool.
of them, also as well. So, all right, that's just a little bit of a wrap up there. Look, it's been a huge day. I mean,
We got another super chat too.
We did?
Easy peasy.
All right.
$9 super chat.
Why don't you handle it then?
Well, it says Sean, so I guess we'll say Sean. You helped me to go. I'm guessing it's helped me. You helped me to go from $300 a day to $1,000+ a day since March 2024. I find myself trading like you now. Thank you, and thank you, TTV. Well, for that I have to say thank you, Easy Peasy, for supporting the show,
Can I get
for
more
being here every
screen
day.
caps of all these? I gotta send this to the boss.
Great participant in the chat. And shout out to this whole community, and shout out to Bears versus Bulls as well. Really cultivating and moderating this amazing community. I'm so happy to be here every single day.
Yeah, no, and I just want to say thank you so much, Easy Peasy. I mean, we've seen you in the chat also. And look, that's to each their own. We talk about like how much money is necessary to become a successful trader. Irrelevant. As long as you're enjoying yourselves and those numbers are green, and you feel like you're at a certain level, sounds like you are. So thank you to that one. Easy peasy. Well, then you got to hit that there, my guy, Fabian, because right now it's 4:30 and that's the bell. Actually, we're going to get that alarm over here because right now we're not really done yet. We could talk about a couple more stocks. You want to do that?
I mean,
all right, quickly. You know what?
I also will tease
It's
the
our
earnings party tomorrow. We have the earnings party tomorrow. It's going to be, I found out about this today,
that's right.
literally on air. It'll be myself, it'll be Sharif, and it will be Neil. And we're going to be going over earnings. I have some graphics prepared
How come I
for
never got
TTV
invited?
research. I didn't even know it was happening until Sharif mentioned it. So all good though. We're going to be going over these graphics. We're going to give you guys some info. We still have not really figured out how we're going to do it yet. So it'll be a mystery to all of us. And I'm excited to see you all there. 4 p.m. tomorrow.
You know what I was going to say? Right into here, as you guys send super chats. The super chats are absolutely great. what's actually fun on the show to do is when it's just like someone orders something in for us.
That happened before too.
So I was gonna say, like, the money is great. YouTube takes a cut from it, obviously. But at the end of the day, thank you so much to all of the super chats today, David, Easy Peasy, and anybody that super chat, and all of our new members. So with that being said, hey, we're getting short on time, so that means it's time for roll call. All right, again, thank you to everybody. I want to give a big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much. You mean a lot to this program, and I know you know that. So a big shout out to you, Bears vs. Bulls. Hey, look, man, Dinkelberg says this right now. Today was great. Tomorrow will be awesome. I mean, I think that is 100% right.
I love that.
That is right here. This is what you need to do. You need to get the mental part of it right because, like, I was sitting in that NVIDIA train. I was actually going to show it. We ran out of time. It's like, I'm like knees weak, arms are sweaty, right? Like all that kind of stuff. Like as we sit in there, we're like, is this going to work out? And then bang, it does. That's the confidence that you need. And we have it in tomorrow as well. Even if we're green, red, it doesn't matter. Stick with your goals. You got it. Great point there for Dingelberg, I think it was there. Aaron is here. Holler at your boy. So Aaron, if you've ever seen that.
D-Nice.
That was funny. Yeah, D-Nice is there as well. Ravi's here. Helgi's here. KNT is here. Damien's here. Sister from another mother or something like that is here. Andrew Chow. Drops Trades is here. Adara, anybody else? I see Pepper Pot.
Yeah, we've got 3 7s. We got Easy Peasy again. Thank you to Super Chat. El Sol, Juan Padilla, Dewey, Sir Poopy Paper Hands. I love that. I had to read it. Callum Mitchell Miller. Hugh, I'm just going to say the first part of this because you're trying to trip us up there. And Bears vs. Bulls, I'll stop with again. Thank you so much to everything you do. And thank you, this whole community, for being here every single day. Congrats to everyone for learning, for doing well, and for just growing. I love it.
I have an important announcement to make that I think we didn't talk about it enough. And it's, don't brace yourself that much. Because it's what day is Michael Noss coming? Because he's going to be here.
Friday?
Yeah, it's either Thursday or Friday. So we're getting excited for that. Michael Noss will be here in the building. That should be a lot of fun on Friday for sure. And maybe even tomorrow. So get ready for that. You know what? It does look like, again, thank you so much. Here we go. One last super chat, and then I got to get the heck out of here. Thank you. Love to David Blackstone. Send Starbucks to Toronto. That'd be great if someone wanted to do that. But again, thank you so much, David, and everybody else. It really does mean a lot to all of us here. Regardless of the super chats. I mean, look at this story on Reddit. It's funny, I saw someone on CNBC, or someone just said in the chat that CNBC just covered this story like 2 minutes ago for the very first time. We brought this to you almost as a rumor down there at 194, 195. Now you're up to 202 and change. I even said I like Reddit at this 200 level, so there it goes. Thank you so much to everybody out there. Hey, it's been a great show. Thank you, Fabian, for staying late. Thank you to everybody. We keep on talking about this. But for now, this is a potato.
And this is a pommes frites.
And those are French fries. And we will see everybody tomorrow. This is Trader TV Sean, and that is
Adara. Trader TV.
Adara. Oh, is your count back up?
No, we're still working on that.
Okay.
X needs to contact me a little bit more. I'm going to have to talk to Elon.
So follow us. Trader TV research page has been absolutely
TTV research
as well. So get over there. TTV research. Go follow us all on X, all on Instagram. But for today, that's a wrap. So we will see everybody tomorrow. For Trader TV, Adara and Sean and Fabian and the rest of us, thank you so much for joining us. And join us tomorrow, please. And thank you at 8:30. And tomorrow's recap show is going to be a blast. We have tons of earnings coming through. This is your place to be for the next couple weeks and forevermore. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you at home, Marissa.
See ya.